I want to say it's -3 is 3 hertz.
Oh dear, I just had a little
It
few
is absurd in what it's able to
on
do.
this.
It may not be that. I mean, that's ridiculous, but it's able to do absurd levels down to 3 hertz, which is insane. And it does deliver. They're not quiet though. So if you go down that pathway,
maybe it's all audio.
Do not put them in your room.
No, they're single U chassis, and they have Delta. I think they're Delta.
And I just left a few simple comments where these people,
you know, 40 mil fans,
bragging,
and oh boy,
are
they loud?
I
have
this video was playing live
of those amps in my room. And they're in a different room. And as soon as I walk out of the theater, if I have those amps on, I can hear the fans. And they're in a totally different part of the
basement. To say that
I'm not sure when they changed, but
it comes up
there has been a slight running revision. The newest ones don't run quite as loud as the older ones. I know this because the job where we put 18, we sent 2 out there for testing, like 6 months before we sent the other 16 out. And the original 2 do run.
I'll just fade that down because I haven't done a
I don't know if there was a running addition to the fans. I'm not
the
sure.
audio that
I hope it was a firmware thing, but
it's 50-50. You know,
but they do run.
Come up in a moment.
A little bit quiet.
It just frustrates me with all the bullshit in this home theatre, home cinema thing. And I asked the question like, "Hey,
in the room anyway because the amount of heat they generate.
Have you ever been to High Wycombe?"
150 watts.
And he said,
"You don't want that."
I think he's probably been High Wycombe,
but they need that in order.
That's probably in the last few years or so. Probably not back.
And there's no
when it was.
It's not a. I'm going to be honest, right? And Jeffrey will probably.
One of the few very first THX cinemas in the UK.
It's not a
you know, he's saying that, that cinema didn't go down that low enough. I tell you, the bass reproduction in that auditorium only used a few subwoofer speakers. But damn, it's like when I first, because I was skeptical when someone else was telling me about it and thinking, I've been to the Empire Leicester Square. Okay, I'll check out this other one because I'm kind of interested. I'm kind of curious. Checked it out. I didn't know I was going to see the same movie that I saw about 1 month before
you turn on
preview screening.
I
heard a sound in that audio, but I certainly didn't feel it. No way did I feel it.
So
that was
arachnophobia. And they're pulling 150 watts each in standby.
It's like we missed the first 15 minutes of the movie, so we had to come back for the second show. So he drove around. He wanted to see friends in his neck of the woods of Buckinghamshire, High Wycombe. And then when we went, but it's before we went traveling around. I just took a little peek inside.
They're consumer friendly,
and but you go through 2 double doors,
something that absolutely has
less
to be
than 2 meters apart. Really good sound isolation. I must say. I stepped in and stood at the back of the auditorium. I recognised the scene. It was in the jungle where they're looking at spiders and that, and it was just the Trevor Jones music mostly playing. It was pressing on my body.
I don't know if you can.
I kid you not. I could feel it on my bloody feet, my legs.
I think you can.
My waist, my tummy, my chest, my face, even my freaking hair.
160 to 270.
It hurt my ears. It was like freaking.
So you can't even run.
Doing this.
So when I say it's not a consumer friendly, you can't walk into a store.
I didn't know what the SBL level was, but I could just
set your
sense that it wasn't
engineering to be done.
Like you go into say like one of those nightclub discotheque sort of things
anyway, because
the 1980s that I would have gone into where there'd be JBL speakers, and it was just ear splitting, deafening because of the music. And you got people yelling and chatting and all that, and it's just ear shattering on the whole music range.
But
this was just a low level scene that I would consider very quiet in the film mix, but
it needs to be considered as a sum of all of its parts and as part of an entire system. Then just hey, I'm going to buy this and get something better. You've got to make considerations.
There was no way that bass was pressing against my body.
Consolidations in order to make them.
That's the point I'm trying to get to. Is that in the real world, bass doesn't press against your body, and then this guy on the left. Ryan or whatever, starts going, look, have you ever stood next to an F-14 or an F-18?
This is important, and we're going to have to.
That is few and far between. So, on a daily basis, on a whole week, most average people do not feel bass pressing against their bodies. Now, I'm laying on the bed, ranting and talking. What do I notice?
So, when you say you've been highly capable of rooms that didn't have,
because the bed is springy, so therefore, whatever I'm talking and all that, so I can feel shaking there and all that. But if I were to get that real myself down and talk at a different, then I don't really notice too much. I notice a slight mid-bass feel.
It's outside. You have a single wave.
These people at the end of the day, they're just really just trying to sell unnecessary speakers. Like, so what? This guy's got a big 64-inch in his basement. So what?
There's no reflections. You're in a field. There's something for the
bounce
off. When you're in a room,
that infrasonic or whatever that's going to travel out into a room
ahead of you, some behind you.
Is it going to reproduce earthquakes? Because earthquakes happen miles under the ground, and the sound waves go up. And I got ice cream.
You cannot get that wave of pressure to hit every seat at the same time. It physically can't. You know, that's one of the things that waveforming from Trinnov kind of does bring us, is actually moving more towards a wave that moves through the room. Then you've got all the reflections, right? So to get the real slam, we focus on reducing the difference in time that moves through a frequency, right? So we really focus on the crossover particularly, but as that's
hello, thank you very much. Take care.
Frequencies, how short is the delay of all of that pressure going from the initial impulse to maximum power, like peak pressure, and we can tune that. So we can tune. We have Andy Sanders who doesn't like it. And PHX Cinemas with JBL Pro.
I don't know what it is. What the bloody hell it is with my, you know. Dear. I don't think these people listen to themselves, you know.
It's really important to get.
I think, well, just that Ryan, he's probably a few years younger than me.
Slam.
I don't know how
you can get slam at loads of.
One day he'll probably wake up and then realise, yeah, I'm right. And that other guy, he looks a little bit younger than me.
Really,
he'll probably wake up,
especially for multi.
But he probably won't, because he only cares about the money.
At single seat locations,
not the science and practicalities and such. It's like, you know,
everything's different seat to seat. Everything's different, and
when you measure real world sound, it doesn't have a reference level to it. It's unreferenceable.
Smaller time goes out the window.
I'm trying to get my word around that word. That is so unreferenceable. It doesn't have a reference to it. It's unlimited. It could be whatever it can be. You know? Film soundtracks and all that. Reference level. Fader at number 7 equals 85 dB. Reference level. Most people, when they're home theaters, don't even put their volume level at 0.
I think a lot of people have a misconception on what
you know, a Storm. I think this guy's got a Storm audio processor,
and really, commercial spaces
only goes up to 0.
Do it because it's not possible to deliver power-wise. Physically not possible.
This is the challenge, right? And it is a challenge of why there is discussion around.
You got
creating more of a
tactile levels on that processor, which is where you can boost it. That's a soundtrack. One of the best compliments incredibly very low for some reason. You got +3, +6, +9, +12.
You mean there's no chest slam? Ever stood?
I've only used those settings on the Storm processor a few occasional times.
F-35, any jet.
My system is
like fighter jet,
and it's called a B chain. A B chain. So
that is hitting you.
The A chain would be the source, you know, the player.
Overwhelming.
So the disc You know, the movie goes on the
so to say that doesn't happen,
well, not that way.
it absolutely
depends whether you're doing
There's
schools where it
real
goes this
confusion and
way, it goes
discussion
on a
around,
cake platter, and you're threading.
So we know that there is a
then you're
speed of sound.
lacing,
And when I talk to people
you
about
run the
particle
show, you're
velocity,
pressing buttons,
it's
masking,
really
and
easy to
clicking
misunderstand.
aperture, aspect
velocity
ratios.
is
Oh,
not
bloody hell. You've
directly
got to do all
related to
that
speed of
nonsense in just a few
And
seconds.
When we
Wow.
increase
You
particle
know how long it
velocity,
takes me to
then
fundle
we can
around with a
absolutely
bloody
create
remote
this sense
control
of
on a
flash.
bloody LG,
Now,
or
we
even the
talked in an
video
earlier
projector
episode
to
about
change
areas
an
of high
aspect
velocity and
ratio.
areas of high pressure in a
Oh
room.
my goodness.
This becomes really important, right?
Never
If you
known
want that
anything
flag,
like it.
You have to be creating high velocity.
Oh,
So the whole
bundling
design
around there
revolves
for
around
like
creating
more
high
seconds
velocity
than I would have done in my day when it was
flat, right?
projection.
We've all experienced it at gigs, so you can't
Anyway,
dispute
back
it
to
doesn't
bass
exist
and
because
all
you
that.
felt it, right?
It's like
it's really
I feel
simple.
bass in this bag. I feel
So
weight.
yeah,
I feel weight.
there we go. But the interesting thing is the range of
shopping,
frequencies that you can deliver it at.
Yeah,
Most
build up
people
my
have never
biceps.
experienced
Yeah,
it lower
yeah,
down, like
sort of like
20,
that.
30, 40, 50 hertz,
Yeah, it's
because
a bit
they don't have
unstable,
the
mind
ability
you,
to generate
but
velocities
yeah.
with accurate time alignment.
You've got to
Like,
improvise,
the time domain
adapt,
on most
overcome. I've
systems
got some
falls
nice
apart
green
the lower
up,
you
and
go.
I've got these other ones
So
here, but they're going
there
a
is
little
something
bit,
that many
like if
people
those
won't ever
foxes.
actually have experienced. It doesn't mean it's not
Hey.
possible.
Oh, my shopping gets in a bag today.
I think, Andy, you're trying to simplify this too much. Infrasonic bass is everywhere.
Oh,
if we
ice
took it
cream.
away, that pressure
Whoa.
change, you would notice.
Oh, yeah.
And I think a big part of why I'm chasing
Hey,
infrasonic
Bear.
is
No,
even
not
when you're
yet,
not hearing
yet.
it, it's
No,
really
you-
low
you-
level.
you-
There's this low level feeling of
Hey, clumsy cat. What the heck are you doing?
So the compliment I was going to say we got last week was from a PhD candidate who I don't know what he's doing. It's in immersive audio production or acoustic. He's specifically interested in producing immersive content, right? Working in anechoic chamber stuff, and has interned at 3 major loudspeaker companies. You know, in summer internships and stuff.
You're getting very frustrated, you haven't you?
Between one at Foundry, and after
so I'm frustrated with these guys. If I had a tail, I'd be wagging my tail like this.
I didn't know
frustrated
bass could
listening
be
to that
that type
BS.
of room. I've never experienced anything like that inside a room.
This is what causes bloody health issues with me, because I'm listening to people
It can be
BSing.
done, but it's
And I know they're
not.
BSing. Because they only
not
care about the fucking money.
To be frank, I blocked Andy because I'm not going to sit here and tolerate.
You know,
things
real
about ego. This
sound
isn't
in the
about
real
ego.
world, like I'm
This
doing
is
now,
about
like, you know,
showcasing what's
it doesn't
possible.
cost a
And if
single
you
penny.
don't
Real
talk
world
about this
sound.
stuff, this is not
And it
saying that
outdoes any
X, Y, or Z
bloody
systems
Atmos,
are better or
any
whatnot.
Atmos
It's
system.
simply saying
Totally
that
outdoes it.
in talking about objective facts and what can
They'll
be
just
done.
try and step in and try and
unfortunately, in
defend
order to
because
pursue
they
some
think
of
they
this
got
stuff,
someone out
you
here
need
that's on a personal
exponential amounts of
crusade.
power,
Damn right.
capability, subs, all of this, and that is a big reason why
I used to
commercial cinemas
believe
don't
in
do
it.
because
I
the
used to be just
ROI
like them.
is simply
Just
not
like them
there
I used to be.
for them.
Until
Yeah,
I
it's
woke
not.
up.
And not only is the ROI not there,
I used to
if
believe
you
in
play
NASA.
down into these infrasonic levels, you're going
1970s
to
up to early
contaminate
2000,
theaters that are
moon,
around
and then
that one
suddenly
that's emitting that sound.
I just
Because
started
even
to
if you
have
have
doubt
concrete,
that it was all.
if the wavelength is long
Yeah.
enough, then concrete is not thick enough, it's gonna go into the other
You just
theaters.
hear every
and you're gonna ruin
president
the
or whatever.
experience from
We're going
adjacent
back to the
cinemas.
moon. We're going back
So
to the moon. We'll go 4
there's
bloody
issues
decades of the same repeat.
with doing this in a commercial space, and I
Like
think
a
that's a big
broken
reason why
record.
it's now starting to only take place in residential.
Yeah, and I bet
But to say that this
I bet
stuff
neither
doesn't
of
happen
these
in real
guys have
life,
even been heard or felt
I don't know
stents
where you're
around
getting, and
back
then your
in the
car
day.
analogy to say
Damn,
you
I
don't
was
feel that
lucky
in
to
I
hear
mean,
that. I heard. I
Yeah.
saw
I don't know where
earthquake
you're
70
going
mil.
with
We'll
Four
wrap
bloody
it up
times
today,
it's
'cause
stents around.
we know that
Damn, was it so
and it's
cheap
not an ego thing. There is
to
quality
experience
there that we
that?
can demonstrate. So
Oh,
there
yeah,
was
it's
one
like,
question
yeah,
in
just
here.
turn up the
I
sound
actually don't know who it's
system.
from now.
Yeah, right.
Whether someone was cool enough to come and visit us at Foundry. Like 100%, we love showing it off, right?
No,
So it's not open
bloody
generally
earthquake,
to the public, like just
79
walk in, but
pence.
contact
go to
us,
the
make
bloody,
an appointment, and 100% we'll
what's
hang
it?
out.
Odeon
Where it
VH2 with its
Like,
rubbish
okay, I don't know
Atmos
who
system.
E4 Superfly
It's
is,
got
but you're
JBL,
definitely cool
but
enough.
it's
because
it's
you love the
just
stuff
ear
we love.
splitting. It's just like
And I
you've
think
got
there was
to put
another question
earplugs
of
in
do
your ears.
we
It's like
do consultancy? I think.
I recall
I don't know,
back in the
do you
days
do-
when I did
you do
projection and
consultancy,
that.
right?
Yeah.
Or- yeah.
in substandard cinemas,
all over the world.
The loudness was never ear splitting. Never. You could always just mildly something, or just maybe raise your voice a little bit and talk over a loud scene.
Continents at the same time, right? So we're
hired guns to help the real world sound that totally outdoes cinema.
A lot of our work is actually
Dolby, all this Dolby rubbish
that they then deliver.
So you can still talk over it.
We do those kind of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Contact information is in the description. The email addresses for both myself and Ben can be found there. And if you have questions, feel free to fire away. I'm going to be frank. If you have questions, and it's just questions, it's probably better to ask me. Ben is probably going to be better.
And last night, what was I doing? I was trying to
it depends. This. We do a huge range of stuff. Try us. We bounce things between each other. If something came to me that is better for you, you can bounce it. Try us. Hit us up. Talk about what you need to do, what you want.
Or just CC both of us on the email.
Yeah, we'll work it out.
We'll get you taken care of. But anyway, guys, thanks for joining the session.
There's one frustrating thing about movie
soundtrack. I'm going to leave it on there. I think people lose sight of the point that when you all talk about this stuff, that you must have infra. I think it's...
I'll tell you, these two guys can go in the cat.
It's all experience-based. It's all based on what you know and what the status quo is. And Ben and I are of the point of we are constantly trying to pursue the best of what things can get. It does not mean that that's what has to be done. It simply means that that's what our goal is. And if the people
door close
that are trying to implement this stuff are not trying.
I bet those guys think, oh yeah, that door closed in my home cinema. Oh yeah, the bass.
That's not our goal.
It pressed against my body. Bullshit.
What can you expect from us to deliver for you?
Yeah, and I would say, I bet we've both been in loads of rooms that were incredible, wonderful place to spend time, but didn't attempt to do anything under 20 hertz.
No.
So I think when it's there, the experience gets better.
Yes, total different thing.
Doesn't mean I don't
repeat it again. See if I can feel the door press against my feel it press against my body.
I've been in rooms that
it's a totally different thing.
Above 25 hertz.
A little bit, let it close.
Still for what they do, the dimensions of it, the space.
I feel a mild little
it's not required
vibration that might be in the floor.
When you've got it
might be transmitted through the floor, but it is so tiny.
Yeah.
But no, I don't feel it pressing uniform. And that door is how bloody wide, how
regardless of the
tall
compromises that have to be made, the budget, whatever.
Bloody
as good
bullshit.
That's it. Try it.
If I walk around, I feel
from there.
I feel bass.
I don't know what next conversation is going to be about. It's going to be something about measurement data, I'm sure, probably dispersion, because we haven't talked about that.
I know.
But we'll have something scheduled here soon. Enjoy your home theater journeys. Enjoy the rest of your week.
I know.
You have a great Monday. If you guys need equipment, have questions, or need consultancy, feel free to reach out to Ben and I. Our contact information is in the descriptions down below. We will see you guys in the next video.
Cheers, all.
Those guys finished. I'm just going to go back and repeat, like that Tom Cruise movie. No, it's not a Tom Cruise movie.
Take a palette of the difference between...
If it was a Tom Cruise movie, then he would have directed it. No, it's Tom Cruise starring in.
Lots of things were done.
See, that's what most people keep saying. Oh, it's a Tom Cruise movie. No.
But one of the ways they improve it
Tom Cruise starring
in. Matching tolerances on components. Right, we're building the crossover. We need to take this.
Unless, of course, he bloody produced that rubbish.
Our normal tolerance is within a few percent. But for the special editions, we want to pair match them to within 1%.
What?
I'm making these numbers. I don't know what their tolerances are, but it's a thing, right? You buy a batch of 1,000 capacitors, and they could have a 5, 6, 7, whatever percentages are, tolerance across that batch. Well, if you want to make the best, you'll pair match them to be essentially identical.
Relax before I go into the ultimate power in the universe.
Someone's crossover.
Yeah.
Unless you know exactly.
Any of these guys got one of those in their home? Nah, bloody hell.
Was picked.
I thought they're believers.
You don't know that your crossover is the same as theirs.
Oh yeah,
you just don't.
Course, the audience is always listening.
Manufacturer's consistency. and you know
it should
what you're
be the
getting.
audience's
I'm not saying you
feeling.
can't make an excellent
Because
DIY
which is
speaker,
it?
but effectively at that point, you're your own
Is
manufacturer.
it feeling
Right.
it or is it
And
hearing
that's
it?
okay.
I mean, listening
There is
to it.
no dispute
Well, hearing it.
that costs here are significant.
There's two
If
categories.
you are making a speaker, you've engineered.
I call that, you know, you're hearing the sound.
It's all been modelled in
And then
ComTel
for decades or such, and then one day
you've done all this.
I'm paying attention and I'm looking around and I'm thinking I'm doing all this reaction.
Right? You've now got a cabinet.
I'm participating with it. Participating.
You then have to ship it.
It's called the Dolby Stereo participation, as
it's going, right?
they discovered in the early
today.
80s.
There's shipping.
Audience, a lot of audiences have been sort of
the distributor
reacting to it.
Or a store.
That's a lot long before YouTube reaction videos, mind you.
The retailer needs to.
I didn't start reacting really till
the bill of materials is vastly different than the finished product.
Yeah.
And if you're doing DIY, you cut all the middlemen out.
I did notice a little
bit,
sort of 86, but not as much.
There's not going to be a retailer of a finished product. You're buying parts,
sort of participate that much, but
you're not necessarily shipping a big cabinet.
I do know these guys are just trying to BS and sell.
And buy some
what are they trying to push?
So of
course, Ascendo speakers that cost how much brand new?
Yeah.
When you look at it,
be practical. No getting go on eBay, look for some. But these guys, they haven't got the pride, have they?
At the level
I suppose every time, most times they go to a cinema, it's going to be a JBL installation.
And deliver them at the same price if they use that traditional route to get to market.
And
you get stuff
even
in return.
In the past,
you get somewhere for support that you can take it back to. Right, you might have an integrator that can help.
Before they started,
the value proposition has
to be dabbling into this home theatre stuff. They'd most likely been listening to JBL.
And if you can, that's great.
Great.
They're not old enough.
Not discrediting.
They're not old enough to probably remember.
Probably a lot of engineering. There's a lot of know-how.
Lansing speakers. Oh, gosh.
There's loads of tools.
They're not old enough.
Tools online that will help you design a speaker.
But, you know, think about it, all of the manufacturers that you just talked about,
ego issue with all this.
Kind of what they're doing. It's just they're doing it. I mean, that's what every manufacturing process.
What they're doing.
It's like every time you hear these sound effects in movies,
but my point is,
doors like Tron, and a door.
My point is that you're doing the same thing on different scales. They have the expertise. If you have the expertise in all those tools,
soft level, so you don't necessarily feel
you're
it.
paying.
Hear the tone.
What you pay is to not have.
Does the tone?
If you've got one of the best transducer designers in the world,
all the way
in your home
around, or where that's coming is being generated from, mind you,
and you have all the manufacturing
because it's all fabrication.
And a paint shop and a
it's all made up.
If you've got
it's
all
not
those
real.
Things, you can make some listens. I don't have those things.
Oh dear.
So I buy them.
And I'm not smart.
Yes, dynamic range.
That's very true.
It's like most home theaters can't even get the balance.
Was talking about super chats
of a typical LCR
to
be balanced.
The last,
so that you just hear
this is a good question.
all the
I'm asking
little
because flush and straight aiming in wall speakers
in the sound mix,
in almost all promotional
because
material.
usually you're going to have levels
and that is
that's
bad.
so little bit too high in the dB
and it comes back to the same
mixing range, and it's just like, you know, you're going to get this masking effect where you can't hear that sound. You hear a little bit of it, but not all of it. It's like the word from Ripley in Alien, when she sees the grisly, gruesome scene of the last crew members. The alien had a KFC out of them.
The marketing department,
and she says, Parker, in the center channel. And you hear
they show this
not
really
just the word
complicated
Parker, but with the curtain
park put off people from wanting to buy them.
You hear a slight little bit of echo
just don't
in
do
that center channel where you got on the left, right,
in its proper light,
which is playing a little bit bass level,
sometimes you
and this high pressure steam
depending on the aesthetic of the
and that causes a lot of masking.
Sometimes that comes up.
But if there's something there
you are sacrificing performance
I can hear
for that particular
when I'm monitoring it discreetly and thinking, and then laying the other and think, bloody hell, these levels are just way too high.
Even the ones with aimable tweeters, you are still compromising.
Dynamic EQ comes to
you're creating some abnormalities with the tweeter being
gain levels, threshold levels,
changing
so it can balance it about automatically.
Right.
And if you don't
there's
have
a thing
called
Dolby volume, but where the heck is that gone?
With that driver, not a good
being
idea.
used now on high-end processors like Storm Audio or Trinnov.
You can make that decision.
You're still faced with this
as long as you're willing to give that up. But don't
problem
think that
where
that's the expected,
the levels are just too damn bloody loud.
Every application, you want the speaker to be
they must be blind on a
sometimes you may want it slightly off axis,
like lower this down. They know what they're mixing.
Some other things.
You can't mix something.
Can help get away from this type of noise.
Put some other sound over the top of it and think, oh, that's just the way it is.
There's things you can do. But
the audience,
don't believe the marketing materials. And don't say, oh, they installed it in this particular brochure, and that's what it looks like. Don't
get into the center channel near to the screen and putting their ear up.
There's one specific one from Jeffrey.
Just to hear, oh my goodness, I think
ultimately is
but when you step back away from it, you get all the other sound masking going over the top.
Frame on a concrete floor. So,
Anyway,
it
pretty
was
much
14:56 my time.
I'm getting there.
Just over 35 minutes ago.
Got about maybe 90%.
So,
some of the sound balance. But it's still, it's still a little bit more to it.
Two ways, and I don't know what the rest of the industry calls these things, but
the dynamic range levels usually
in our business. We talk about tactile rumble.
Oh, what's this got? What are they going about? Tactile rumble.
And Ryan and I offline have talked about this loads of
times. Who talks like that? Tactile rumble. Nobody talks like that in the real world.
So at Foundry, it's quite interesting. We've got one demo room upstairs on a mezzanine floor. It's on part of a steel construction. And one room which is built on concrete. We're in a rented building. It was just easier to build it on a concrete floor. And the way bass feels in those two rooms is entirely different.
Yep.
Upstairs on that suspended sprung floor, build it on a concrete floor. And one room which is built on concrete. We're in a rented building. It was just easier to build it on a concrete floor.
Yeah. We don't get many earthquakes in the United Kingdom, but if a real earthquake were to come by, you'd definitely notice. The whole building would be shaking. Well, the ground surface is shaking. The building only shakes because it's coupled to the surface of the ground, and that's why it shakes around, doesn't it? Oh, dear, you don't have to have a PhD to understand that. If the building was floating, even just 1 foot, 12 inches above the ground, it wouldn't shake because it's not coupled to anything. Oh dear. Yeah, my room's on a concrete floor. Actually, it's be realistic. It's metal bars that go through the floor underneath, and then it's concrete poured on top of it. So if I were to jump up and then come back down onto the floor, it would just shimmer a little bit. So, yeah, but it's not like when you got a room where it's got a wooden floor and it's unpredictable. It's always going to vibrate, or you're going to get resonant frequency traveling through it in a certain frequency at a certain SPL, or you can't play all soundtracks to say be equal and you're going to get the same sort of thing, because it's the way the bass frequencies were moving on a certain soundtrack. And yeah, I've actually noticed my vision go blurry one time because I was sat on the floor. The floorboards were going towards me, so I think the floor joists were going in the opposite direction, so you could put the floorboards down, that is. And I felt this little vibration, blurry kind of image, like you see this thing shaking in your vision. That's only because the science where it's been analyzed, your vision will blur between 20 or 90 hertz, and it's something to do with the spine and your head, and then you get a vibration in your head that just blurs your vision. It's not a big deal. I've only seen that happen a few times on a bus. Yes, because the resident of the engine was just so diabolically untuned. That bus needs to be in the garage and get its engine tuned, because when it comes to a bus stop, the engine tuning was so damn loud. It should have been at a certain engineering level, SBL level. It was uncomfortable. I had to get off the bus, wait for the next one to come along because it was terrible. But that was being said, I'm sat in a seat, my feet are on the floor. These people, they just don't understand how BAS works. They're just complete idiots. Sorry, but you're complete idiots. Your ego is overwhelming your science. She blinded me with science. Don't forget, bass shakers, they're sat there in a seat, okay? And I know one person, he didn't like it because it felt like what do you call it? Artificial. I don't even like it myself, but I do not mind. I just don't like it. The fact that I should have really a lot of bass shaker or a lot of energy in the floor, and then the seating is coupled, and then it creates the vibration. So when you stand up and walk around, you're still feeling it artificially. You can't generate bass into a room the way I think these guys think they're doing it and expect to feel it in the floor as well, because that's, if it's an earthquake scene, you're not going to be hearing it mostly. You're going to be feeling it, and that is standing. So if you were to be, if the building is shaking on the inside, okay, you're sat on the floor, but if you were suspended just a few feet from that floor, everything's shaking around you, but you can't feel it. You're decoupled. And that's what they, this guy, what's his name? Ben. Oh, he can babble on about it and all bullshit and all that, just to try and sell affiliated speakers. He might be affiliated or with, and try and sell bullshit speakers, thinking these speakers are special cases. No, they're not. They are magnets and a bloody voice coil that's moving back and forth like a piston. Hasn't much changed. Speakers have not evolved that much since the day that, apart from, earlier days where they had to generate the magnetic field into the speaker. And that's going back decades, literally, before they generated that into the speaker and it creates a magnet. Come on, please. It's just like Total Recall, even, come on, don't bullshit me. Oh, really? Your mind won't know the difference. Come on, don't bullshit me. Give me air. Give me Mars bar. See, this guy hasn't even got a sense of humor. Crying out loud. He's great at parties, I heard. Oh, dear. And for the record, this Ryan guy, yes, I happened to have been to an air show before. That was, I think that was the air show. Not sure if it was 2015. And it was the last appearance of the Vulcan bomber. Long live and prosper. The Vulcan bomber. I never seen one. I heard about the damn things, but never seen one and heard one. And yes, I was sat standing participating with everyone else watching as it's coming along the ocean, coming towards Bournemouth Pier. And then it then suddenly took a turn like that and a yaw, roll, pitch, yaw, and then started ascending upward. Literally just, so many 100 feet or whatever, so from Bournemouth Pier, because not too near, close to it, it's a little few yards or so away from it, and it just, we're on the beach, so where the water's coming up on the shore, and that thing is sent. I tell you what, it sounded like listening to those archive videos of a Saturn V rocket. It had that crackly static sound as the engines are thrusting and stimulating the air particles. And yes, I felt it in my chest. But that's few and far between. You don't, on a daily basis, on a whole, day or on a weekly basis, you don't feel bass pressing against your body. You just don't. If you're in a car and someone slams on the brake, you go forward, and then you feel the seatbelt trying to hold you back, don't you? You feel that. But do you feel that in an accuracy in Dolby Atmos mixes? No. The LFE channel has not changed. The LFE is not special in Dolby Atmos mixes. It has not changed. It's still got that frequency response that they came up with a standard back in the 90s. Let's change it from the 70mm spec, which was something like 25 hertz up to 250. And then they change it, so they shave off the top end of it a little bit, and then they bring it down to about 120, and they extend it a little bit further down to about 4 hertz. But that's few and far between. But how many mixes played that low? Probably the subs weren't adequate, or maybe they were biting their fingernails and thinking, oh God, what if we try this? But, what if we fuck up all the speakers, And then one day, suddenly, someone's probably alert, announcement. Have you heard this film? Bloody hell! It's got low frequency going below 20 hertz. Everyone. Oh, yeah. Remember those posts on bloody AVS forum? And everyone's like, yeah, check out this software. It's called Spectrum Lab. Oh yeah, I can see it. It's like the low frequency in surrounds, in the stereo surrounds, that used to only go to a certain limit, and then getting into the 2000s and such, and then it's like, oh gosh, I'm noticing this is going down lower. They're getting near to like 20 hertz, whereas before it was a little bit up a little bit. Things like Planet of the Apes, Tim Burton movie, and there's a bit of low frequency. I think it goes down to about 25 hertz. It's got this low rumble in the surround where this guy's talking on a video screen thing. It's before the space station's power goes out, and they're getting near to some sort of warp time travel field or whatever it is, and you hear this low, or well, you don't. You hear some of it, the bass, but the rest of it, can you feel it? That's like, you need special speakers, special floor, so that you feel it in the floor. So it's like if you're on a space station and it's got some, like, say like the Enterprise, you're on the bridge, the rumble sound, you should feel it in the floor, you should hear it and feel it. 50-50. But you play most sub-bass speakers, you hear that much, and you're only feeling about that much, really. Let's be practical, Ryan, Ben. Don't bullshit, please. Because your rooms are no different than mine. It's no more different than a cinema. It'd be no more different than a dubbing stage. And you see how they're all constructed and that. And they haven't got special case speakers or special case to do the rumble in the floor. So it's like, I bumbled into this sound engineer, when I was doing music and sound technology course 23 years ago. And he was bit older than me, and he was ranting just like I'm ranting now, like how some film mixes absolutely suck, you know. He said if he was doing it, he would do it this way. It's an interesting thing. I don't know, because you'd have to Google it to see whether there's fact or fiction. Does anyone? Well, mostly they're going to be floating, so they're going to be not touching the walls or anything on the space station. So when something docks with it, which is, mind you, incredibly slow, it's got to be that way. If it goes too fast, it could do serious damage to the space station or to the spacecraft. It's got to go very slow, soft docking, not hard, coming in fast and then wrecking everything. But would you feel a vibration? That's if you're putting your hands on the surface. But mind you, everyone's floating around, aren't they? So they're not exactly coupled. It's not like it's got a artificial gravity, and your feet are on the, and you can look up, and you know where the orientation is. But when you're floating, there's no side to side, there's no up, down, back, forward, or backwards. You're just floating. I would imagine you would feel something. I would imagine, because there's an object that's coming, and making a contact, isn't there? So it'd be a very mild. It wouldn't be like in these boring, stupid fucking movies where you'd probably feel something and you think, well, I don't know. I'm going to take that with a pinch of salt. I think that's bullshit. Yeah, it's like the Abyss, where the submersible comes down and then it docks with the other thing on the, was it the deep core in it? They call it the deep core. Yeah. Well, I heard that day one with overhead speakers, overhead surround on day one. And I went back and saw it, because I can even remember two people slightly a few seats in front of me over to the left. And they even heard it as well. So they're listening. They said, well, that sounded good. I'm sort of like, heard this thing with the 424 matrix and the way it was panning. It was a decent Dolby stereo on that. Pretty well engineered. Because it's almost similar to the discrete mix on DVD, not on the blur, not on the UHD. The UHD does not have a theatrical mix. It's a bullshit where they've kind of down mixed slightly from the crappy Atmos mix, which sounds absolutely ghastly. And they did a little cheating there, because I thought there's something weird going on with these surrounds. Wait a second, I'm going to put the DVD on. Oh yeah, I know what they've done in the mix, because I've done sound mixing at college. I know how to assemble sounds, how to bullshit it, manipulate, EQ, boo, and that's just for 2-channel stereo, for crying out loud. If I would have been thinking a little bit more back then, I would have been thinking, what if I put something anti-phased into the mix, but I needed an extra decoder to receive it or decode it. That's easy done. In any case, yeah. I thought there was something queer about that UHD Atmos. It just like, that's why it ended up in the cat litter. It doesn't get approval. No, George Lucas. No. Oh yeah, that's funny thing. Another funny thing. It didn't have THX on it. It's like THX didn't get involved with it. But I noticed something right on the end credits, which I saw. I think it was screened at a cinema where James Cameron showed up with his mum's basement as well. And I just saw a little glimpse clips of the end credit, and I saw that they changed the THX logo because they introduced that onto the 92 version, the 92 version, Lucasfilm Limited THX sound system, and they changed it because it's no longer Lucasfilm anymore, so it's just THX logo. I thought, oh god, that totally ruins the experience. Oh god, but it's weird that THX didn't get involved with it. Give it the rubber stamp, But THX to me today is like KFC. It's not the same as like what Kentucky Fried Chicken was back in the 1970s until it changed. At some point they changed the logo, the typeface, everything, and just called it KFC. Condensed the whole thing down to KFC. Even the packing, they used to come in these rectangular boxes and such, but now they just come different, don't they? And the flavors a little bit, I'm sure I'm having a slight Mandela effect, but I don't think anyone's going to be selling 1970s Kentucky Fried Chicken on eBay. Not the way it's going to be looking moldy, and it wouldn't be even moldy. It wouldn't. It'd be just I don't want to think about it. Nah, well, you can't anyway. Fuck, what the fuck? KFC. Maybe the boxes, the way the boxes used to look. Oh dear. I'll just play these dudes again because it's a hoot. Just with all the bullshit, and some of the people out there they haven't got much of a brain, If I only had a brain, the Wizard of Oz.
And the way they feel,
I would say Ryan, because Ryan then started to threaten that he's going to block me. Oh, well, then I guess Ryan's the cowardly lion. It's like the Wizard of Oz. Yeah. Truth hurts, I suppose. But if you go back 27 years, maybe, and I got Trinov, not that Trinov existed back that far back then, but, the, what's it? Well, they were around a little bit. Was it late 90s or something? But they didn't have the what's it, and the Atmos thing and all that. I would be singing a completely different tune. I would be singing to their bullshit. It's like most people that voted for Trump and then probably disgusted after a while and then started to think, I feel ashamed. I feel like I've, because with the way things have been starting off this year, not very good. War is wrong. Anyway, I don't want to go into that subject anyway. But it's like war with bloody audio. It's politics. It's sound politics. Yeah, I like that. Sound politics. I never thought of that one time. Yeah, I bumbled into a projectionist back in the I think it was the 1990s at the Empire Leicester Square. Fred Fullerton. I've met him. I bumbled into him a few times. Bumbled into him whilst I was at Warner Brothers up at Bristol. Bumbled into that guy. He and a few others. They're veterans and all that, so they just want to see things, working and everything, and before getting the site up and running. I asked him, like, what sound format do you like? And he didn't want to discuss it. He just said it's sound politics. Oh, crikey. Yeah, okay. DTS is a new sort of thing. It comes along and it's like, but you've been using the Dolby thing for decades. Come on. And then before that, it would have been Westrex, or it would have been Westrex or something, or RCA. It would have been one of those, you know. That's going back even further, before Dolby, that started in the recording music thing in the late 60s, and then they started to involve themselves in the early 70s with their A-type noise reduction on mono soundtracks. Canon was the first one with Edward Woodward, you know, the equalizer guy, you know, well, the original equalizer. Anyway, and then it just progressed, didn't it? They probably didn't expect it to go on, and until they started getting more involved with optical soundtracks, improving the quality with the noise reduction, A-type noise reduction. Yeah, it's amazing that thing works. You know, when you listen to it in the projection room, you know. I mean, the cinema processor can't do much. I think you can use, say, like the CP200 processor, and you could probably wire it to probably deactivate or bypass the A-type noise reduction, so you can listen to how it sounds without the A-type noise reduction, and then switch to another sound format, and then with the A-type noise reduction turned on. Yeah. Oh yeah, these dudes, yeah, they're like from the Wizard of Oz.
Those two rooms entirely different.
Yep.
Upstairs on that suspended sprung floor, we put the energy in the floor. That energy shakes the seats. You feel it. And if I want to go for loads more bass in that room, the floor is going to get unpleasantly bouncy, right?
Yep.
It's going to be like being at a theme park.
Yep.
So there becomes a limit of how much output I would put into that room at the lower end, because you feel like you're on a trampoline. Like, it really would start to move a lot. We've got 4 big subs in there, right? It would move a lot.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, enough to
downstairs.
Bump
the
you
front
out.
row is directly on. You know, it's not directly, but within 10 millimeters. There's not a lot directly, but within 10 millimeters. There's not a lot
on a floor. It's not on necessarily
basically
a floating floor.
On an
yeah. Okay. Let's get back to reality now, Ben. Okay. Film mixers are still crap. It's like, well, you look at that Ford vs Ferrari, overrated, Atmos, load of rubbish. That doesn't sound like being inside a car when, oh yeah, they do that stupid scene, and you see the behind the scenes and all the microphones they put around a vehicle. What about vibro sensors and such to get the, you know, pick up to receive the vibration signals? Doesn't feel like being in a car. Oh dear. Didn't even sound much like, it was just, there's always this bullshit. You got speakers that are just around the room. You know, they can't do the simulation of, like, you get bees, corn crops. You get an illusion sort of thing, and you can't do this shit, don't you? Because we've all heard bees flying around, and if you do too much of this shit, you're only going to piss them off even more, you know. It's probably best to stay still and crouch up and just not move, because if you move around, I think you're just going to piss them off. But we all know when we got our first bee sting and how it hurts, and how it swells up. But you got to be worried. You got to be more concerned about getting stung around the neck, because if you get stung around the neck, you could suffocate. It could be literally fatal. Yeah, bees, corn crops. What am I talking about? The X-Files, the Fight the Future. when the bees are unleashed in the room, I have below surround. I've got sound there. I could do my simulated, my own version of overhead surround, not using the WASIT, unless of course I want to, because I know how that DTS-X works now, and I know how the DSU works and how it's doing that thing with the overhead, and yeah, not very great, I would say. It's a terrible idea. I think they should have designed it in a different way, because all it is just bullshitting. Oh yeah, you can't use it on Atmos mixes. Oh yeah, I got a few ideas where I can. I ain't gonna say. Because I'd done sound mixing shit decades ago. So yeah, I got a few, yeah, I could do that. But what's the point? You know, if you add something on top of those, you know, you got to have level adjustment, independent level adjustment. Otherwise you get audio masking. You're back at square one again. You think you're just putting another sound up there just for the sake of it. Like I say, bloody cinemas, very few far between, but they didn't advertise it. They didn't publicize it. You know, like the Cinerama downtown. It's the last Cinerama in the United Kingdom. It's still intact. I doubt it's ever going to be converted into flats. Otherwise, that would have happened 10 years ago. It's been about 10 years now. Damn, I tell you, 10 years, what? It feels like only a few hours. Yeah. My week, it's not like 7 days. Because of my illness and that, a day goes like that. Whereas a day, for most people, it's a real drag. My day now is just like, crap. Anyway, yeah, 1969, overhead speakers. Wow. See, someone's thinking back then, you see. Overhead speakers is not a new thing. It might be with discrete sound, you know, with Aura 3D doing it. No, actually, it wasn't Aura 3D. You might go back one a little bit further than that to Sonic Whole overhead surround with Sound Deluxe and Todd AO. We Were Soldiers movie, and then they piggyback an extra matrix signal onto the stereo surrounds. Thus, you need one of these. Because the Dolby EX version for the home was only a 3-channel version. It wasn't the 4-channel. And I was doing all this overhead and stuff, and whilst other people were thinking, how the heck are you doing that? Because they got EX watered down versions. feeding. Hold on. There you go, man. You want some lady shit? There you go. Bear, will you stop going down that and come up here, Melanie? Come on. You got some bad habits, Bear. We gotta do something about that. Yeah, what the fuck? You don't get that much of an ice cream in there. Okay, look at the size of the packet. It's got a stick on there that's bullshit. Yeah, at least these are a little bit cheaper. You go down to the bloody beach this bloody on the peak of the summertime, those fucking things are gonna cost like fucking £4. Buy a box, you get about £2 something, and you get about 4 of them. Fucking hell, they'll be selling each of those for about fucking £4 at the beach this year. Fuck's sake, daylight robbery. Oh dear. Let's see if it tastes like mango. Look at that sorry fucking looking thing. Fuck yeah, now. Yeah, but it's just food flavouring, isn't it? We all know that. Just read the ingredients that go into it. Yeah, it works. And here's the trick I like. Well, get that. Oh yeah, feel that coolness. The cold air goes downward. It's science. She blinded me with science. Oh, feel that cool air. Warm air goes upwards and cold air goes down. I just let it melt in the mouth. Otherwise, I always had this habit. Down the throat it goes, you know. Let it melt, let it stimulate. Move it around with the tongue. And it's like having one of those cocktail drinks. Well, maybe if I get a few of these and let them melt into a glass, yeah. Then use a straw. Be like, hey, did McDonald's do these? Oh, yeah. I was skeptical about buying it. I'll definitely buy these ones again. Yeah, wow. That's refreshing. Whew. Yeah, if my cat were into it, I could put it on my forehead, smother it, and then my cats would be licking me. They can't. I wouldn't let my cats, otherwise it'll upset their tummy. Oh wow, that's better than Dolby Atmos. Seriously. Yeah. They say feel every dimension. That's just marketing. What do they mean by that? Which part are they trying to refer to? The overhead speakers, feel every dimension? Fucking bullshit. Come on, Ben. Don't bullshit everybody. Because you could play a sine wave tone in those overhead speakers and it's not going to be the same throughout that room. Oh, we're back at this. Oh, we need Trinov's bass surround wave forming now. Oh dear. And let's face it, come on. You're not even doing it like me. You know, have you got pinpoint sound in your demo rooms? Yeah. That's why I got 3 Dolby SA10s in the kitchen. It took me just a few moments to suss out when I listened to it in the home and thinking, I can improve this, make it a little bit better. Whereas I'm the only home cinema on the planet. Not even the dubbing stages have got it, you know. They know when they're mixing, of course. Of course, I've done sound mixing myself at college. You know, you got a centre phantom in the middle and you think, but you can't doing this shit, aren't you? You're always doing it. Think, is it stereo or is it mono? Scratching my head. I can't really tell, you know. It's like the end credits on that remix of Star Trek. You know, the crappy Jar Jar Abrams rubbish. And on the end credits, they got the some of the music on the height number 1 channel, but it's mono. The music's not stereo. And so the signal is only coming out 1 speaker in the room, you know, because it's mono. That's not bullshit, all right? Let's not spread it onto 2 speakers and try and bullshit like it's stereo. Oh yeah, can you do this, Ben? If you're watching, you put a delay. It's got to be a certain time, a delay, mind you. You put a delay on one channel, and then it sounds like stereo, but you don't get panning effect. It just sounds like it's what's it like? They call the pseudo simulated stereo effect. I've got a little Pioneer thing up on the what's it? It's got that feature on it. Oh wow! Why didn't they have these? You know, I'm feeling cold air going down on my fingers here. Feeling cold air. Yeah. You put a time to it. It's like if I want to do Alien, which is mono discrete surround, and if I want to make it sort of sound a little bit more interesting with the surrounds, I put a certain time delay on one side at a certain time delay. I'm not going to tell you the exact figure. And it sounds like stereo, but it's not, because you don't get any panning effects. It just sounds like stereo. Damn, this thing's nice. Oh, wow. And it's like if I want to generate pink noise throughout the whole system in my room, so it goes overheads, the bed layer. Oh yeah, I'm on the bed. This is the bed. This is the bed layer. And I'm dreaming about objects floating around. Yeah, Ben, have you got a sense of humour like that? Come on, don't be a stiff, please. Come on, don't be a stiff. Yeah, and then I can create it on the floor as well. But you generate positive pink noise, and that goes everywhere else in the system. And then you generate a negative pink noise, and then that goes, the decoder sees the signal, and then it goes to the floor, below floor matrix around. Yeah, you listen to pink noise like that in a room, bloody hell, it can make you feel dizzy. Even at a very mild SPL level, it just makes you, because it's completely unnatural, you know. And when you listen to a sine wave tone, 8 kilohertz, 10 kilohertz, 12,000 and such, you just hear the tone, literally. You move a little bit, you hear a little that. But if you have a solo sine wave coming out a single speaker and just move just a little bit, suddenly you don't hear the tone because it's literally coming now. It's everywhere, literally everywhere in the room. It's not to say, well, I can still hear up to 16,000, but you got to turn it up a little bit because our hearing is dropping off. It's rolling off. A microphone is seeing it like woof, like that. And you got to simulate and adjust the microphone. You've got the psychoacoustics, the sort of like headphone testing and such, and sort of like getting, measure the frequency curve on the headphone, get it flat, because it's always like this. You have an EQ for a headphone, so you get it like, and then you start putting in other filters and such, all this Fletcher Munson curve nonsense. You go for a hearing test at an audiologist, they don't care about testing your hearing above to 8,000 kilohertz. They don't care. They usually test just a little slight below 100 up to about 8K, where it's for human speech. Because we can't do high frequencies. It's for ourselves. It's not possible. We can make sounds like that, but our voice modulation only goes at a certain frequency range. You could probably squeeze your bollocks and you'll probably make a high-pitched sound. No, you got to monitor it on an RTA analyzer and you see where it actually goes to. When I go, blowing my nose, I kid you not, a frequency range almost goes up to about 20K. So it's like generating a like a white or pink noise effect through your nose. That's why sometimes my cats don't like it, because of the frequency it's producing. I don't know where it might start rolling off, because cats can hear up to what they say. Well, some say, it's kind of this and that, 90,000 kilohertz. Bloody hell. They hear roughly what, 40 hertz up to, but I wouldn't be surprised if they can hear just maybe a shy below 40. That doesn't mean they can feel it. Oh yeah, they'll be able to feel something, because animals are, their first response to sensing there's an earthquake coming. You get the P wave, boom, the primary wave traveling at the speed of sound, wham, and right behind that is the rolling or the S wave, and that's what conflicts the damage. It's why the movie Earthquake, you see all the blimmin' wildlife, they're all blimmin', they've heard the primary wave. They sensed it. And it's just moments when you see the earthquake occurring, when it happens, where it's in the cinema, and then it starts, it's the earthquake thing starts. Look at the stick. My goodness. I haven't seen an ice cream stick like that in, a few decades. Oh, I need to get out more down the beach, don't I? Got a little brain chill there. Oh, that's a bitch. Oh, God, it's settling. How does it do that? It goes up. I mean, it's cold, in it, isn't it? Cold. Just, oh, gosh, bloody hell. As I'm laying down. So it's like a liquid. It's down there. And I could bring it up to my throat, and you know what? Oh, that cools. That's the trick. That's the what do you call it? Oh, fucking hell! It's still fucking good. Bloody hell! How does it do that? Son of a bitch. Still feels a little bit wet and cold. Because when you drink a drink that's cold, you stimulate the mouth part, but you need to stimulate around here. For the refreshment. Yeah, if I could find a way to suspend, so when it goes down, I can suspend it there. I'd be like Magneto. Oh no, that only works with metals, doesn't it? Oh damn! Maybe I'll use the force and stimulate it. Force choke, force stimulation. Oh yeah, because it just goes down, doesn't it, into your stomach, for crying out loud. It only happens like, you know, when you're laying back. When you're upright, you can try. You know, it's a little bit tough for gravity, you know. Yeah, I forgot about these guys. Yeah, I forgot they were there. Sorry.
Unsprung concrete floor. And all of the energy you feel there it's a change in particle velocity, right? You've got a wave of pressure that is airborne and it hits you. We are not shaking that seat. We are hitting you with airborne pressure variations.
The pressure may be shaking the seat, but the driver, the floor is not doing it.
Right. And of course, it is also coupling to that seat, and you're feeling that too.
Oh, yeah. You heard that? Sorry, guys. I experienced all that at High Wycombe and Empire. Oh, go back a little bit further, sense around. And then the thing with sense around was that, you know, when that movie's not playing anymore, it's like you're hearing the film soundtracks at this kind of normal level sort of thing. You heard them at normal level before, and then sent this thing called sense around, and it's like, my goodness me, you know. And then it might be a different other movie, you know. Yeah, the sound system reproduction back then was, yeah, well, getting into a bit of a state, wasn't it? And everyone knows the history sort of thing, because it was all managed by studios and that. And after a while, they just didn't give a care about it. They weren't maintaining anything, and then it just started falling apart. And that's why THX stepped in. Yeah, they had a good thing going until George Lucas went back crazy at some point, and then it just started to not be Lucasfilm Limited THX sound system anymore. Damn those 80s and 90s were brilliant. But it's like you go to the Warner Village cinema, which was new when that was up and running. I heard Maverick there. No, not Top Gun Maverick. Maverick, Mel Gibson, Richard Donner movie, Dolby SR in screen. They had two screens that look identical. What were they, 5 and 7? I think screen number 5 and 7 they are. And when they played the chief engineer there was Andy. I bumbled into that. I bumbled into him a few times. I don't know him mutually, but anyway, the THX, when they played the, was it THX? Oh gosh, Grand, I think it was THX Grand. It started having issues in the playback. You know, it's like, what the fuck's going on? It sounded like, from what I could notice, it sounded like there's a patch bay in the projection room, and someone, maybe he, was pulling out the TRS leads, or the tip ring sleeve TRS, or balance, plug them in and pull them out. Not like they're like XLR, but they're called a TRS. It sounded like that because I was hearing this. I think, what the blazes is going on? I suppose. And then I just cracked out a remark in the auditorium. There was only probably about 20 people in the auditorium for the afternoon show. THX sound system, the world best sound system, fail. And it was just only getting seconds until the film had to start, because it's running through the projector. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. It kind of reminds me about when they came up with the THX Tex, he's flying around, the system breaks down. I think that trailer came out a little later. It played, and then boom, and you get Tex popping up, flies around with the hammer and the drill, bong, bong, boom, ow! Plugs in and yeah, it was just like that. I bumbled into the guy, and he apologized because he knows what happened. He apologized for that, and it's not a big deal. You don't need a slap on the wrist for that. Come on, these things happen. And he gave me a tour of boot box number 5. Had a little chat for whilst we're going to other boxes for about half hour or so. I'll just say, I used to be a projectionist at UCI and that, and all this, blah 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 blah. So one projectionist talked to another. He's a bit more senior, so yeah, and afterwards he just say, look, here you go and watch the movie again. I had hours until I had to get on a coach and travel back home, so saw Maverick again for a second time. I had an SBL meter with me that day. Most of the loud scenes, like the one scene in the movie where it's a chase scene or something on a horse and carriage, I think it's probably about 30 or so minutes into the movie or so, maybe 35. And the SBL needle was peaking around about, occasionally around about 90 dBA, and it was just too bloody loud. I was just like doing this sometimes. It was like, yeah, it sounds unnatural. Because if you're involved with a real horse and carriage and all that nonsense, you're not going to have music blaring with it, okay? It's not going to be 90 dB. It's going to be something a little bit less than that, because you'll be on a horse and you'll feel this freaking vibration. The horse and the carriage, the wheels going over the surface, you'll feel all this freaking vibration and maybe a little bump or jolt, and thinking, fucking hell, hold on, because that little could probably fly you off the bloody what's it? You'll hit the bloody ground, and you'll definitely feel that. Yeah, I just thought it just was a little bit. I'm just thinking, there's just not enough bass level in this THX cinema. Huh? It's brand new. It's state of the art. It sucked. And the only one that was whole lot better than that was the Empire Leicester Square, just a few yards up the road. It was the only best one in Leicester Square. And second to that, or maybe first to that, I don't know, which came first, chicken or the egg? I think they came up with the Warner Brother first, and then they did the High Wycombe, and then the Empire, and then it spread a little bit more around in the early 90s. UCI Sully something in Birmingham, I think. Few private ones here and there, but you're not going to know about those, so who cares? I think there was another one, but was it on the list? Never checked it out. There's only been a video, but it's never checked out the auditorium. Only the projection room, the Rex at the original Planet Hollywood. Didn't know they had one in the basement there. I'd like to check that out. And then as it's getting into the mid-90s, I don't think there was many more THX ones appearing in the UK. When it was getting near to almost near to the late 90s, there was a plan to introduce, no, I'm not sure, maybe less than 10 THX cinemas in the UK, but it never got green lighted. It was going to be like a shopping mall centre and all that, or a cinema, but it never got green lighted. So the UK really didn't have that many in the but now they don't exist. There's none of them that exist anymore. And you just got this crappy Atmos thing today. It's not exactly earth-shaking anymore. Maybe I'll go out and no, I'm not buying any more shit I couldn't care less. I was thinking of getting one of those what's it things and maybe figure out how to modify it, but I'm not sure if it's gas pistons and all that. You get one of those things that would bloody make the fucking floor shake. Not to mention it would do structural damage. What do you call it? There's things that you hold them two hands and they go boom, 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 boom. It's like when they're doing the road surface and they're doing the tarmac. Fucking hell. Those things have got I think the diameter of I think it's like that, square. And they go boom, boom. They got like boom, boom, boom. Oh, that would wreck your home, that would. But if you could design it in that way so that it's not bouncing on, it's fixed in a position. Oh no! Don't start thinking this. It's crazy. I'm not going to do that. Complete bonkers. Yeah, it would just do structural damage. You don't want structural damage, believe me. All that just to watch a stupid Top Gun Maverick. Oh dear. Yeah, right, sure. Those airplanes are in mid-air, aren't they? And you feel all this sonic boom when they're coming around. Load of horse shit. Don't bullshit me, Ryan and Penn. Don't bullshit me. I've heard red arrows flying around. And do they ever, if I'm put my head out the window, do I feel the bass frequency pressing on my body? No. Even if I'm outside, do I feel the bass level pressing against my body? No, it's a totally different aircraft. Now, take a Lancaster bomber. That's 4 prop engines. That flew by on a north to a southerly direction. So that was probably coming out from the airport and then turning its course heading and then came. That was probably flying at an altitude of, I could pretty much all see the detail on that thing because I was thinking, what the fuck is that sound I'm hearing out the window? I look out the window and I can see it. oh, it would have been great if I started. It would have been great at the time if I had one of these fucking things. I could have videoed it. That was flying at a pretty much low altitude over all the houses, and yet you felt the blimmin' thing. It was vibrating the house, vibrating the block of flats. How that works is the sound waves impact with the roof, and the roof is acting like a diaphragm. That roof is held up by wood. That wood comes down to the brick, and go figure. It was just like a vibration it was an interesting vibration. And it was, the speed, it's probably going at a lot slower than a red arrow. Because those things can only go at a top speed. If I Googled it, they can only go to a certain top speed. Slow speed, they could probably, they have to maintain it. If they go too slow with their altitude, they'll probably crash into the ground, wouldn't they? But wow. Yeah, it just goes by. And then you get the Doppler sound shift. The Doppler sound. Yeah. A Chinook helicopter. Yeah, 1.4, about a quarter of a mile distant. Usually, probably start hearing it again. The Chinook, maybe June. Although the climate temperature is not too bad at the moment. I'm surprised. It's usually a certain time in the year I hear the Chinook every year. Usually every year it's going east to Wesley, and then Wesley back to east direction. It's always doing the same course heading, transferring to another army base several miles away. I felt the Chinook at one time. The concrete floor, just shimmering a little bit. But that's just it's not none of this bullshit put on Black Hawk Down fucking Irene and feeling the fucking bullshit. Otherwise, do they feel the concrete surface vibrating? Because all those helicopters are on the ground, aren't they? And you're fucking Irene. Do you feel, you got all this different sine wave frequencies move. Yes, they look like sine wave frequencies, They're Black Hawks, aren't they? Does a Black Hawk actually do that signature sound? Or is it some of it a bit artistic license of bullshitting? But a Chinook, Chinook's got a certain signature sound to it. That was interesting that I felt that, but not all the time. It's just probably how it was stimulating the air particles and the wavelength traveling through the air, and then impacts, with, if it was a wooden floor, it would probably vibrate a little bit more than a concrete. Like I say, it's metal bars going through the floor and concrete is poured on top of it. That's what someone told me. Because he'd done a shitload of demolition, so he knows how do you say, oh gosh, what's the word for it? Anyway, he just knows. In a case, it's like the floor is only vibrated once in that room. It's only jittered up to about 120 dB on a single JBL 18 cinema sub, and it's only vibrated a tiny little bit. It took that amount. Bloody hell, really? That was the Spy Who Loved Me. Yeah, it doesn't have to be Top Gun Maverick, That was the Spy Who fucking loved me, and the fucking floor just vibrated a little bit, shimmered. Big deal. So what? 120 dB, is that really necessary? There are other ways of doing it, And all this floating floor shit, bloody hell. If I wanted to put a very mild floating floor in the room, it's not rocket science. I just look at see what heavy duty suspension springs, or say like maybe used on vehicles or such, and then just get an angle grinder and cut the bloody thing down to a certain height. Yeah, and then just fit these, a lot of them, to the floor surface, and then put another, and then rubber, and put another floor surface or such on top of it. And then I got, would it improve the Technics turntable? No, I don't think so. Yeah, even if it's concrete floor, like I say, even I jump up a little bit, come down, boom, it just gives a slight vibration on that surface because it goes into the rack, travels up through the rack, and then the turntable's right on the top. Yeah, it vibrates, but so what? Couldn't care less. I'm not one of these audiophile nutcases that want to isolate the bloody thing. Yeah, if I wanted to isolate it, okay, put it in a separate room where it's literally isolated, from, and you can jump up and down and that. Probably need one of those whatsits to, one of those road things to boom, 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 boom. They'll probably start vibrating then, because that's a lot of foot pound coming down. Yeah, ouch. Yeah, you'd be in the hospital if that thing came down on your foot. You'd be isolate your turntable, put it in a concrete bunker, nuclear bomb proof and all that. Oh dear. I like those Technics because the DJs use them, so they abuse the bloody shit out of them, don't they? So obviously they're they're robust to a degree, I suppose. That's why they were so damn popular. But I hardly use mine. I'd hardly use that turntable. I don't know what the point was buying it. At least I could sell it at the same price that I bought it. But I'm gonna, am I gonna miss the? Because my LP collection is probably only about that thick. So it's not like some that have got an LP collection that probably goes from the corner of that wall all the way across there, and that's literally hundreds of LP records, literally. Yeah, I got hundreds and hundreds of literally. I said I'm stopping buying laser discs. Fuck's sake, I've got 2 more coming. Oh god. Look, that's where my laser discs are stacked. I've got no fucking room on the bloody shelf. I've got equipment up there. I've got equipment down on the lower part of the bloody rack, which the reason I got the bloody rack years ago was for stacking laser discs. And then what the fucking hell? I start stacking equipment on it. Oh, I've got nowhere to put that fucking shit now. Fuck's sake. Ever heard the saying, push come to shove? Either I shove some of that equipment off of the top rack, but I can't put the laser because the height between the other racks is a little higher. I could get laser discs, I think, maybe in that top shelf, but I've got to put them in at this angle, and then I can put them upright. But I could only put so many in there, otherwise I wouldn't be able to pull them apart to move it at an angle safely and then take it out. Otherwise, the bottom shelf is also the same height as the other 2 shelves. I've got all this cracking away. Look, fucking hell. Fucking laser discs stacking up that way. At least they're stacked that way. So, they're not all diagonal, and then the weight's leaning on it, and then you take a laser disc out a few months later, and then you think, oh gosh, it's not playing because it got warped, it got slightly bent, and then you got to put weight on it and let it flatten out for about a couple of weeks, and then it'll play. Yeah. Yes, let me listen to these guys again, eh? Because I don't know.
But you could stand up on that concrete floor, like being at an outdoor gig, and you get that thump in the chest, that wave that everybody's experienced from a...
Oh, please, that thump in the chest. It's artificial. It's artificial. I don't really give a hoot. I get that thump in the chest, and, I felt Klingons thump in the chest. The Klingon, yeah, in Star Trek, what do you call it? Star Trek 5, The Voyage, The Final Frontier, where the Klingon does this warrior, does it on screen, and yet you feel it. The audience feels it. I felt it 20 meters away from that screen. Wow, that's incredible. And when God spoke, frickin' heck, it just rumbled and pressing on your body, and it rumbled deeply. My goodness, God was really pissed off, angry in THX. That was the only time that movie played exclusive for one day only, because then they moved it to the up the road at Piccadilly Plaza Cinema in 70mm. So I only played one day exclusive at the Empire and THX sound system with the THX Shimron trailer, which was the last thing they used at the day. I'm surprised they didn't use the Shimron trailer for every, because they probably only had one trailer. If they had several more of them, they could have, they could have put it on a spool, because all the other prints and all that, they would be most likely, they're all running on the cake platters, and they could have done a what's it there. Obviously the trailer was on the platter, or already spliced onto the 70mm print. Yeah, it was like earth moving. It's like Star Trek 3, the warp drive engaging. So while they're on the bridge, and Captain Kirk says warp speed, and then Mr. Sulu says, "I warp speed," and then they press a button. You feel this jolt, real world flipping jolt. And then you got the exterior, then the Enterprise going, you feel it, freaking energy on it, and then just looking like going down the surround speaker. Boom, whoosh. Wicked. Hot, wicked tuna, melted cheese. Oh, wicked. Wicked bass that was. I don't give a shit about all this, what these guys are going about, infrasonic and all that. Bloody hell. Have these guys ever gone out on a real world with a Spectrum lab and monitored real world frequency? I have. Be surprised that there'll be infrasonic even on, like traveling on a bus, and there's infrasonic frequency there's bass frequency, and it's just picking everything up. Yeah, the infrasonic goes down very low, but you can't really say, oh yeah, I've experienced infrasonic, because our ears can only hear a certain frequency range. If we had a filter in our head that could just filter that off, we would be sensing the infrasonic. It's like if you played, I was going to do this the other day, but I didn't get around to it. set the crossovers differently for the direct radiating JBL subs in the room. So they're 48 dB. So I'll filter off all the sub bass frequency, tune them up a little bit. They'll go down to about maybe 7 hertz. That's not too bad for some JBL. That's not too bad. I don't want to hear any shit about JBL can't do it. The actual amplifier frequency response will go down a little lower. And very smoothly, though. Yeah. Have these guys, and then have they babbled on about measuring amplifiers? Nope, because I haven't seen any videos. It's just going to be a load of talk. I've already done videos. I've shown where the frequency response is going on the processor, what that's doing, and then what's it doing on the amplifier. Oh my goodness, it's going like down a little bit lower. I know. There's a low pass filter on that amplifier. It's rolling it off a little bit. It's not exactly going flat. Well, unless you have a schematic diagram and you know where that low pass filter is located exactly, and then you desolder it, make a little bridge circuit over it. So it's, so it'd be a closed circuit. Otherwise it'd be open. Close it. And then you should then see a frequency response going a little bit flatter. Or at least, not exactly flat, because there's still other filters maybe going on the processor, maybe anywhere else in the B chain. Loudspeaker management crossover. You got to measure everything. And then you see that, oh yeah, there's filters. I know there's filters on the HF, on the for the amplifiers, for the HF horns. It rolls off, same sort of thing, 12 dB. So all I do is put a filter in there first to bring that up, get it flat, and then I can use on the Trinov for the what's typically used on most some cinema CP processors, screen compensation boost, where it boosts, because there's a screen material there and it's going to deviate the frequency and roll it off a little bit. So it boosts it up a little bit and just makes those high frequencies a little bit, but you got to carefully do it. You can't just rush in and do it. You fuck it up. You could clip the amplifier. You could on tweeters, you could end up burning out the voice coil on tweeters. And if you want to be a little bit cautious, because I'll tell you, it does cause me a little anxiety, because I fucked up tweeters years ago by doing some very weird oscillating tones through the speaker, and then eventually, I didn't have test equipment decades ago. It burnt out the tweeter, the voice coil. So yeah, got to use a little caution. You can always put an audio limiter on something to protect. But everything being what it is now, DSP and all that, and I have run into issues where loudspeaker management control has gone haywire and output a real nasty signal that's generating into the amplifier, and the amplifier gain levels are turned up at this level, and so it's going to put a raw signal into those speakers, and if you don't get that thing shut down quickly, that signal, that energy is heating up the voice coil until it burns it out, because it's going, like, say, way above the technical tolerances, and it's better to have a fuse. You don't put it at the speaker end, you put it at the amplifier end so you can maintain it easily. Otherwise, you've got to climb behind the bloody screen, pain in the ass. So you put it behind the rack, and so it goes into a fuse, and once that goes above a certain threshold, theoretically it should be like that, and then boom, open circuit. There's no signal going through it. Just like anything else, you know. But you got to make sure you got to run tests, simulate that into a dummy load or something, that this thing is going to blow if it exceeds this voltage. Because it's a pain in the ass to get behind the screen, take the HF horns down, undo the change, put a new diaphragm on it, and it's a little bit more than putting a new diaphragm attached to a compression driver. You got to spend at least an hour to align it. You got to wiggle it a little bit this way, that way. You run the pink noise, you get a frequency, and then you look and think, that's not exactly looking like the manufacturer's frequency. There's something going on there. Then you run a sine wave. Then you run a frequency sweep. Did I say run a frequency? Run a frequency sweep, and then you hear it. It makes a weird sound when it gets to, and then you look at the what's it, and you think, it's going. Then you do sine wave tone testing individually, and then you just wiggle that diaphragm. It's got so many screws to hold it down, and it's got to be positioned correctly. That's why it takes maybe about an hour until you got it aligned, and then you can put it behind the screen. Otherwise, you have it slightly misaligned. It can make a distortion sound at a certain frequency where all the others aren't making that sound. It sounds like making a sound like. And if I do that simulation on an RTA, with I could see the frequency response changing. I had to learn this shit myself because I was thinking, how the heck do I align these compression drivers, the diaphragms? How the heck do I don't know what keyword to start using. So I thought I'll have to make it up myself, won't I? I got videos where I'm doing it, and I'm spending hours. I'm dedicated, not like these guys here. They're not dedicated. They probably get someone else to do it for them. It sucks the life out of you. It really does, because it's bloody exhausting and boring. But it's got to be done. It's necessary. Just like when you recone a bass speaker driver. I've never had recone one yet. It's always the edge surround on foam surround. Or something like that. Well, most of all the other speakers, they're cloth ribbon, so they're going to last. Well, bloody hell, those JBL surround speakers, they're all cloth ribbon surround. They're made back in the late 1980s. They're using the same materials up till a point when they probably discontinued the model, but they still used it into the JBL 8330 Mark 1, Mark 2s, 8330A. And then they started using other, I think the 8333s. I think they're cloth ribbon. And then they started using foam surround on some of the other later models, and then they just deteriorate after so many years. And you got to re-edge it. But I hadn't had to do a recon, but I've seen all the crap course videos. So when it comes to doing one of those, though, I've never blown a bass driver yet. Never blown one. Not like all these idiots or this guy here. He wants to see his stupid sub bass doing that, but then is that necessary? It's like, oh yeah, it costs this amount of money. I want to do all that shit with it. I spent secondhand money on this shit. I didn't have to buy it brand new. It's not necessary. But then there's not a lot of those speakers on eBay that everybody can go and buy. They just pop up now and then. I couldn't care less about his 64-inch sub bass. What? Let's be real. you're still going to get a standing wave issue from that. You've got to put one at the back. You've got to put one at the front. It's not practical in his room. Otherwise, where are you going to put the screen speakers, for crying out loud? There wouldn't be any room behind the screen. Unless you design it the way I'm thinking. I think those 64s or what, I think they'll be better suited in a dubbing stage. Yeah, but has a dubbing stage yet used it? Has a cinema actually used those things? Those things have been around a few years now. I've not heard of a cinema being using them. It's always usually practical 18s, and they're usually coupled or mutual couplings stacked. And then they give the equivalent of an 80-inch or 100-inch, depending on how many are stacked. 2 of my 18s would give an equivalent to what? 36 inches. The TCB subs, I think they're equivalent to 24 inches. Yeah. And does this guy is he open and honest? I play a sine wave or something up and there's something start vibrating in the room, just the same as a cinema light manning Chinese theatre. Something was stimulating and vibrating, because work it out. Sound waves are going to go to the corners. Once they reach the corners, they're going to peak more higher level at certain frequency, and it's going to stimulate, whatever is not tightened down and secured, and it's just going to start plaster falling on your head. Because that building at the time was very old, wasn't it? Wasn't built ground up, brand new, structurally sound. It's had earthquakes in that region over the years, and and then they're trying to bloody simulate bloody artificial earthquake sound in the bloody auditorium. Oh dear. Yeah, and the way that bass wave kind of had a forward-backward motion of the air. It's very interesting on Battlestar, but I don't really care for Battle. That gave me fucking tinnitus, that did. But you hear those fucking vipers. Yeah, it's like they're roaring, like moving. But it's only an illusion. If I put some of the which subs is it? The TCBs, because one's at the front, one at the back, and I do a little alteration, and a certain bass frequency, when it arrives, it kind of makes me do this. Because the bass signal is kind of like tapping on my ear or something. It's like someone coming up and actually, and it's just like the invisible man. And I just do this shit. If I change it the other way, I don't notice it. Goes over my head. Don't even notice. If I do it the other way, I say, oh, that's an interesting sensation. It's the experience. But I haven't checked it out in every seat, because I got fucking junk in all the other cinema seats, apart from the fucking hell, apart from only one seat I can sit on the rear back. I need to clear those seats, but I've got so much junk, I don't know where to put it. I just don't know where to put it now. Ugh. If I put it in here, I'll be climbing over everything. It'll start looking like one of these fucking what do you call it? Exchange and Mart stores or something. crikey, there was an Exchange and Mart store. I kid you not, I'll go in. There was always interesting hi-fi and other cameras and whatever else. And but my goodness, you had to climb over it. It was just like a mountain of like, what the heck? There might be something interesting back over there, but I can't get to it. It's all this in the way. It's just like in this bedroom. I'm sick and tired. It's a bad habit, and I'm sick and tired of it. Oh. Mm. Oh. Wow. Why don't I have 35 mil? I couldn't care less for it. I was seriously thinking of putting 35 in this home years ago. One of the first projectors that I ever. Oh wow, a Victoria 5, Cinemacanica Victoria 5. Like there were so many of them. And wow, for a whole Vic 5, £250. I turned it down. I mean, now when you see those things showing up on the bay, fucking hell, they're like almost $3,000. Yeah, cake platter, everything, all gear, dirt cheap. But going back, I'm talking about going back now to what, 2012, 2013, when they started throwing out all the real McCoy for this stupid junk bloody digital crap. Yeah, it's either that or it goes to a scrapyard and gets turned into something else. Wow, £250 for a Vic 5. Yeah, turn it down. I was thinking of putting rollers all around the room. Cut a hole above the door so I could thread the film, and then more rollers, and then cut another hole so it goes in the kitchen. But then the lamp house would be different for the projector because you wouldn't need a xenon on it. You need a different lamp because it's a short distance to throw the light. I was thinking of putting a cake platter, a triple. I was thinking of putting a triple cake platter over in the corner. But then I gave it a bit more thought. I got a cat. My cat Soot is going to be up on that cake platter. It's going to messing with the film. It will fuck up. And seeing what the length of the projector would be, and that wouldn't be too much, but if I had to get to the kitchen sink, I'd have to go underneath the bloody thing, and I'd think, no, I'm not going to be able to put up with that nonsense all the time. And also, I don't like the noise of those fucking things. I didn't like the noise when I was doing projection back in the day. I didn't like the fucking noise of those things when the film's running through the, particularly when the film's going through the intermittent sprocket, and it makes this. It's bloody loud. It's like 90 dB. It's fucking loud. And that said, you know, even if it's in the kitchen, am I still going to hear it? Am I going to notice it slightly? Because even with a port window, and if the auditorium's really silent, you can hear a projector start up. You can hear the sprocket sound. Because like I say, it's pretty loud. It's not like these video projectors where they're, you know, they're different frequency response, SPL level. And when you measure things, you don't measure it with an SPL. You measure it with real-time analyzing. So you see the frequency response that it's doing. And then you've got your SPL there with you and metering. So, so you know the frequency curve and the SPL level. And then you think, well, how do I get this quieter? And then you measure it until you start seeing that frequency response dropping down slightly. So you achieved maybe a few dB. You wouldn't get it all down. You wouldn't get it entirely down because it needs a fan there. And that fan's inside a box. And then when it's inside a box, it's going to make a little extra SPL level. Unless you put some dampening material also inside that, which I doubt there is in the video projector. Because my video laser projector, it's got a little whining sound that I can hear behind the port window. But it's tiny. I did a video years ago where I measured it, but it's tiny because the microphone's going to be able to see the peak frequency and think, oh, right, it's there. So what's occurring inside the projector, which is obviously a moving part, you know, you turn an OLED on, it's silent, doesn't make a sound, you know, unless you've got special analyzing equipment where you can measure the actual electronical frequency and it's producing a signature sound. Yeah, that's a little bit too technical for Ben, I think. Yeah, you just measure it and then you go inside and think, well, I can see a few moving parts. Then you just start touching carefully. Or go around with the microphone as well and see if you can pick up something that might register on the art and think, it's got to be this. Can't be anything else. But that, yeah, it could be resonating through the plastic box. So you look at all these shitty projectors they make for bloody fucking cinemas. Most of it is kind of like a little bit of metal, but mostly plastic. Oh my god! You know, this ice cream, you know, and plastic. Fucking hell! It's not like these real projectors that were made out of fucking metal and steel and fuck's sakes, built robust to last decades, and then these shitty projectors come along. Yeah, and they only have them in the cinema for a few years, and then they got to upgrade. Oh, I thought they were the next best bloody thing. Load of bullshit. Got lied to. Got totally lied. Digital's going to be cheap. Bullshit. How come it's so fucking expensive? Bloody bullshit and a load of lies. Yeah. I'll get around to putting that projector on the bench, open it up and see what the heck's moving around. But I don't really notice it. Once I've got a bit of sound, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be a soundtrack. I could be talking to myself. I mask it. I'm creating a masking sound field around, until I shut the fuck up, and then I notice it. So once the soundtrack plays out, you don't even notice. When you got these projectors in most typical rooms, and you're going to hear that fan sound. It's coming above you. God. And everybody wants to put it into a box called a hush box. What's the point of that? It's just more on top of your electric bill to extract the bloody heat out of the bloody box, for crying out loud. Mine doesn't need that. It's free in the kitchen. The heat vents. Doesn't need a hush box. Doesn't need an extractor. I doubt I would even need an extractor, even if I had 35 in the home. I'm not going to need an extractor because I'm not running a xenon lamp on the bloody thing, where those things generate a lot of heat, and you got to have all the safety gear and all that when you're changing the lamps and that, because they're high pressure. Fuck around with those things will explode in your face. You get scarred and blinded. Even handling small ones, you've got to be careful, be cautious, because they'll be under a pressure. If it pops, you're going to get splinters of glass going in your eye. So, yeah. Of course, like I say, don't mess around with those fucking xenon ones. You don't open the lamp house door on the bloody thing while that thing's fucking running, because you've changed the atmospheric temperature pressure and the thing could explode. No, when they explode, it's like someone opened a bag of sugar and poured it. It looks like sugar. It's a total mess. You got to go in there with a pan and wash it, scrape it, get most of the bulk of it out, and you got to go in there with a vacuum cleaner and get all the rest of it out. Yeah, what are these guys? They're still going on about bass, aren't they? Bass.
A decent kick drum at a festival, right?
Do you like floating floors in this application?
So I don't dislike either. I like the ability to show both and choose which one the client wants and dial it in. So,
but for you, which would you choose? I know what I would.
So,
but for you, which would you choose? I know what I would choose. I'm pretty opinionated on this.
Some semi-sprung, right? So we have a riser design, a timber riser design that is not very sprung. It's pretty stiff, but has some compliance. It depends on the room size. Like, it depends on lots of things. But I love, in fact, that's not fair to things, but it depends on the room size. Like, it depends on lots of things. But I love, in fact, that's not fair to say I love. I love, it depends on lots of things, but I love, in fact, that's not fair to say I love that really airborne slam. But
he likes, I love, he likes, I love. It's like that, he loves me not. He loves me not. What's he going on about? You cannot love it. Okay, I love this ice. Well, no, actually, I like it. I love my cat. I like my cat. I like that. Oh, wow, that is refreshing. Oh. Just what the doctor ordered. That's better than sex. At least it doesn't mass produce, reproduce, and makes the population more chaotic. Oh gosh. I wonder how many trial and errors it took to come up with that ice cream. You know, you got to test it with an audience. You know, we got our prototype. What the fuck? Don't think we got a good plus there. Okay, back to the drawing board. Okay, come up with some better ingredients. You know, it's a combination of the balance of the ingredients, just like you would say. Oh, now I'm starting to sound like that guy's that Ben, his other guy. What's he? Peter, isn't it? He start going on about bloody audio, and then he starts rambling about chefs and cooking, and then he'll ramble about luxury watches, and then he'll start rambling on about luxury sport cars. Oh, for goodness gracious, what the fuck's that got to do with audio? Well, watches make tick 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 sounds. Chefs, they're always always bickering, you know, when they're trying to, you know, you've got too many of them, and oh damn, fucking hell, we just have one chef here to do this, not you lot. Bloody hell, what the fuck is this? And then sport cars, I don't like the fucking noise of the bloody things. Okay, okie dokie. What was he calling me? Love this, love that. You cannot love it. It's immaterial. At the end of the day, it is immaterial and a pack, nothing more than a pack of electronics. Now, I could say maybe I love it or I like it, or you know, if it was medical sort of thing, and it has some real practicality to it. Otherwise, all this is reference levels. Once an amplifier reaches 0, it's going to distort. It can't go any more further than that. It's going to start distorting, and so you got to have amplifier power to magnify. Speaker's got a tolerance to it as well. You got to look at the tolerances, like, oh, this can only go so much, you know, and then it's just going to start cracking up. The little crappy speakers, what they use in these rooms, this Ben guy, or what little speakers behind in the room, oh, come on. And these rooms that you're describing sound like they're a little bit bigger than my room, and you're doing all this bullshit. Come on, don't divert all the bass level into the subs and that. Come on. Can your rooms do like Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock, like it was at the Empire Leicester Square? I can still remember how that sounded and how it felt. And it's like, the mix is no more too much different on the DVD. You know, when that Enterprise explodes, fucking hell. But the way the explosion experience is in the room, I kind of get a bass slam that kind of hits me this way, and I kind of rock back in my seat because it's unnatural. Oh, Chicago, Arizona's on. Come on, don't bullshit me. Come on, don't bullshit me. No, really, Doug, your mind won't know the difference. Total Recall. You turn your fader level down and you diminish the bass and all that. But how the Enterprise, how I can still remember that at the Empire Leicester Square. I've got to get in position. I've got to get in position now. Can I just put this over here? So I'm going to do a reaction. Going back to October 8th, Sunday. This would be, I think this would be in the free. I think Star Trek 3 started around about 3 o'clock in the afternoon or something. So when that Enterprise exploded, it was like, I'm 20 meters back from the screen, and it just watching like on the edge of the seat, because I was really into the shit, really into it, and it was like boom, like that. I kind of went boom, like up like that, like someone came by and put their knee up, boom, into my lower part of my jaw, boom, kneed me, like fucking hell. But when it impacts in the room, because I could repeat it over and over and over, it always does the same thing. I kind of rock back in the seat like that. It just hits me and I rock back in the seat, because I find it intrusively scary, because I know that in the real world, bass would go around on a day-to-day, on a weekly basis. It doesn't press against our body. Only certain things are going to give us a vibration, and then it's like the bass is always going to do this sort of rhythm in the room. You want it to do this, but there's nothing on this stupid Atmos. There's not an LFE 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, whatever. Like I said, the LFE hasn't evolved or changed since the 1990s. It's still the same boring thing. So yeah, to get that sort of bass experience like it got, I'd have to have the room in a different design, a different shape or a different design. But if I went to another auditorium and saw the same, it'd probably be a different, still get that slam feel. But come on, don't bullshit me. It's in a zero gravity with no air. Give these people air, Cohagen. There's nothing there for the fucking sound to transmit that. It'd just be a flash of, and that's all you'll see. Might as well do it like 2001. Mute the audio when the Enterprise blows up, so you just see it, boom. Or you just have music playing with it. No, there's no music score playing with it at that time in there. The music score plays up to a certain point where it's on the bridge, and then it goes silent, and then boom, 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 sound effects take over. And then when you see that, it's brilliant orchestrated when the Enterprise then moves this way, and then the camera turns the other way, where you see it then starting to lose its fall into the gravity of the planet, and then the music score kicks in marvelously, because you think, fuck, they were daring every time. The Captain Kirk was daring to blow the bloody Enterprise up in the TV show, wasn't he? Daring, and then finally, they're in a situation now where, they're completely buggered. And there's no way you can. They think, we can't let this vehicle fall into enemy hands. So we got to destroy it. Didn't they have any shuttlecrafts on this Enterprise? They could have got onto a shuttlecraft, couldn't they? Doesn't it have warp speed capability? Huh? The Enterprise. It's got loads of shuttlecrafts in the cargo bay. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And getting directional bass, bloody hell. And then when Captain Kirk's kicking that Klingon, you know, when the Klingon grabs hold of his foot and he's trying to pull him off the cliff as well. And then Captain Kirk thinking, I can't reason with this guy. And he's kind of shaking his head like, oh, fuck it. Boom! I have had enough of you. Fucking hell. You felt that in the chest. But the Klingon is getting kicked in the face, but you don't feel it in the face. You feel it in the chest. So the psychoacoustic there, I don't think the audience want to get still bass level coming up, engineer it somehow, shift it and get the frequency to otherwise the audience are going to look pretty battered, aren't they? They'll be bringing the audience out on stretchers. Oh, Captain Kirk kicked me in the face. Oh. No, it wouldn't happen. You'd just feel an acoustical wave of sound. It wouldn't do any damage. But yeah, feeling and hearing all that whilst everything is rumbling and quaking on the stage left, right. Bloody hell. And you get that kind of that kick sort of thing, which is only in a certain frequency range. And it's only like the amp or the signal is only pulsing a few dB up here and there, and pushing out that sound acoustical wave. But come on, if someone was beating the shit out of someone in reality and you was only standing just a couple of feet away from them, you just hear the sound, you don't feel it. So Ben and this Ryan, please don't bullshit me with all this bollocks. Film soundtracks are fabrications, artificial. Oh, they're entertaining. But they're still fabrications. They're not real. But yeah, these guys are a little bit younger than me. One day they'll wake up and then realise, you know. Because you go to you could go to every other single cinema today. They say they're all this digital and state of the art. Let me see if for example, if Star Trek 3 were to play at the Odeon BH2, and I check out what screen it's in, and if it happened to be in screen 9, I'm kind of curious. I know I'll be wasting my time, you know. I might just go down there just to check it, you know. I just probably wouldn't care for anything, and you know, everything else. Is it going to do it like, you know, the Empire Leicester Square? Because it's state of the art cinema. It's state of the art. It might only be Dolby CP 750 in those auditoriums, a CP 850 in screen 9 with a shitload of is it QSC amplifier? I think I've seen a picture of in a magazine, a technical magazine. I think it's a shitload of QSC amplifiers. Everything's JBL installed, but I've been in that screen, so I've seen the Bond movie in it. No time to listening to it. I had to wear bloody earplugs all the way through it. Nearly 3 hours of wearing earplugs. Really? That's not an experience. That's off-putting. Because I could walk around in the real world. I don't have to wear fucking earplugs. Because the frequency response isn't doing this stupid thing where it's artificial on a film soundtrack. Sometimes you've got to put a little elevation in the high frequency or such just to hear these little sounds, these little subtle sounds that sometimes going on. Otherwise, with all the music, that frequency response that's going on, you won't notice the sound effect. You got to put some to notice it. put it on headphones. Oh yeah, I can hear it a little bit clearer there. Oh, there's nothing wrong with the acoustics. And yeah, like I say, reality, we don't hear blaring fucking music. You sat in a room listening, you just hear sound effect or sound manufactured by mankind. It's artificially manufactured it's man-made. Unless you're listening out for nature. I don't hear many birds around here. It's relatively silent. There are birds out there, but they want to sing when they want to. Yeah. There's lots of ways that you could where bass frequency, like there's bass going against the door in the room, okay? It moves. Okay, so if I were to put hang on. No, the door's going to open outward, isn't it? It's going to open outward. It used to open inward because I turned the door around. Anyway, if the door was turned around the other way and it was closed, but it's still going to have this little, okay? And if I were to put a piece of wood between that door and one of the cinema seats, play a sine wave tone, low frequency, I would feel the seat slightly vibrating. Take the wood out, I won't feel the seat vibrating because it's transmitting through the wood. But it'll only do that on certain low frequencies. The door would be acting like a diaphragm. But it's very impractical because a piece of wood in the way. Yeah. Yeah, let me just play these guys again. They're a hoot.
But yes, you get from a drum kit outside. And I like to be able to generate the pressure required to get chest slam.
Oh dear. To get chest slam. Oh dear, that's sad. Not to mention the SBL level, and you think, bloody hell, it's too much on my ears. I don't like that shit. I wouldn't mind getting the feel without necessarily having that fucking loud SBL on my eardrums. Because it's very easy to do that, very mildly. Very mildly. Can a sound system Atmos do that? No. Not unless you... No, it can't. The bass frequencies can't move around that like that. They spread out and they're very wide. It's not like you can control it and make it so it's going to tap you on the shoulder or maybe stimulate you, rub you there, and that sort of. Atmos can't do that shit. It's just like any other system, sound system. Atmos is not a special case. Okay, it's rather boring. I'm done with buying. I am done buying UHD discs. I haven't bought any UHD now in, gosh, what was the last UHD I bought? And it ended up going straight into the cat litter. Was it F1? I didn't even play that movie all the way through. I played a little bit at the start. I saw the end credits on a video on YouTube, and the color looks different compared to the movie on the disc. The color has changed a little bit. They've altered the color slightly. I don't like the color on the UHD. It looks yeah, they fudged it. And that went straight into Brad Pitt he went into the pit stop of the cat litter, smothered and covered. And there you lay, Brad Pitt. You bored my tits off. Well, basically, it was it Skywalker's Sound? Was it Skywalker's Sound that did the mix on that? Bloody hell. I thought they were state of the art. I must be misinformed. Doesn't sound or feel like a bloody vehicle being sat in it when you're on the POV, the point of view. Total waste of time. Because you think, where are all the average speakers going to be located? On a dub stage, to a cinema, to an average home. And I'm more hardcore listening than most of all the millionaires, stinking millionaires out there with their home theaters. I'm more hardcore listening than a lot of you. And yet, what, you know, it's flawed. Atmos is technically flawed. 15 years of bullshit. Come on, don't bullshit us for 15 years. Yeah, right. Whatever you desire.
Yeah.
And that can't be at the expense of Rumble, right? Like, bass shakers are not going to do it for me. I need big chest variations. Bass shakers are not going to do it for me.
Arc at him. Arc at that guy. Have I mentioned this? All right. Do I have to prove this shit? Okay. Not that you're going to believe it, because it'd be like NASA going to the moon this month. It's like, it's not even 50-50, you know, or ask the audience, you know. It's more like this much percentage think it's, come on, don't bullshit us. And it's like, this percentage believe it. We're all aware of this AI shit today. I think what they did back in the Apollo days, make the lie bigger. Look, make the lie big as it can be, and everyone's going to believe it. And I did. I believed it until one day I had doubt. Because how many of us are going to be going there? I haven't. Have you? Has that other person over there? No. It's rather selfish in NASA, I think. No wonder they don't want to share it with all the other children. Anyway, go back to the other thing. Yeah. What was he talking about?
That can't be at the expense of Rumble, right? Like, bass shakers are not going to do it for me.
They're not going to do it. It's how you design the bass shaker. Because you can't practically be standing, you can't be practically kneeling down in front of that sub-bass speaker with your hand on it. Because you take your hand away from it, you just hear the sound. You don't feel, you play it at practical, normal level, you don't feel it. You just hear it. You hear the tones and such, and you hear the tones shifting and moving this way, that way, you know, depending on the frequency. But you put your hand on it, it's always going to do that piston movement, and yet you feel the frequency. You put a sine wave on it, start at 20 hertz, 25, and so on and so on. You get to a certain frequency, and I mean, you keep your hand on that bass cone while it's playing that frequency. It's going like that. You keep it there for a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes, and then you take your hand, and then you're going to notice this. Your hand feels very weird. It tingles. It's a little mild white finger. But if you were doing that, say 8 hours every single day for maybe 10 years, you're going to have very difficulty in your movement, in your fingers and all that, because the damage has already been done. But if you put it there mild for a short while and then you take it away, you think, gosh, my fingers feel weird. It wears down after so many minutes. It wears down, then your fingers start feeling like normal-ish again. It's like a temporary, like I say again, it's like a temporary white finger effect. But I could, like I say, I've got 2 voltmeters, and I could set those 2 voltmeters up, one on the one for the sub for the JBLs, and one for the bass shaker. I could put a sine wave through, adjust the levels until they got equal voltage, and I'm ready to test which one's going to win. Well, I don't think it's a case of which one's going to win. Let them both work together. So you got the airborne tone, because the bass shaker is not exactly silent. That's total bullshit, because if you generate a tone into it, depending on the frequency, and once it reaches a certain frequency or a certain voltage level, it's going to be audible because it's coupled to a surface. Or I could decouple it from a surface and have it suspended on a piece. I'm going to hear that because it's still a magnet and a voice coil that's just moving. Once it's up at a certain level, it's going to be audible. But once it's fitted, which is trial and error, because it's experimental. It's not like we've tested it in a lab. We've tested it with 100 different types of materials, different seating, cinema seats, real cinema seats, these type of couch home theater seats, other different types of upholstery, sofas, couches, chairs, whatever. You know, there's nothing like that. If you go to the what's it called, the is it Dayton or Express Parts or something, they haven't got, you know, it's a basic wire diagram on how to wire those things up to for the impedance, the type of amplifier that needs to be for the impedance to run those things comfortably so they don't distort or yeah. But there's no other manual that says, you know, it's trial and error. But you're always going to feel that sine wave tone, 20 hertz. You can feel like I feel it like well, it doesn't do it like this on the bed. It'd be interesting if I put one of those bass shakers attached to the bed and see what see what it's like. To attach it to the bed mattress, well, that's a no-brainer, because all I need to do is put it on the bed mattress itself, put a little extra weight on top of it so it doesn't bounce around if it moves, you know, and then just generate some sine wave tone and see what it feels like on the bed. Yeah. I could do that. I've got a few bass shakers that are not attached to the seat. They're waiting. They're all such. I've got a few of them. I've got the 8-inch one, or the big one, the biggest Dayton one they got, the 300 watt one. I could try that. I got the 50. Yeah, I got a few loose ones that I could. How long would that take me to set up? All I need is a long cable going from the. The only problem there is I won't have the computer screen in front of me. I can't run it on the laptop unless I get a USB signal into the laptop here. Can I use the other laptop? It's got to be connected with the what's it? Otherwise, I won't be able to switch the sine wave tone. I'll be going back and forth all the time in my mind, my memory. And when I'm sat in a different position, in this position here, or if I move slightly over, the vibration field may be the same, or it might be a little bit different, or it might be uniform. Yeah, I think I'll just stick to the yeah. So I just put an average voltage into the voltmeter, get an average reading on the voltmeters. So that sub's getting that voltage, this space shaker's getting that voltage on the set, and then I'm ready to do the test. But even if the voltage is still, you know, that sub is still going to generate. If it were outdoors now, if this just was done outdoors, there's not going to be any room gain. It's like this square box here in the image in the frame, you know, is the room. You know, it's going to rebound on the floor, go up to the ceiling, the corners, and it's going to magnify a little bit. It's going to add something extra there that shouldn't be. Unless you're putting something around that room to vent it, where that signal or that frequency will vent out of the room slightly, so it would change a little bit in the room. And then you probably got something that, yeah, that's more or less how it is. Because if you measure the sub frequency sweep, whoops, outdoors, and you got two subs. So it's all set up, ready to go. You measure one outdoors, whoop, then you measure the one indoors. You make sure you're checking all the spec, not just, you know, you got to check the amplifier directly. So you got everything spot on. So there's no, come on, don't bullshit me, you know, because you could have two say like overrated SVS subs. They might not exactly be identical on the amplifier. You know, you turn that dial, you know, if it goes click, 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 you know, and you do the, and you think, it's a little dB difference here, you know, because you can see the overlay. So you check the frequency response directly on the amplifier to make sure it's all spot on. Then you do your frequency, then you do your acoustical frequency sweep. And then you look at it, and then you can look at the data on the overlays, and then you can see that's outdoors and this is indoors, and you think, bloody hell, what a mess. Might as well just either leave it as it is, or you got to do some serious alteration to the room. Serious. It's like, where do you put holes, or where to vent these frequencies, or let these frequencies, you know, because then it will start changing slightly on that sub in the room. But no one's going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Crying. Well, I can open the window to the room. I get 3 to 4 dB increase in the infrasonic frequency. It just goes up slightly. You got an SVS sub sealed? Hey, what if you want a hole in it? Just drill a hole in it. Get one that's ported, and then you can just stuff it up with the plugs that you put into it. I was seriously, about a year ago, I was seriously thinking about buying the SVS. What's their latest one? The big one, the Is it the 17 in it? I was seriously thinking, but I was just thinking it's all something overhyped here in the marketing, and I'm thinking, am I going to notice any difference? And I see the size of the damn thing, and I was thinking, there's no way I could fit that in the room. I can't put it anywhere in the front; it would just stick out. I can't put it down the side of the room. It's not wide enough to put that thing down the side of the room. It's too damn large. Yeah, and I was thinking, I'll probably be chasing something, and I'll still end up with, yeah, and the price on it. The price on it, what was it? I think it's about £4,000. Crikey, I could get JBL cinema subs cheaper than that. Second-hand ones, discontinued, but 4,000 for no. They did make those cylindrical small ones, those cylindrical tube ones. But you could buy a lot of other things that are like a cylindrical tube, same sort of thing. Or make the sonotube. Make a sonotube, cheap as fish and chips. It's just a cardboard flipping tube, isn't it? That they use to pour concrete in when they're making pillars. They got the metal structure in the middle, and then they put this thing round it, and then they pour the concrete in, don't they? And let it dry, and then they cut it off and take it away, and then you got a concrete pillar with a metal thing in the middle. Those are, but I think those tubes are so wide, and it wouldn't look practical in my room. On the attached to the ceiling, it wouldn't look practical. They get in the way of the surround speakers, mind you. They get in the way of the overheads and that. But if you've got a room big enough, yeah. Select a bass driver, and you get some MDF, do some woodwork, and bam! You got a deep sub-low. Have I still got an ice cream in there? Or did I eat it? Or no, did I consume it? I do like those mango ones. Damn. I think I have some... Oh, holy shit. Time does fly. It's my medication. Fuck's sake. I'm looking at winter time on the clock up there. I'm looking at winter time. 1 hour behind. It's almost 7. It's almost 1900 hours. I've got to take my medication. I think I had a bit of orange juice. Did I finish this Pepsi? No, it's a little bit. I can still hear a little dripple in there. It's like a drug, isn't it? I need my fix of Pepsi Max. I need my medication for my heart. Oh, fuck's sakes. You okay there? You okay there? Of course you are. So, yeah, if this were winter time, I know when it gets dark, but, over the top. Don't. No, you're not having medication. He wants medication. No, this ain't for you. Come on, come on. Oh. Your tail's getting a little bit fluffy. Yeah, I've got to get you on the diet there because your fur's kind of a little bit thin on your tail. That one was 200 decibels. Meow. 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 What have you been scratching there on your face? What have you been scratching there? A little bit of biscuit in there. There you go. So I put the laptop on the toaster. Yeah. Ever seen a grown man before with 2 voltage meters? See, I'm not bullshitting. I don't bullshit, Cohegan. 2 voltmeters, identical. I really did get them for that sort of purpose years ago. You know, so cheap, you know. Because I knew what I was testing and I needed voltmeters. And I need to see voltage level. Now, like I said, I've tested it before. I've got videos, I think. I don't know where the videos are. It could be random. I probably didn't put a keyword in, but like testing with voltmeter. But I could do another video because I'm always adjusting the level, so everything's all, you know, changed. But yeah, if I acoustically put a sine wave out in the room, it's going to be magnified slightly. Walk around the room with an SBL meter or even listening with the ear, you notice this very subtle pressure sort of thing, as long as it's not producing any harmonic frequencies. Below 20 with an infrasonic, well, a sine wave frequency. If it was pink noise, it'd have a different tone sound to it. But it's almost the same around the room. It's pretty uniform. It does vary slightly, but that's only because of the structure of the room, and there's a door entrance in one part of the room, and so it's going to slightly differ, but pretty much it stays the same. Then go above 20 up into all the other frequency, and then it completely variables all over it's a mess, a bloody mess. But if you do that outdoors, it wouldn't be a mess. It'd stay pretty uniform. But you need a heck of a lot of subs. There's a lot of air out there to move. You got nearly how many miles of it high and wide? There's literally miles of it. Are you going to try and alert everybody that hey, we got sub base over here? You use some test equipment like the Spectrum Lab. You could put a microphone maybe, oh gosh, many yards down the road, many yards. And then you generate the sine wave tone. You'll see it on the Spectrum Lab. You'll see a straight signal going up, vertical. And you think, what the heck is that? But you can't hear it because it's in the infrasonic range. If you probably put it in the bass range, probably got to be on a very quiet night. You can't do it during the day. There's too much other noise going around. But you'll see a straight line because it's a sine wave tone. Unless you start doing a sweep and moving it, and then you'll see this signal moving through the, just like me putting a microphone out the window, or it doesn't have to be. Like the window open, the microphones are in the room, they're pretty sensitive, and I see traffic going this way and then going that way. It makes all these patterns on the Spectrum Lab. If I saw something straight, and I think, something artificially going on out there, being generated, but where? You wouldn't know what direction. Unless you got some directional finder or something. Oh, that's like going back in the days of the CB radio. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me just. Well, it's a little bit late now because it's getting up to 1900 hours. I wonder if there's anything on the. I wonder if it's still noise out there. Noise. Just noise. There's a few. Check the high band. Bloody hell, it is quiet this season. Bloody hell. It is quiet. Come on now. Mel, get off of there. Melanie, get off of the shrine. Come on, girl. No. There is no stations out there. There are stations there. There's just the ionosphere. The ionosphere at the present moment is thumbs down. It's not good conditions out there at the moment. Bloody hell. It's just like if everybody's into the movie The Thing. I haven't heard shit on this radio in weeks. Well, get through to someone, Windows. We got to tell someone about this fucking thing. Otherwise, I'm going to be tied to a fucking couch. Melanie, get off of there. Melanie, get off of the shrine. Yeah, it's fuck all out there at the moment. No, it's 11 meter CB radio, 11 meter. Yeah, usually all the Yankee Doodles are on the AM channel 6. Mid-band AM channel 6. The bragging channel. That's where they go on there and brag about how much sub bass they got, how much power they got on their station and that. Oh yeah, there's the needle bender down in Florida. The needle bender. Bloody hell, when he's like yapping, bloody hell, he sounds like he's down the road. He's over that way. That's west. He's over that. Well, England is up here. Florida's down here a little bit. Yeah, so he's a little bit over that direction. You know, he's a little bit over that direction. Thousands of miles away. And he sounds like he's down the bloody road. They call him the needle bender. He's obviously pushing out a few kilowatt. And it's very rare. I might hear some stations, or some say they're maybe north of Canada. Canada would be England's up there. Canada would be up in that side direction, thousands of miles away. But there's nothing there to carry it at the moment. There's not any good skip conditions. And usually when there are good skip conditions, usually the signals, they fade down during the evening time. They're usually at a peak level at a certain time during the 24-hour. And then when it gets to it starts settling down, and then, everyone's had a good chat, long distance and that. And long distance chat only lasts for a few minutes. Doesn't last long because conditions are always fluctuating. But if you get over, people don't use. Probably people today don't use QSL cards. It's like a postcard. Back in the day, before internet, you send a postcard or something. You're joined to a little group and that. What was I joined to back in the Delta Club? I was joined to the Delta Club, which is on the south coast. When you contact, you join the club and they send you so many cards and all that and other packages and whatever. The furthest distance I've got is halfway around the planet. I got to the Falkland Islands, but I couldn't hear the guy in the Falkland Islands, so the other guy in Southampton was relaying the signal. I could hear Southampton, but I couldn't hear the guy in the Falkland Islands. He could hear me, but I couldn't hear him. And I had a pretty decent setup back in the 80s. I had a pretty decent setup with the geographic of the area, or at least the road I'm on. It's difficult to say. The higher your antenna is up, you get some better reception and outgoing transmission. I would say it was respectable. But yeah, I had different antennas on the roof. I had oh my goodness gracious! My first one was a common half wave antenna, a typical 18-footer, and then changed it a while later or so to a 3-directional element beam. So it's on a rotator, so it can turn. So where it's positioned, that's where you're hearing the signal, and that's where you're transmitting the signal. It'll only go out in one direction. Whereas where all the other antennas transmit the signal omnidirectionally. And I had a small quarter wave, what was called a quarter wave antenna, mounted on top. That had limited range. I had a bit of a limited range. Yeah, my dad had no fear. I don't know how most people have no fear. It's like a cat. Because I think I'm watching him climbing up that ladder and up on the roof, and then it's pretty damn high up, and then it slopes and biting my fingernails. My dad's doing that for me. I couldn't. If I go up, even up so far up a bloody ladder, I start wetting my pants. Because fear cuts in, thinking, if I fuck this up, I'm going to fall and I'm going to get injured. Or it could be worse. It could be fatal, depending on what way you land. Yeah, that ladder, when that ladder starts to wobble, oh crikey. Even if I'm walking on my floor surface, and if I go over something that flexes or moves or something, I panic. Because I think, whoa, what the fuck? Is this stable? I think, I'm not going to fall through that. Yeah, he was cool. He had a head for height. Yeah, like a cat. A cat has no training. They just do it. They're naturally they're cautious, But yeah. Because that was quite a lot my dad had to take up to the flipping roof. He had to take all the lashing that goes round the chimney, and then you tighten it all up, and then you put a short aluminium pole in position, and then tighten all that up. Then you got to carry the rotator and fit the rotator in position and tighten it all up. Then you got to take the I forgot how he took the antenna up. I think in a few small parts, and then assembled it, and then fitted it in position. And then the other antenna that went on top of it, that had no. And then also putting the coax in position. The line that fed the rotator, that just goes into the bottom part of the rotator, and the top part of the rotator turns 180 degree left or 180 degree right, and you got a dial. It's also got to be calibrated, so it's facing a specific direction, and then you got a control box in the room. So when it's in a certain position, where it's adjusted, and then if I rotate it to this, it should be in that position, the antenna, when I turn the dial this way or turn the dial the other way. I think it's always using a center position, so you've got to make sure that antenna is facing a reference location point. Yeah, it took a few hours to set that up, that did. I'm sure my dad was a little bit fed up with it, going up and down the ladder. Oh. But I had that set up for about maybe a year. And then someone was selling, because you buy and sell things on the CB radio. So it's like eBay. It's like the original eBay in real time. So you go on the calling channel and you announce something for sale, and then you think, oh, yeah, I'm interested. Pick a window. That's like, pick a window is like going to Windows, only it's not getting Bill Gates with a pie in the face. And you say, oh, okay, channel 25, or channel 26. And you go up to that channel and you just start talking business. And it was a simple swap. It wasn't a buy, it was a simple swap. Someone was looking for a free element beam or such, and I said, all right, I got one. What have you got? Okay, I'll do you a high gain CLR2. And I thought, oh, wow, high gain CLR2. Wow. They got a good dB level on the signal reception and such. They're about a 20-foot antenna with a ground plane, a free element on the base part of, and then a very small one on the top of the antenna. Yeah, the guy came round, he went up the ladder, undid everything and all that, brought it all down, then he took the high gain up and set it all up, and I can't remember what my dad's thought or reaction was, whether he was a little bit angry. Yeah, my cat. Nella? Bloody hell. Where is she? She's out in the hallway meowing. Yeah. I'm in here, Melanie. What are you meowing at? What are you meowing at out there? I haven't a clue what you're meowing at. I'm gonna have to get a priest around here to do an exorcism. Yeah. I think I had possibly the second or third highest antenna. Melanie, get off of there. Get off of there. Gosh. This is a cat climbing tree, this room. What's she going to break? Yeah, so... yeah. But yeah, CB radio was booming back in the day. It was booming. There might not be any good conditions on that until maybe next year, next season. Last season, okay. The season before that, okay. The season before that, okay. Yeah, it's been a few years, and now, yeah, it's just a load of noise on there. There's nothing carrying. The conditions are not mixtured up in the ionosphere. Now, come on, get off of those laser discs. Get off of there. Get off. Come on. Come over here. Come on, girl. See? She knows. She's getting clever. You want food? Whiskers? No, she doesn't respond. Not like my cat Sooty. But she understands some word or verbal. You know, she's thinking, "Oh dear, I'm doing something naughty." No, Melanie, don't jump on the shrine. And she's back up on the laser discs again. Come on, get off of those laser discs. You topple that over. Come on, get down. Come on. No. Off of that as well. Bloody hell. She's all over the show. Bloody hell. Well, I made the room like this, so what do you expect a cat to do, huh? Oh, this is an interesting climbing tree. Oh, yeah. Yeah, what are these guys talking about? Because it was, you know, trying to sell stuff. I
need big chest variations across the whole surface of my chest for me. I need big chest variations across the whole surface of my chest for me. I need big chest variations across the whole surface of my chest that kicks me in the liver, right? I just need chest variations across the whole surface of my chest that kicks me in the liver, right?
Kicks you in the liver? Oh, no, that's not good. You don't want to do that. Otherwise, you're going to end up in hospital. And what brings you into hospital today? I was doing stupid things with the base. It was kicking me in the liver. We'll take you to X-ray. Bloody hell. But this guy's going on about stuff that I've experienced decades ago. Come on, it's nothing new. They're trying to make out like it's new. It's for Atmos home theaters. Oh, please, they're trying to sell you speakers.
I just need it. That's what
this is how I look at
the surface of my chest that kicks me in the liver, right? I just need it. That's what
this is.
Sounds like he needs a daily dose of bass drugs. I've got to get my fix. Shall I use F1? Melanie, will you get off of there? Melanie. Oh, crikey. Something's pissing her off in there. What the fuck? What the fuck is bothering you, girl? What's bothering you in here? Huh? What the fuck? Why don't you go behind the window? Watch the earth turning slightly. We're going into shadow. Huh? You have a look behind the window. Hey, look at all the blossom on that tree, all the little flowers on the tree outside. Wow. Moves around, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, we're playing hide and seek, aren't we? Oh, whoosh. Yeah, come over here. Come on. See, I do this little gesture. I do this, and she comes over. Hey, what's bothering you? She's not going to tell me, is she? A chest radiation. What? Chest radiation.
This is whole surface of my chest that kicks me in the liver, right? I just need it. That's what
this is how I look at it.
My chest going to do it for me. I need big chest variations across the whole surface of my chest that kicks me in the liver, right? I just need it. That's what
this is how I
don't think you want to be actually physically kicked in the liver. You'll be in the bloody hospital. Unless you're Richard Burton and you're downing a load of bloody toxic bloody whiskey shit and fucking up your liver. Oh no. Is it Richard Burton said something about when he wants to be buried, he wants his liver to what? No, please. That's creeping me out. In the liver.
In the liver, right? I just need it. That's what
this is how I look at it. All of the tactile stuff, and I'm not saying that it's bad, and floating floors and all, I view it as a compromise. You're chasing something that the system is not quite able to deliver.
You're damn right it can't deliver. You're damn right it can't deliver. 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 It's like you could put a load of bass shaker, like I say, you can put a load of in-floor subs and that, and it's just going to do the same sort of thing. There's just not enough there to it to move like you experience on I'll say you can't do the thing like earthquake. You'd have to have a special system to do that. Hydraulics, or maybe you could do it with speakers. Hydraulics are just going to cost a little bit too much. Because earthquakes just move like this. That direction, this direction, diagonal direct. They just... You just look at all the simulations of how they're studied and the patterns they produce. Completely random. And then you need that for like, well, what if it's the movie Jaws? Because earthquakes are like water. They move, and that's why the boat rocks around, unstable, isn't it? If it was absolutely still, the boat's not going to rock around. You want to feel like you're on the, I'll catch this bird for you, but it ain't going to be cheap. I value my neck a lot more than 10,000. For that, you get the head, the sub base, the tactile, the whole damn thing. Yeah. So all that Atmos mixing for that Jaws UHD, that's why it ended up in the cat litter. But doesn't sound like being on the bloody ocean. Bloody hell, I've been on a boat many times. I know what it sounds and feels like. So that wasn't even anywhere near or close. Oh dear, another waste of another UHD disc. Waste of time. And the music on them. Oh yeah, they just put the John Williams music in the overhead speakers. Oh God. You gotta think how a sub-bass speaker motor works, the magnet structure. So if you were to fit and design a room or redesign or such cheaply, not this how this Ben and how all this his organization wants to do it, because all they care about is high, big, fat numbers, really. But are you going to get big, fat results? Or is it just going to be like, fucking hell, the more things change, the more things stay the same. You want to get some blooming results. So if you were to design, so you get the driver and you got to make a specific enclosure for the room or a specific design so that the magnet structure, like I say, if that magnet structure is connected or coupled with the floor surface, a floor joist or something, but you've probably got to redesign because it's only going to travel a certain wave frequency through that joist. The floorboarding is coupled then to it. It's only going to do a certain frequency range. It won't do it all. And you get a little bit of vibration. But it's going to be, you got to measure it, and it's like, you know, you want to get the ratios so you can hear it and feel it. So you hear it, wum, 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 and you get little bits that you feel, but you want to get it like wum, 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 wum. You want to get so, well, maybe not like the fingers, but that's a very crude way to explain something. That's what I notice. You can't bullshit all this and make up stories and like, oh yeah, this sub bass does this. Explain what room you got. If it's a wooden floor, then yeah, it's transmitting through partly some of the floor, but what frequencies? Have someone tested? They probably not. They probably haven't got the know-how to test. You know, you got to probably lift the floorboard up and get a microphone under there or do something. You put your hands on the floor, such, where the seating's attached to, and what you can actually feel and what you can't feel. And then you put some bass shakers in and design those in a specific way so that there's a lot of them underneath the floor. But again, it's trial and error. You don't want the floor rattling and buzzing. You want to get the feel, yeah? Because like I say, not many of you out there are going to do this on your bed. You know, everyone's got a spring bed, all right? So I'm holding the you know, with I'll hold it with my my hand that doesn't tremor. Hold it with my right. You can see the camera shaking. Now, if this was suspended, okay, I'm not attached to it, I'm not coupled with it, it wouldn't vibrate. It's not like I'm that guy with the big sub bass speakers on YouTube. What's his name? Meader or something, whatever. You know, he's got all the tattoos and the beard and baseball hat, and then he likes to generate bullshit on his YouTube channel, like when he generates his stupid sub bass that it's doing this shit. Bollocks. Go and watch all the other videos on YouTube. Do you ever see the camera doing that? Or the camera and the tripod happen to be in a certain point in the room where it's doing that? Bullshit. Load of bollocks. It's a software that is used by I think Acrobat developed or something, a software over 10 years ago, like a vibration effect that could be used in post-production or video, you know, to create, you know, so sometimes the camera DP or they're shaking the shit out of the camera, aren't they? Whilst they got the gimbal and Crimson Tide, and they're trying to do all this and, you know, create so the actors react and all that, and then they do some camera shaking when there's a torpedo hit. Oh, for Pete's sakes, please. And he tries to bullshit just so he can boost his channel subscribing. That's really sad. That's like the election with the Trump and all the other bullshit in the election, and there's some rigging going on. He's rigging his bullshit with that. Come on, please. Because I was trying to figure out, how is he doing that? I know it's bullshit. I know it's fake. Is he putting a bass shaker on the tripod and it's shaking the tripod? That's possible. I tried doing it myself to see if it could. It's a bit tricky, mind you. Until I come across something that's called a blur vibration effect. Because it's funny where he used one video where he's very close to the subs and there's no shaking. And then in the next video he puts up, oh, it's doing all this. Oh dear, what a hoot. Yep, Stephen rigged it. Stephen, you motherfucker, what are you doing in Russia? Well, I'm in Russia with love, with Putin. And it's very disgraceful and disgusting. Oh, dear. I like to do videos like that. But I like to do it with the real thing. But to do it with the real thing, it's a little bit, yeah. You might see some vibration thing going on the space shuttle, but you know where the camera's located. Melanie, get off of there. Get off. The camera will be in a fixed position somewhere. Of course, it's going to vibrate. Bloody vehicle's moving, for crying out loud. Anyone could do any of these tests. They're very simple. You could get one of those things that you lick, yeah, and then you stick it on a window, the camera on a bus. That image is going to vibrate most of the time. It's going to be like, you know, and then you go to get people say, oh, bloody hell, keep the camera still. No, the camera's stuck on the, so of course it's going to vibrate. It's coupled to a surface. You put your hand on that window, you feel a bit little extra vibration. Take your hand away from it, you don't feel it. You're still feeling it in the seat, your feet, because your feet are on the floor. You feel this you feel this mechanical vibration. Can't say it's natural because it's not nature. It's artificially man-made. Yeah, so do you want to see me do another video where I take the voltmeters, and because that'll take me a few minutes to I've got to find a long cable, or I don't know if I've got an extra speak on connector, so I undo the no, I've got to have it connected to the wire, yeah, so it's still plugged into the amp, and I'd get the voltage level set up on the voltmeter, and then one on the voltmeter for the bass shaker. But you don't take my word for it. You could do the test yourself. Get 2 voltmeters and do the test yourself. And you're going to find that, how do I acoustically make that sub-bass speaker a little bit less? You can't, because if you equalize it, you subtract the frequency on the amplifier. The signal's okay for the bass shaker and the sub. You need to put, say, like, maybe like a passive filters. Gosh, how would you build those? Something simple, maybe something on a breadboard. So you got, so you put the component parts on, and you got to do a coil wind of copper, and do a certain coil wind, put a few other components soldered together. What are you meowing at, Melanie? Psst. I'm not in the room. I'm here. I'm here, Melanie. She thinks I'm in the room. She's doing that, but she's not pulling on. How she opens that door. That door's got a piece of cardboard to close it. And I got to give it a little, but she can open that door. She's got, like, she goes from cat to panther transformation in just a few seconds. Like the movie Cat People. You know, you transform, and your hand gets bigger and bigger, and you start growing fur and shit. Get off of the laser disc. Come on. Off there. Off of the laser disc. Come on, Melanie. A female cat, as I discovered, because all my other cats have all been male, and then I get a female. Oh my goodness, the female is very dominating. A lot of cat care, but she can take care of herself. Get off of there, Melanie. Melanie, settle down. Calm down. Relax. Come on, relax. That's not to run around and jump around up there. You're on a spot up there, Melanie. You got privilege. Now relax. That's it, girl. Relax. Relax. Have a lick. Have a Kit Kat. Yeah, I want to see someone do a frequency sweep directly on those SVS subs. I want to see if it's got a roll off, because obviously the sub is rolling off. So obviously the amplifier is not flat response. It's got a filter on it and it's rolling off. You got to ask SVS, hey, can you put can you tell me where this is located? Oh, yeah, you got to validate the warranty. Oh, yeah. So what? Well, why don't you just put a switch so you can add that roll-off filter or turn it off? But still, that driver is going to roll off. It's design, it's mechanical design. It's going to still roll off. But you got too much of a roll-off. You know, I want to go. You know, I want to go for the Melanie. Calm down. Oh, she's got an eyeball on something in the room. Oh yeah, I can see it. I can see it. There's a moth. There's a moth flying around up there. She's got an eyeball on it. Oh no, there's going to be a disaster in there in any moment. I've got to get rid of that. See if I can catch it. Ha, ha, gotcha. I caught it. Yeah, so much for you, Melanie. Eh? You'd have been jumping around and you'd got on something, you'd pulled something crashing down to the floor. No, I got Melanie. It's not in here anymore. I got rid of it. Melanie, for fuck's sake. Oh dear. Yeah, she still thinks it's in there, and she's going to have a. She's scouting. She's scouting around. A cat is supposed to calm and relax you, but she is just causing me stress. Yeah, the female. I can see something's going to fall off up there. She's going to knock something over. And it'll be real Atmos sound. So it'll make a sound up there, and then it's going to fall to the floor and make a sound on the floor. Can this guy, this Ben guy, can his demo rooms do matrix below surround? Has he listened to Baby Driver? Yeah.
And you're trying to get it in a different way using less of X, Y, or Z medium. If you have enough, and in this case, subwoofers, and the ability to pressurize the room, and the broom can take the pressurization.
Without rattles and buzzes.
I don't think you need it. Ability to pressurize the room, and the broom can take the pressurization. I don't think you need it.
Then why did you get a 64-inch sub-bass speaker then?
Right.
Why does your home cost $1.4 million?
If you can do it. And this is, I am not saying that having a floating floor or using tactile transducers or direct attach subs, I've used all of them. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm simply saying that it is a tool to use in substitute of more subs. If you have more subs, I don't think you need it.
Yeah, see, I got Los Angeles class. I got Coolers. I got Hunter Killer subs. I got all types of subs. Yeah, ballistic missiles, ICBMs. Kaboom. No, not funny. Yeah. Is there a way to measure, say, like the actual strength of a, say, 40 hertz sine wave? 40 hertz. What are you doing, Mel? Yeah, because 40 hertz, can't feel it. Like, what the blazes is going on? Day one, first time THX. Indiana Jones, The Last Crusade, 70mm Empire Leicester Square. But that was on the... That would be on the second time I saw it there, because the first afternoon show, I missed the first 15-20 minutes of the show, so I'm sat in the lower stools. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably 5 rows back. Centre line. That screen looked flipping huge. It's like when I ran into that auditorium because I was so pumped up. Going through those 2 doors and then up a little slope and then, whoa, look around and feeling the flipping John Williams score. Just, what the fuck? Wow. And then just quick glance around and think, okay, I'm going to sit somewhere down there in the lower stool. But when that THX shimmering and all that, and then when the opening of the music starts, you know, with the Paramount Mountain, so you got the Indian sound, the tribal Indian sound, boom, 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 and then you get this fading, and then you get this, you get this deep bit of bass score building up with energy that's somewhere between the just a slight shy, I think, below 40 hertz, and then it steadily moves up into the 40 hertz range sort of thing. And you just feel it pressing on your body. Wow. I didn't notice any of that at the other cinema. Same 70mm print, same Dolby CP 200 processor, different amplifiers, different speakers in the auditorium at the local. And the JBL sold. It sold it. Wow. Or maybe the oh, I think I look cool that way with the hair. Maybe I'll just let it grow. So you play with your hair or something, don't you? The opening of Paramount Pictures of Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan starts off with a top end with a little bit of a pulse, low end, boom, 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 boom. So you get the Paramount thing, and then it fades to black Paramount Pictures, and it just gets the strength of the signal just gets, and that's just pressing against your body. Mostly that energy is coming off the stage channel, off the screen channels, not the sub bass, the screen channels. But most homes are not going to have that many speakers behind the screen to do that, and also the length of the room, the height, because otherwise that 40 signal is going to change its energy, and it's going to lose energy. It's there in the amplifier. It's A-OK. It's there, A-OK, literally up close or inside that speaker. But once it travels out a little bit, it then alters, because our homes are just not that size. Try and play that through your little center channel. Don't do any bass diversion. You're going to destroy your center channel. It won't handle the dynamic range. It'll get destroyed. It'll start distorting, and you probably run your AV receiver or whatever it is. You'll probably run it into clipping. So yeah, I'm aware of it. I'm aware of what it should do. But then you get other bass frequencies that go off in the mix and that, but they're at different frequencies. But when you get down to the frequencies that, you need to go through those sine waves. We haven't got the size of we haven't got the room, so we got to try another approach to sort of but it's going to be a different experience. It's not going to be the same as it'll look okay in the amplifiers and such on the response, but once it leaves that speaker and travels a few meters, it then starts to change. BMT sounds like a pizza. I'm not in the mood for a pizza tonight. Yeah. Last time I got a pizza from the regular, these overrated ones. God, tasted awful. I should have got a proper Italian pizza. Oh dear. BMT. I don't know. I've never heard of BMT. BMT. Italian BMT. Italian subwoofers BMT. What the fuck? Exploring the subway, the delicious overview. I tried a subway. Oh yeah. Let me look at images. Oh yeah, I see pictures now of some subs and lots of Subway sandwiches. BMT. Oh right, yeah. Oh yeah, BMT. Yeah. Subway. Yeah. I think I've heard of that. Kind of went. Whoosh. I had I think one of those last year. Yeah, was watching Moonraker and trying to figure out how to do the centrifuge. Don't need all this Top Gun crap. There's other movies out there. You think, oh, let's try this. No, you can't get centrifuge effect. It's not possible in the home. And I would pass out. I would, my condition, I would pass out. Maybe get some little tubes, so they go in my face, and then push air, so it's kind of doing this effect. That's how they did it in the movie. Looked pretty convincing, it did. And sometimes I don't know if you're looking at a full scale or you're looking at a model. Then got to look behind the scenes, because it's clever how they did that, but not clever how they did the space shuttle launching on a 747, because those engines wouldn't have any fuel in them. They wouldn't have any fuel. They got to have an external tank. The EXT is to power those main engines. So there'll be enough. I doubt there would even be anything in there for the ohms engines, the ohms at the front of the nose and down the sides, and then the aft of the shuttle to change its orientation. That's complete bullshit in the movie. And of course, it's 1979. The space shuttle was still years away from its maiden launch. And launching it in a confined space like it is in the movie, one thing you don't see is the water suppression system, which has always been used on rockets to put a load of water into muffle the acoustical energy. Otherwise, the sound acoustical energy noise that will probably do damage to the vehicle, and not to mention that it'd be deafening in there. Fucking hell, it would be fucking deafening because you're confining the sound, and it would be magnified exponentially. It would be deafening. It would be the last thing you would ever hear. And of course, the plume and all that is not right, because they not launched it yet. And you see, if you had an updated version of Moonraker, put in the water suppression system and and put in the plume, because if it generated a plume, it would literally smother. You wouldn't be able to see that vehicle moving. And the way it's moving, it's kind of like that. When that shuttle goes, it's like that. So yeah, it was, but it's still not bad effects in that movie. They're not bad effects. Yeah, it just makes me laugh when I watch the opening. And what's that set? It's the shuttle's engines, and then it blasts off the bloody 747. Oh dear, yeah. What the fuck? Where's it going to how far has it got to travel? It's not going to have enough fuel, even if it had an external tank on it. Totally preposterous. Because up till then, was it 1977? I think they launched it off the 747 to see if it would glide. Or was that a year later? I think it was unveiled. I think it might have been unveiled in 1977. Melanie, get off of there. Come on, off. Yeah. You don't want to generate. You can't do that. Like in your home theater, like your LCR generate a certain bass in the IMAX. Get off of there, Melanie. She is being an annoying cat tonight. Come on, girl. And then the main engines start up. Yeah, on your LCR. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any logical sense, because when you see the distance of how far the camera is back, it should be the center channel, not the left and right, because they're spread apart a little bit wide. Not unless you're up close to that vehicle. And it would seem like, it makes sense. Visually and psychoacoustically, it will make sense. But when it's a little bit too far back, it doesn't make sense. It's complete random sound mixing of bullshit. And then when the LFE starts up with the SRB, there's two of those, isn't there? And if you were up close, there's not enough LFE. There's just one stupid LFE. You can wire it up to a load of subs, but it just does the same signal. It's not doing anything independent. Yeah. You really made an incredible flawed system, Dolby Labs. It's so atmos-boring. I just go with the flow with what it is now. I just don't give a hoot.
Yeah, and I'm not anti floating floors. Yeah, and I'm not anti.
You see how these guys are bickering, and yet when I've typed in and that Ryan started to threaten to block me. Because he knows, I can tell these two characters, they're trying to bullshit and trying to sell bloody speakers, for God's sakes. How come he only talks with him and that? This guy's not going to talk to me. This Ben's not going to talk to me. He's in the snob class. I don't talk to snob class. I don't like snob class. You're not your average, It's just the money. The money. Oh yeah. Probably doesn't even eat ice cream. Hey, try the Roundtree's mango ice cream. Oh wow. Oh my goodness. That's nice. I wonder if McDonald's would do that. So just let it melt, put so much into a cup, and then give it a stir. Yeah. I think it needs some other sort of stimulation with it, because the milkshake's kind of got an icy sort of texture to it. What did I do? Oh, crikey, I'm trying to think what it was. A milkshake, a regular Yazoo milkshake. And then what I did, I poured a little bit of water into it, because I put it in the freezer to freeze it, and then I poured a little water in it and then just gave it a little shake and then put a straw. Then it had this almost like texture to like one of those McDonald's milkshakes. It kind of made it a little bit crystally, icy crystally, very fine, refreshing. Yeah, and you just have to keep pouring a little bit of water in it where it melts, and you just shake it a little bit, and yeah, but you have to have something there to stir, keep it, and at a certain temperature. Melanie, get off of there. Get off the laser discs. Off of it. Come on. Come on, girl. Come down here. Come down here, girl. Come on. Melanie. Girl, come down here. Come on. Come on. There's no moths. There's nothing else. No, off of there, Melanie. Melanie, get off. Get off of there, Melanie. Come on. No, don't stand on there. You'll knock things over, girl. No, don't eat it. No. Don't eat it. You can't eat plastic. Come on, girl. Come on. It's not to climb around on. That's how accidents happen. No, Melanie. Melanie. Oh, gosh. I think I've got to feed her again. Cat needs feeding. Come on, girl. I want some feeding again. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing there? Lazy cat. Oh, yeah. You want feeding again? Yeah. Down this end. Come on, there you go. There you go. I don't believe the bass waveforming on that channel. Consistent bass sound to every seat. No, they're only going on, you know, probably what they can hear, what they think they can feel. Unless they got microphones in every position on that seat, on every single seat, and it's picking up the signal. Oh, and something else to measure the any sort of vibration. Do those seats feel the same? You know, because that signal is going to excite the floor. It's going to excite the floor, and what that floor structure is like, designed underneath, and how that signal is stimulating. Yeah. Otherwise, even if you have bass shakers for every single seat, get a seat that doesn't rattle or vibrate too much, so it sounds pretty sound. That's a little bit hard now. It's when I got these a few hours ago. They were they've been probably in the vehicle for about an hour or so. Oh, damn, is that refreshing. Need to put quite a few of those into a cup. Need to put quite a few of those. Then stir it, and then put a straw. Why didn't I buy myself some mango? Mango juice. Oh, and pineapple. Pineapple helps with depression. So if you're feeling depressed, they say that pineapple juice does some chemical reaction and can help with the depression. A little hard to prove, I would say. I'd probably have to do quite a lot of testing. Yeah, it's not like, you drink pineapple juice, you're going to get instant a little bit of relief on your depression. It might take hours, it might take a day. Drink a little bit of pineapple every few hours. Oh my goodness me. Let's listen to these guys again.
Floating floors at all, because we would use them for isolation. So we would intentionally be using it to reduce sound transmission to other.
What's going on?
Hello and welcome to the next episode of the A.
Take a listen of the difference between like a special edition and a normal. I'm not anti floating floors at all, because we would use them for isolation. So we would intentionally be using it to reduce sound transmission to other rooms, right? So there's absolutely a reason for a floating floor. Sometimes in our designs, we might have to try and dampen the effect of that floating floor. If it's a fairly small hush frame type floor,
because have an ice cream, Ben.
Less of that tactile, rumbly vibration, because we are chasing the airborne slam. So you've got to balance it. And I have a preference from one to the other. I like slam.
Yeah.
And I have no idea what rest of the world call these things, right? But I think you know that slam from a kick drum when you're in a field. And
I know exactly what you're talking about. But my argument is that if you have enough subwoofer power and you can pressurize the room enough, the subs are going to do it to the furniture anyway, and you don't need to have the floor do it.
Right.
Enough. The subs.
You get 3 types, isn't it? 3 types. You get bass depth, slow. Then you get boom, boom, slam, and then slam, and then you get kick, 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 kick. Yeah, okay. Hear that in those musics, in those, what's it, 1-note bass notes. Kick, 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 kick. You don't really need to feel it, do you? It's artificial, and if it can't do it at a very low SPL level, then that's pretty rubbish, isn't it? Let's just turn it up, turn it up, turn it up. Ego. Oh, but watch your ear. Watch the pressure on your ears. You don't want to damage your hearing.
Subs are going to do it to the furniture anyway, and you don't need to have the floor do it.
Why is this guy always wearing headphones? Is he getting microphone feedback?
Right.
The floor to me is a compromise and feels unnatural. I don't like the way that it feels, but if you're feels unnatural. I don't like the way that it feels, but if you're chasing natural, I don't like the way that it feels.
You're not going to get the way it's supposed to be. Everything coming off the bass and all of that is complete random. It doesn't have any proper psychoacoustics to it. Listen to the real world. We don't feel it. There's real psychoacoustics going on, but we don't feel it. Only certain things will do that. Only certain things. But stick with reality. And that's how it sounds. I suppose they've not tried the bird of prey in Star Trek 4. Bird of prey. Yeah.
But if you're chasing that rumble or whatever, feeling you're trying to get, with which I think is part of what people get when they turn subs on and they're not properly integrated to chase that slam, and you run into this bloated bait. You're compromising in some capacity.
Yeah.
And in my compromise in the room that I designed, I was unwilling to do that. and I was chasing something and I needed the power to be able to do it. There's nothing wrong with going either way. It's just understanding, what do I need to do this? If I want to do it this way, what do I need to accomplish that? And then making that happen. So for me, I think even what you're saying, when everything has its place and you're trying to do you're trying to sound isolate, to me, that in and of itself is a compromise. I would rather have it on a concrete floor, because then I don't have to worry about it. You are compromising by having something above or and below you, and that is a compromise in and of itself. And if I can avoid that, I'm going to.
Yeah. Well, now, Mel.
Good question, though. We need to have more of a conversation about that. There was somebody talking about, Michael, amplifiers. So Ben talked about subwoofer amplifiers not quite being the same. Please post somewhere on the recommended ones you think they run about 10,000 watts, because I would love to have solid infrasonics. There are, I only know of one.
I was going to say, I have very limited experience with rack-mounted amps that put out huge amounts of power, stable into very low frequency.
It's very hard to do. This is relatively new for the industry. And I hate this, son. I really need to. This is
very low frequency.
It's very hard to do. This is relatively new for the industry. Very hard to do. This is relatively new for the industry.
But yeah, he's obviously not experienced sensor around.
And I hate this, son. I really need to address this. New for the industry. And I hate this, son. I really need to address this. And I hate this, son. I really need. This is
very low frequency.
It's very hard to do. This is relatively new for the industry. And I hate this, son. I really need to address this. And I hate this, son. I really need to address this. Relatively new for the industry.
Well, locate your position differently so it's not near the window. Or close the window blinds, or close the curtains.
And I hate this, son. I really need to address this. And I only know of one amplifier that's able to do it. Now,
I'm sure in the pro world there may be.
Let's go back.
Very hard to do. This is relatively new for the industry. And I hate this, son.
How could you say such a terrible thing, Ryan? You hate the sun? Wow. Oh, my goodness. Without the sun, Ryan, you wouldn't be eating your vegetables. There wouldn't be anything there to... it needs natural light. It's got radiation with it, but we got a protective shield, like a deflector shield, like the Enterprise going around the Earth. Without that deflector shield, damn. Yeah. Maybe you should go into space with NASA, and then you can get the radiation. Sub-bass radiation, infrasonic radiation. Just close the window blinds. It's that simple, isn't it? Oh, I need to address the light in my room. I need to, bloody hell, I've been talking about that fucking light. Move it, just move it over into a different position. I brought some cable. It's very low, but it's only 240. I changed the lead. I've got to take some of the acoustical tiles down. I've got to recut it, fit the light up with the other light so I get a uniform light in the middle of the room. That's plenty enough light in the room for reading or anything. What are you meowing at, Melanie? Melanie, what are you meowing? You got some meow tonight, haven't you? You got a lot of meow tonight, Mel. I'm not sure what you know. Why don't you go and meow to Bear? Huh? I want to hear you two. I want to hear you two meowing. Melanie, get off of there. She hasn't been sat up there for a couple of months. So climate and temperature, humidities and that are probably, a cat's probably sensing things a little bit different to how we sense it. So she's probably experiencing something that's making her a little bit edgy, uncomfortable. And her hearing. See, she's the extension of my hearing. So I look around and see what she's, and I'm thinking, But I don't think if I put, I have to address the computer so that, it doesn't really matter that much because the microphone's only going to have a certain frequency range coverage. But some of the computer has to be addressed to see what high frequencies might be there. There's nothing audible high frequencies that are in this room. Unless something's being generated outside and it's ultra high frequency and it's penetrating. Otherwise, you have to have instrumentation to microphones to pick it up, receive, and you think, the heck is this? What's going on? Yeah. Every room, like I say, generates noise or frequency, but we can't hear it. But it's there. It's present. That's why you have the sniffer to go around to see, like, there's some signal noise and whatever coming through here. How's this getting through? How's it getting into the room? How do I isolate it? Does it actually interfere with the audio? It have to be something incredibly dodgy to interfere with the audio. Otherwise, it's usually a typical ground connections, not isolated firmly, and there's some sort of signal going through, and you hear this mild hum sound. You measure the frequency. If it's typically on 50 hertz, then, but if it's on a different, then it's something else. Because usually a ground will go out at 50 hertz sign, a 50 hertz signal. 60 hertz on other countries. Listen to these guys. He says he hates the sun.
I really need to address this. New for the industry, and I hate this sun. I really need to address this.
Well, I got an idea. Why don't you stick a piece of cardboard in the way, and then you don't get the sunlight? Or just turn the angle of everything, turn it around a few degrees, and then you won't get the sun going on you. Yeah.
I only know of one. I really need to address this.
But what you need to really address is get in your garden, get away from this home theatre rubbish, go and lay in the garden, get a suntan. That's what you need to do, and sit there with a cold drink, not in the dark room with your sub-bass speaker, for goodness gracious.
And I only know of one amplifier that's able to do it.
Get some sunlight.
Now,
I'm sure in the pro world there may be more. They're probably not sold on that capability, but they have it. But we both have the Ascendo 10K infrasonics, right?
Yes.
You've got those. Yeah, we both have the Ascendo 10K infrasonics, right?
Yes.
But we both have the Ascendo 10K infrasonics, right?
Yes.
You've got those. Yeah, we both have those. I've just put 18 of those in a rack.
The one specifically we're talking about, the single U, the 1U chassis.
It has in its product name 10K IS, right? It says Yeah, the IS infrasonic. There is specifically an Ascendo part number, which is a 10K IS. And they are loaded full of capacitors. Like, it's just taking in huge amounts of power, and it has the ability to sustain the realistic duration low output. What's likely to happen on an amplifier that's not designed for this is that it will run out of steam. It will get to a point where it can't pull in power fast enough for what it's actually trying to deliver, and it falls apart, like not physically falls apart, but it would have steam. It will get on an amplifier that's not designed for this is that what's likely to happen on an amplifier that's not designed for this is that it will run out of steam. On an amplifier that's not designed for this is that it will run out of steam. It'll
run out of steam. I was daring. I kid you not. Back in the day, I was silently saying in the back of my mind, I'm daring this THX sound system to crack up. It just kept pushing. It didn't seem like it was going to run out of steam. Fucking hell. That Star Trek THX 70mm marathon was like out of this world. Well, it was in the world, but it seemed like it was out of the world. Fucking hell. That was the best I ever heard and felt. And as for the the Spock bump, when Mr. Spock, where is it? So I'll change the show. I'll come back to these guys in a moment. Yeah, I kind of got near close to that. You know, it's very tricky. It's very tricky, but everything else is going to be bloody loud. Mind you, it was fucking loud in the Empire. Not fucking really, like, you know, oh yeah, the Earth's moving. Oh yeah. I think it's maybe something like that scene. Yeah. Where is it? So I've got to come back to over here. So I'll come back to these guys in a moment. Where is it? Press there. Go there. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, go back here. Go up there. Because every other cinema auditorium I've seen this movie, whether it's 70mm, I saw it 70mm. No, I didn't know. No, I was seeing it 70mm on day one at the local. It was showing in 70mm. And then every other show after that, probably seen it only in 35mm optical twin track. Dolby stereo optical twin track.
No, you'll flood the whole compartment. Die. He's dead already.
The Spock bump. It's like every little bit of Foley sound in the Empire reproduction. Yeah, there he comes. Boom. The Spock bump. I call it the Spock bump because he bumps into the door. He's blinded. He can't really see, so everything's completely blurred. He can't really judge his distance. His vision's all kind of blurry. though it's acting, but that's how it would be. His vision would be all blurred. Because the door's transparent, you know, you can't really tell. I often have that issue sometimes because my medication's affecting me and I'm bumping into bloody things. A certain time in the 24-hour period, I feel lousy. I don't feel like I want to be walking down the road because I'll be, not in that mood. But yeah, the Spock bump, the Spock bass bump. It's in a certain frequency range. But also I call it the Spock bass bump 20 meters. 20 meters to feel that at a distance of 20 meters away from the screen. Wow. Incredible. I'll tell you that Empire was no, come on, Squirrel Eagle, this is no bullshit. I'll tell you, there was no bullshit going on there. It was brilliant. But the sound is mostly in the center channel, the feel. So I was experimenting, was it last week or the week before? I was experimenting with the Spock bump. Because it's not just about chasing some stupid thing in LFE or, you know, some stupid low frequency sound effect or whatever, you know. There's also the entire frequency range, all the Foley, everything. Yeah, so I'll go back to those guys now. Yeah, so the Spock bump. But most people probably not experienced it. I experienced it on the 8th of October, Sunday the 8th of October, 1989. This would be Star Trek The Motion Pictures started around just after 11 a.m. Star Trek 2 started about 1, just after 1 o'clock, just after 1 p.m. It's 1 p.m. It started in the afternoon. Wow. Yeah, it's just not the Spock bump. Not just the Spock bump. Oh yeah. Where's the other bit? That's fascinating. It's probably in this thing without advertisement popping up. Okay. Bloody hell, what the fuck is wrong with this picture? How many years? Fucking hell, what is this? Some fucking UHD disc? Fucking hell, it's too dark. What the fuck? Fucking, can you see that shit? Bloody hell, looks like a dying xenon lamp. Fucking hell. Is there another scene that's a little bit, you wouldn't be, otherwise you ain't going to be seeing? What the fuck? Find another scene. That's terrible. That is fuck. It's like watching a dying xenon lamp. No, this scene won't be. No, it's not long enough. Maybe this scene. Yeah.
Cheerios, a breakfast that's high in fibre from oats, wheat, and barley. That's a little win.
Fucking hell, it's not a fucking decent image on fucking YouTube. This one's too stretched. Anyway, at least it's got a little bit of brightness on the damn thing. Oh yeah, this scene.
Don't.
Captain Kirk, when he puts his feet up on the chair. I felt that like in my chest. That's 20 meters away from the screen, for crying out loud. Normally, if you're in a room and someone does that, you don't feel the sound on your chest because it's artificial. It's manufactured. It's artificial in a sound reproduction. But yeah, it was kind of fascinating to feel it, because I've seen this film so many times and never know. I thought, wow, I'm feeling the soundtrack. I'm feeling subtle details. Subtle details. My goodness. That THX sound system at the Empire was no slouch. It was no bass slouch.
Don't mince words, Bone.
Where's the where'll be something else? Oh yeah.
Genesis. I. Get it.
Oh, look at that Klingon wants to have. Looks like he wants to bloody eat his boot. Wow. You got all that bass direction on everything else on that going across that screen channel, and then you got that flipping solo bass kick in the flipping that, and you just feel it kicking in the chest. It was like Star Trek 3 was on sensor round steroids with THX sound system. Well, of course, it's a Dolby mix, A-type noise reduction. Damn. Magnetic soundtrack. Oh, high quality. Flipping feel that. Just, wow. So it's like you've got to balance the system so you get a good bass level, rumbles or whatever on the stage left, right, and then the center stage, so it plays within a few dB. So you got this energy coming out, and you're feeling it like bloody hell. It's like the return of sensor round. Only the THX sound system was a lot better. Yeah. Yubba. Is that a Rossett?
You're just...
Computer. Stand by.
The ship appears to be deserted, but the bridge seems to be run by computer. It is the only thing speaking.
Speaking? Let me hear.
9,
8, 7, 6, 5.
Get out!
3,
Get out of there! Get out!
1.
Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Exactly. Meow, meow. Boom! And that goes kaboom in the room. It can easily reach up to about 110 dB. That's plenty loud. That is plenty bloody loud for a short duration. Boom! Or, oh yeah, I think that might not be the biggest, because the biggest, I think, is when the USS Grissom gets blown to smithereens. Melanie, get off of there. Melanie, get off of there, girl. Come on. Come on, come down here. Melanie. Come on, girl. Come on, that's it. Come on, little girl. Come on, little girl. You're gonna do some damage, you are. Melanie. Don't think. Oh, is it this one? Oh yeah. Oh, they got the subtitles in the frame. Oh.
Captain, what is
Are they original subtitles?
Stand by for evasive.
Boom! Kaboom! Boom! My goodness.
Stand by for evasive.
Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. What you doing there? Bloody hell, that explosion. Damn. That gets blown to pieces. Bucky now. Just even on the screen channels, my goodness, they're going up there. They're going over 100, way over 100 dB. I feel it in the chest. I feel it. It rocks me back in the bloody seat. Bloody hell! What the fuck? I mean, that's the loudest or deepest, or maybe the explosion. The Enterprise was interesting. And there's a lot of other stuff. Yeah, don't need this Ben guy rabbiting on about, oh yeah, like Atmos. They're just trying to sell Atmos. Bloody Atmos is a 15-year-old outdated bloody sound format. Flawed, for crying out loud. You're talking about something that's been achieved decades ago. Bloody hell.
Quiet, please.
Melanie, get off of it. Melanie, you are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Why do you keep doing this on purpose, Melanie?
Steady. Steady, boys.
Calm
Keep
down.
scanning.
Calm down, little girl.
Thought you people were reliable.
Being fed.
Where the hell is he?
He's been here for some time.
You're not
Put me on hailing frequency.
Come over
Commander
here, little lady. Come over here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hey, what's this, Mel? Hey, what's this? Hey. Oh, yeah, that's got you interested. Oh, should I put it there? Oh, you hear that, don't you? Oh, you find it fascinating? Here she comes. You know, these colours, they look like crisp wrappers, don't they? Hey, I'm out of watermelon, but I've got backup. I've still got a little bit there. Waste not, want not. Oh, yeah. Still a bit more water. Actually, if I leave that, it get vapor on it. Get vapor in it. Still, why can't they make this bottle flipping a little bit smoother instead of all these weird edges? Trying to get the rest of that water out of there. Can you imagine? Just that. There's still a bit of water in there. Those little drops. I'll tell you, if you had 2-3 people out in the desert and it was just this bottle, I'll tell you, they would be fighting over this bottle. They would be killing just to get that bottle and open it up and lick just those little drops of, oh yeah. Can you imagine the craziness on that? Oh dear. Melanie, get off. Come on. You're doing this on purpose, you know, because you can hear my tone and you're doing it on purpose. Why are you doing this on purpose, Melanie? Come on. Come on, girl. Come over here. Come over here. Gosh. Oh, I knew now I should have got another male cat. Oh. I thought getting a female cat might be different, but yeah, it is different. You got to observe, you know. I need a garden for her to run around in. Oh gosh. Yeah, bird of prey. Anyway, fuck's sakes, the bird of fucking prey. Wow. When that decloaked in the Empire Leicester Square, my goodness, you just feel it. You just feel it fricking everywhere. Fricking that. It just rumbled. It just rumbled everywhere. Not I can hear any distortion, anything rattling or buzzing. It was just like the soundtrack reproduction. My goodness. But it doesn't do that in reality. You wouldn't feel it. You wouldn't feel it. It just wouldn't do that. It's just artificial. Oh, that's enough of that. Go back to these. Go back to these guys. Okay, that's enough of that. So you missed that part. You have to back up the video. Go back to these guys, eh? Go back to their experience. Experience. There we go. There they are, the two dudes.
A 10K IS, and they are loaded full of capacitors. Like, it's just taking in huge amounts of power, and it has the ability to sustain the realistic duration low output. What's likely to happen on an amplifier that's not designed for this is that it will run out of steam. It will get to a point where,
well, those JBL Uri 6290s didn't seem to be running out of steam at the Empire Leicester Square. What were they, 300 each? And then you bridge them. I think they go to, what was it, 600, something like, I don't know. I think Empire back in its day was running about 16K, 16 kilowatt. And it was damn decent. It was stellar. It was pretty damn good as it goes. But when they had the 56 kilowatt one in the early part of the 2007, I think they had it. It just sounded too loud. It was too toppy. They didn't have enough bass drivers behind the screen for the stage channel. Foley sounds sounded pretty rubbish. Every time I hear all that crap in that Star Trek crap, Jar Jar Abraham crap, when Khan's doing all the kicking and punching, where they go onto that Into Darkness spaceship or whatever it was in the movie, it sounded like someone taking a fucking ruler and slamming it onto a bloody onto a table. It was just, if you put earplugs in, you filter that out, and psychoacoustically, your mind then registers the bass range. It registers. It's just a psychoacoustic effect. Otherwise, it sounded incredibly fucking unrealistic. But in the home, yeah, I can get around it. I can get around all that crap. I still get all the bass punches and the, and say, where's that other one? Might play it just so you know what scene it is. So that's mostly a little bit in the center stage and the LFE signal. Might be a little bit difficult to find this one. No, it's not going to play the scene right, but no, it's a little bit late. Don't know what keyword to find here. Don't know what keyword to look for. No. Fucking terrible movie in any case. Needle in a haystack. No. Anyway, it's just a simple Foley sound effect where Captain Kirk's fighting that other Klingon or Romulan, is it Romulans? Near getting near to the end of the movie, and they're on a catwalk, and then he puts the Romulan. It kind of puts his foot down, like this boom. I can remember exactly how that sound felt in the Empire. and I experienced that in 2 different seats. First, I watched the movie at front and center, and then I saw it on a second show in the AA row in the circle. Always on a center line, as I say, always on a center line. So it's going to sound crap if I probably go over to the right or over to the left. And it still had the same kind of, but you got to play something like that repeatedly over and over and see whether see whether it's kind of sounding or feeling in the exact same position. Of course it's not. It's going to change its position, but I still get that slam because it's like a slam. Yeah. And I can feel that in the center stage quite easily. I don't need this Ben guy with all this selling his crap speakers, what he's affiliated with and what crap, you know. I'll just do that through the JBL. Thank you very much. And of course, a bit of it, there's a little bit in the LFE signal, but it's filtered at a different frequency. But still, yeah. And it's weird. My room happens to face almost about just a tiny few degrees, the same direction to what the Empire Leicester Square what it used to be. Faces more or less the same. So I checked it on Google Map and I thought, wow, what are the odds? London's that way. And I just tracked the position carefully and I thought, wow, my position is just a tiny few degree. Yeah. That's why I got an Empire Leicester Square sign up on my door. Yeah. Same typeface. Yeah, cool. So I did art graphic design sort of thing back in the 90s, and I thought, yeah, you know, I wasn't just going to say design this. So I find something and I say, design it. Can you please design it like this typeface? So you know what I'm talking about, you know, with the letterheads and such. Cool. It's cool when I turn it on. Wow. Yeah.
It can't pull in power fast enough for what it's actually trying to deliver, and it falls apart. Like, not physically falls apart, but it can't sustain it.
Stop saying deliver.
You're going to clip.
That 10K IF.
Stop saying deliver, otherwise I'm going to get a pizza with liver on it. And do you deliver? We don't put liver on pizza. Yes, but do you deliver?
Yes, can sustain for a realistic duration, ultra low frequency at ultra high level. And I mean,
here we go.
Aggressive. Like, I mean, it's ultra low frequency at ultra high level. And I mean, it's aggressive. Like, it's when you realize, like, it's aggressive. Like, it's I mean, it's aggressive. Like, I mean, it's aggressive. And I mean, it's aggressive. Like, it's when I mean, it's aggressive. Like, I mean, it's level. And I mean, it's aggressive and realistic duration, ultra low frequency at ultra high level. And I mean, it's aggressive. Like, it's when you realize, like, what a big driver can do when it's being powered by that much power, it's staggering.
It's a lot. And this is, I say this all the time. This is not us saying this is the only one. This is the only one we know of, because there is very little data, if any, that exists in this space. And there are a lot of manufacturers that say they can, and they may to a certain level. But that 10K2IS is able to get, I want to say it's -3 is 3 hertz. It is absurd in what it's able to do. It may not be that. I mean, that's ridiculous, but it's able to do absurd levels down to 3 hertz, which is insane. And it does deliver absurd levels down to 3 hertz, which is insane. And it does deliver absurd levels down to 3 hertz, which is insane. And it does deliver. They're not quiet, though. So if you go down that pathway,
do not put them in your room.
No, they're so down that pathway.
Do not put them in your room.
No, they're single U chassis, and they have Delta. I think they're Deltas, like 60. No, they're smaller than that, like 40 mil fans. And oh boy, 60. No, they're smaller than that, like 40 mil fans. And oh boy, are they loud. I have, how many do I have? 10 of those amps in my room. And they're in a different room. And as soon as I walk out of the theater, if I have those amps on, I can hear the fans. And they're and as soon as I walk out of the theater, if I have those amps on, I can hear the fans. And they're in a totally different part of the basement.
I'm not sure when
I can hear the fans. They're in a different room. And as soon as I walk out of the theater, if I have those amps on, I can hear the fans.
Well, you need to change the stock. You need to change the stock fan to another fan that's runs a little bit quiet, has the same velocity to cool. But this is the thing. This is the thing. If you take all the lids off those amplifiers, the heat's going to rise. Heat always goes upward. Cold air goes downward. You're going to have amplifiers stacked, and you're going to push heat up into the next amplifier, and so on and so on and so on. Can't avoid it. You know, electronics are the enemy. You know, some parts of the electronics are going to heat up. But yeah, if you it's a thing. Do they need it? Or is it unnecessary? There's a lot of other electronics I got in the system, in my system, and I think, well, this gets damn hot. I mean, seriously, I think it needs a cooling fan on it just to keep the temperature down a little bit. Otherwise, over decades, some of the components are going to gradually slow down to degrade, and then you'll just have to do some soldering to replace components. I've got a lot of components in the rack, in the main processing rack, that get bloody hot, probably hotter than the amplifiers. That's the thing. Because you look back on a lot of other things, and do these so-called audiophile bullshit monoblock amplifiers, do they have fans on them? Because hey, if they got a fan on it, you're going to hear the damn thing in those rooms, because these people, they stick those things on the bloody floor, so you're just going to walk over the damn thing. What if you had a power cut? You know that guy that had all those amplifiers in that bloody room, going around in a circle and saying he's got the best home theater on the face of the planet. It costs $6 million. What if he had a power cut? What the fuck? Has he got emergency backup lighting that's going to turn on? Because if you walk around that room in the pitch dark, you're not going to know where your footing is. You're going to trip over something, fall over and hit your head on the bloody amplifier, and you're going to be in casualty. You know, it's a walking minefield. You know, if it happened in my room, I'm going to be pretty aware, and I'm going to be walking around. Well, my phone's going to be near me. Okay, so I've got a backup, so I can turn something on for a light, for a torch. So I've got a backup, so I won't be entirely in the dark. You got to have something there, you know, so you got a backup, emergency lighting, you know, like the Enterprise. Switch to auxiliary. I haven't got the power, Captain. Yeah. Yeah. Why am I rambling about bloody amplifiers?
And they're in a totally different part of the basement.
I'm not sure where.
I don't really hear my amplifiers. Can't hear the damn things. Close the door and I can't hear them. Just like a projection room. Everything's in, isolated in another room. No need for a hush box. If I leave the door open a little bit, I can hear them. Oh, great. At least I got hearing range still. I can hear that. But you look at the other things like AV receivers, like one receiver, it doesn't do it on the Marantz that I got. That's in the cupboard. That Dolby Atmos Marantz thing. The Denon has got built-in amplifiers, as well as you can use it as a processor. When you switch it into amplifier mode, the fans are activated to keep the amplifiers cool. When you put it in processor mode, the fans and amplifiers are turned off, so you don't hear any fan sound noise. So it's running silent. As far as it goes with unbalanced audio, the output, pretty decent as it is. Pretty decent. Because you got to think, most of all those early days Dolby CP cinema processors were all unbalanced. Nothing wrong in that, as long as you get a good signal going through it. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Don't need this guy here giving you the BS to say you can sell high-end gear. They're fucking high-end. Really.
When they changed, but there has been a slight running revision, and the newest ones don't run quite as loud as the older ones.
Oh.
I know this because the job where we've put 18, we sent 2 out there for testing, like 6 months before we sent the other 16 out. And the original 2 do run noisier. I don't know if there was a running addition to the fans. I'm not sure. I hoped it was a firmware thing, but it doesn't seem to be because they're all on the same firmware now. But they do run a little bit quieter, the newer ones.
That's good.
Not loads quieter. You still
my advice is just do not put them in your room, and it's not a problem.
Yeah,
you're not going to want those in the room anyway because of the amount of heat they generate. They idle. You're not going to want those in the room anyway because of the amount of heat they generate, and it's not a problem.
Yeah,
you're not going to want those in the room anyway because of the amount of heat they generate.
Actually, it's not too bad if it's the winter time and the heat they generate, because even my processor rack, crikey, the heat coming off of that sometimes, yep, it's unbearable. I've got to turn the air conditioning on just to cool the room down a little bit, at least on one side, that is. I like to have one of those ones fitted in the ceiling, but that's about several hundred more than the portable one. And then have the extractor out on the side, and those things also run a little bit softer dB level than the but I don't mind. I don't care. I can still hear the soundtrack over it. Bloody hell. These people here will be moaning about it. It's like you go to a professional, you go to a cinema, you're not expected to hear, but sometimes I could hear the air conditioning in the BH2. I could hear some sound on one side of the auditorium. But yeah, heat goes up and up and up and up and up, and it's like I've not had any snags with the Trinnov, even though I got Dolby SDU4s right underneath it, and the heat coming off those SDU4s, which is hot, which is pretty. it hasn't even raised the temperature level in the Trinov. The fan speed stays at the constant level. That processor runs pretty quiet. When I used to run the Storm processor and I might have the Sony SDDS switched on, the heat's rising up from the SDDS, going up through the rack. It's got to go through that little bit of metal and then go up and then reach the Storm processor. And then suddenly the processor's 50% speed goes up to 75, and then the fan speed's going a little faster. And the way it's inside the enclosure of the box, it just makes it a little bit audible. And it gets a little annoying after a while because I hear it one side, you know, like you would hear an Atmos sound effect on one of the side surround speakers. Oh, it's there, and oh no, it's over there. Oh wow, big deal. It's either I had to turn the processor off, wait, maybe take a break, 10 minutes, turn it back on, it's back at 50%. Oh, bloody hell. No. The Trinov is ran pretty damn quiet. I think it's got I think inside the Trinov is 1, 2, 3. I think there are 3 fan mechanisms inside. But one day they're probably going to fail, and I'm going to have to pull that out the rack, and it's going to be a pain in the ass. Oh, like butt hurt feeling, Put it on the bench, open it up, get look at the components, and then look it up on and think, yeah, I could buy those parts on eBay, or maybe get something that's a little bit better. So I wonder if Trinov have changed their fans in over their different generation of altitude 32s, how many times they might chip, because they obviously changed the design of the back panel. Sometimes they used to have a circular fuse where you turn it, pull it out. Then they had the little clip-on one. So they changed a few cosmetic things on that thing over the years. Gold-plated terminals, and then silver, and then gold-plated terminal. As if that's going to make a big difference. Yeah. What am I going to do? It's fucking 12 o'clock. Oh no, that's it's almost what's it? Let's just let this laptop charge up a little bit, and I'm going to go into the THX cinema room, check up on the the dynamic range EQ. I got it about 90%. So that movie, where is it? Here, where was it? Where's that scene? Has it got this scene in it? Not sure if it's this one. Oh, it could be this one. A hidden Easter egg. Oh yeah. Hidden Easter eggs. Come back to these guys in a moment. Yeah. Bloody hell. You got to get your consistency level on your soundtrack playback, Otherwise, you look at those VU level meters on the Trinov and you think, bloody hell, But I heard all that shit years ago. I was on the case. I was twigging onto it decades ago. There we go. Bloody hell. Click. Boom. this scene here. You can't hear it in this mix because it's because as this mix is playing, it'd be like a 424 matrix. I can't hear it. I can't hear it. Not on the laptop in here. I can't hear it. It's impossible. But the position of the airplane in the discrete mix, it's over on the left channel. It's very tiny fraction over difference on the right channel until that aircraft pans over, and it's phantom imaging. Okay. So if you understand how phantom image works, okay, in stereo, yeah, or they can do it discrete. They can take it, pan it from left into center discrete, and then over into right. That sometimes happens in the mix. It's got a very bizarre mix. But you got Robert De Niro talking Italian. Well, so they say he talks Italian. But, you can see him running. You know, in the mix, it's completely fabricated. So they put all these sound effects in: Foley, breathing, panting, footsteps. You know, it's taken quite a little bit of juggling of the dynamic range EQ to put high pass filters on the HF horn, low pass filters on the bass cab, adjusting gain levels, threshold levels, and kind of juggling it and just play like they do on Dubstage, just play it over and over and over and over again. But there's also other dynamic ranges going on in the mix where, oh, crikey, I'm not hearing that now very easily. It's improved this scene where it's kind of lowered the noise of the level of the jet plane, because if I mute the HF horns, just get the kind of bass rumble on the jet airliner thing, and then you still hear a little bit of the sound in the center channel, which is just Foley footstep running and panting and breathing. But you can't hear it on a 424 matrix mix. It's impossible, because you get a total masking effect, and that signal that is in the center discrete in the 424 would just go boom. You just don't notice it. You can see there's something going on there, and you think, I'm kind of curious. Then you listen to the discrete, then you start analyzing, and it's like, oh, how do I get that? All this sound, because sometimes the center channel can go bam, really bloody loud. So you got to have a certain threshold on it. And I also put an additional audio limiting. So if any of the, where is it? So I don't like it when it goes up to 90 dBA. It then sounds unpleasant and unnaturally. You just want to turn it down. In the Matrix sort of thing, it's a little bit different, the dynamic ranges. Goes behind. Yeah, like that last shot there, when I was playing it back repeatedly the other night and thinking, oh, now I can see the level going up on the HF horn on the center stage. And I just thought, oh, fuck it, just put an audio limiter on it and just bring it down a little bit. It won't affect any of the softer dynamic ranges, because, you know, and it's also getting, you want to hear heat here in THX sound system. Oh yeah. don't want to go to this Ben, thing, because he's probably not using dynamic range. And mind you, like I say, it takes quite a bit to set it up. And it might not work on every mix, so you got to try and make it work on every mix that might be complicated or complexed. They used to have Dolby loudness or Dolby volume. Where the heck's that gone? They invented it around 2010 or something. Where the heck has that gone to? You don't see it on this high-end shit. No Storm Audio, no Trinov. Where's Dolby volume? You can buy it as an outboard. You can buy it as an outboard thing. There's a few modules that they make. So the signal goes in from the player. Then you've got an output, and you plug that into the AV receiver. So that all the control in the dynamic range in that, if that's what I think it's doing, is to try and so if the left and right way up here in the center channel here, my finger here is down here, is to lower these down and get them into sort of proportion of a few dB tolerance, so you can understand the language of the complexity on complex film sound mixes. Otherwise, sometimes they got an even balance going on, and then you don't have to have that loudness, that Dolby volume thing. It probably still do something, but where the heck is it? Where is it? They keep saying a Trinov is the most high-end processor on the face of the planet. Yeah. Where's these Dolby volume things? Have they stopped? Have they discontinued? Stopped producing them? Where are they? People say they tried working with Odyssey Dynamic EQ, and some people are not getting anywhere or have succeeded. I tried years ago. Oh gosh, this is going probably back 10 years or more. And I'm trying to sort of like get the dynamic range. On the LCR, Jurassic Park #3. You got that stupid dinosaur thing, that giant King Kong bloody size, whatever the fuck it was in the movie. You first see its appearance and people are running, again, they're running this way and running that way. And until the scene ends, and then you hear a Foley sound like a punch, and you see this guy falling back, and then you get the other guy with the hat, he wants no answers because he knows he's been, come on, don't bullshit me. He knows he's been bullshitted and lured to this island. And the whole bloody scene was just so fucking ridiculously loud. And I wanted to try and improve it by using dynamic EQ. It took a few hours to get it right until I got the balance with threshold levels and so on. I think, what was I using that on? The JBL. I think I was using that on the JBL Control 12SR modified. But yeah, I've not used the dynamic EQ in many months. And then and just a few nights ago, I thought I'll have another crack at it. It took me an hour or so to get it a little bit 90%. I need to get it 90 to 100. And so that would just take a little bit more juggling and adjusting gain, a little bit of gain level, and the amplifier level, the actual amplifier levels and such. Because if I turn the HF levels up on the amplifier, I can make it sound crap again. You know, it's going to sound like the fucking 56 kilowatt bloody Empire Less Square, and I have to put bloody earplugs in my ear. It's getting the balance, so then it can control it automatically. But when you turn the fader down to a certain level, it's still got to have some sort of response until you're down to a certain threshold level where it won't have any action response, and, you know. And most people run their home theaters. Well, you can, whatever floats your boat out there, everybody. If you want to run it minus 15, minus 20 dB, yeah, knock yourselves out. You haven't got your gain levels set correctly on, and you're still only hearing a proportion. You can't see what the levels are doing because these AV receivers or these Emotivos or whatever rubbish thing you brought, they got no level meters. So you know it's loud, but you can't actually see the level. When you see the level, you think, yeah, there's something going on here. How can it be addressed? I think they should have addressed it on the dubbing stage in the first place. But Heat's got such a complex mix. Oh yeah, everyone is going to keep playing that bank scene, aren't they? Yeah, typical cliche, isn't it? Yeah. Let me go to the other scene that most people probably don't notice. You might pick a little, I might hear a little bit on this laptop. Mind you, I've got the volume up at full bloody levels here. Bloody hell. Does it play right down to the end credit? Almost near to the end. Oh yeah, almost. Almost, yeah. There we go. Can I put my ears closer because it's very soft on this laptop? Most of the music that you hear there, that would be a little bit low level in the surround. Very low level, I think. I think it's very, and it's mostly playing on stage left and right. The bass or some of the middle and high range of the music doesn't cut into on the center channel a little bit later, which is coming up. But I won't be able to hear the bass note because the laptop's only limited to about maybe 200 hertz. I might hear a little bass mid. Out there, boom. So you see the face reaction. And then you get this very sort of soft bass note building up in the center stage, and it's radiating out. But it's also hearing all the other detail of the when the character fades like that. You hear all that other detail. I can hear all that detail. The music levels balanced, and then the bass music comes in the center, and a little bit more high notes coming in the center. Oh yeah, makes it more wow. Only in this THX cinema, not in the this Benz whatever, yeah, because he hasn't got all that. You know, you go there and listen to it, fucking hell, you're gonna hear a masking effect. He's probably watching the video now, aren't you, Ben? So you're probably twigging on what I'm saying if you're watching, aren't you? You got to get some Behringer DCXs in that system, what you're running. Or I'm going to put a hunt out. I'm going to get some bounty hunters. I'm going to get some Boba Fett's out there looking for one of those Dolby volume things that I could plug into the system to see if it does what it does. If it does, then great. I wouldn't have to use the dynamic EQ. Well, if it doesn't, because I know what to look for, I know what to listen for. I know what to look for, I know what to listen for, and I know what to feel for. I know when it's bullshit. And it's like, yeah, okay, I'm feeling it, but I know it's bullshit, depending on what I'm looking at. Three things there, Ben. I know what to look for. I know what to look for. And I've been doing that shit for fucking over 30 years. So come on, don't bullshit me, Ben. He fades. You can't hear it in this mix. You can't hear it because it's audio masked on 424 Matrix. Not unless they did the 424 Matrix and they lowered the levels of the music track and they lowered them down slightly. And it's also frequency as well. It's not just the levels. You got to look at frequency, because if you got too much frequency at this band here, it can still give a masking effect. And you're back at square one, scratching your hair out. Fucking hell, I want to solve this. I want to hear the whole fucking soundtrack. Yeah. That's for the Heat fans out there. Yeah, the Heat fans. Yeah, go back to these characters now. Yeah. Fucking hell, been 5 hours. They only did a video that was only less than an hour, or just over an hour. Bloody hell. They haven't got much to talk about, because after a while you start slowing down. It's getting a bit boring now. I'm getting a bit bored. Can we talk about a different topic? Because you can always tell it's human sort of thing. Maybe I should go for some sort of PhD in sort of bloody human behavior. You don't need a PhD in that. It's a load of bollocks. You know how much you have to pay for a PhD? Ridiculous amount of fucking money just to get a little bit of piece of paper. Oh my goodness me. And you spent out fucking hell, and you put all that paper money together and it's larger than the fucking little piece of paper you get. Oh, for Pete's sakes. It's like back in the day trying to do swimming. You're either hungry or you just enjoy it, or I've got a few here, certificates there and that, but so what? If I tried doing that now, I couldn't even achieve it. I'm not even in my same condition to do that anymore. Like mentally, but physically, no. There's no point trying to do it and then end up floating in a bloody swimming pool fucking dead because I caused myself an injury. Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, I do miss swimming. Oh, always keep you fit, that does.
Noisier. I don't know if there was a running addition to the fans. I'm not sure. I hoped it was a firmware thing, but it doesn't seem to be, because they're all on the same firmware now. But they do run a little bit quieter, the newer ones.
That's good.
Not loads quieter. You still
my advice is just do not put them in your room, and it's not a problem.
Yeah,
you're not going to want those in the room anyway because of the amount of heat they generate. But they need that in order to deliver what you're asking of them.
And there's no. It's not a. I'm going to be honest, right?
Stop saying deliver. You're going to make me order a pizza.
And Jeffrey will probably. Honestly, I'm going to get my balls cut off for this. Yeah. It's not a consumer friendly product, right? So there is no IP control to turn it on or off. You turn it on and off with a physical switch, and the other way of turning it on or off. Sorry,
you can get around that.
I get around it by using contactors and literally killing the power to it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Shelly relays are great for that.
Right. We build big distribution panels with relays using industrial grade switching, like programmable logic controllers, because the inrush current's huge. Like you turn on a handful of those in one go, you'll just trip breakers. So they have to be staggered.
Yeah, you got to stagger the timing to be
those in one go. You'll just trip breakers. So they have to be staggered.
Yeah, you got to stagger the timing to be able to turn them on. Absolutely.
Right. So, yeah, if you've put them on the other side of a house and they're pulling 150 watts each in standby, you don't want to, the polar bears would love it if each in standby. You don't want to, the polar bears would love it if you turn those off when you're not using them. Don't just leave them on 24/7. The polar bears really don't need that.
In my power bill, when I took them off idle and was able to turn them off using the Shelley relays.
Yeah.
But you mean they're not? I'm going to change what you said. They're consumer friendly, but they are something that absolutely has to be considered in order to implement correctly, because they are not like a typical residential amplifier.
I don't know this. You'll tell me that. You might not even know either. Can you even run them on 110 volts?
I wouldn't.
I don't know either. Can you even run them on 110 volts?
I wouldn't.
I don't even know if you can.
I think you can.
Can you? I'm looking at a spec sheet. Oh, no. Operating voltage, 160 to 270 volts AC.
Then no, you can't.
Right. So you can't even run. So when I say it's not a consumer friendly, you can't walk into a store, go and buy 4 of these things, take them home, and just set your... Like, there's some engineering to be done to make sure these things are...
Frankly, I wouldn't want to anyway because of the increase in heat output from running them on 110. I would want the higher voltage from 240 because I can run them at a lower current. That's why they're doing it.
But yeah, you're not just going to walk into a store and buy them and plug them in. And that's what I meant by not consumer friendly. It's not a retail product. You need to consider it. You need to do some engineering around it.
It needs to be considered as a sum of all of its parts and as part of an entire system than just, hey, I'm going to buy this and get something better. You've got to make considerations and frankly consolidations in order to make them work correctly.
Yeah.
You're going to need airflow because you'll overheat your system. They will overheat if you don't have adequate airflow.
I'm just going to jump back quickly to Derek, who's just fired a question before we wrap up, because this is important and we're going to have to go after this properly. We're going to have to talk about this. So is chest slam not a different frequency range from a tactile? So is chest slam not a different frequency range from a tactile? Well, yes and no. And both can exist across a broad range. So when you say you've been in highly capable rooms that didn't have like chest slam, that is likely a time domain problem.
Yes.
So we've talked quite a lot about the time domain, and to get that real slam, you need that very fast, I'm going to say instantaneous, but it's not, but a very fast transient of pressure, right? It's outside, you have a single wave comes from a PA on the stage or a live drum, right? If you're stood by a live kick drum, you get a single wave, right? And it hits you in one go and it passes through you and it never comes back, right? There's no reflections. You're in a field. There's something for it to bounce off. When you're in a room and you've put subwoofers in different positions, some maybe ahead of you, some behind you, it might be at the sides, that wave may not arrive perfectly at the same time from all of them. It definitely doesn't. You can't do that at all seats. If you've gone like some front, some back, you cannot get all seats arrive perfect. Some behind you, it might be at the sides. That wave ahead. When you're in a room, right, you get a single wave or a live trade. You have a single wave comes from a PA, right? It's outside. You have a single wave comes from a PA on the stage or a live drum, right? If you're stood by a live kick drum, you get a single wave, right?
And there's for drums and bass, they're two different things. You can record it, but you're not reproducing it. You look at how a drum is, you can see it. You can walk around it in 3 dimension. A sub bass speaker or what is going to be up somewhere It depends. It really depends. But it's not like a, might as well use the real instrument, It's not going to, you get a sound from it, but it's not going to be the same, Bass drums they're like that, and they go downward. A sub bass speaker is that way, it goes that way. Or you could turn the sub bass, or you could make a box where, I don't know, sub bass speaker driver up that way, this way, that way, and the other way. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But it's not, it's going to be bigger than the bloody drum thing, isn't it? We know how big the drums are, for crying out. I heard something a few years ago. I couldn't tell whether it was live PA, bloody really mega amplified, or if it was an actual band that was playing. It sounded like it was coming from across the road, and no, it couldn't be a live band, because no one's going to be performing a live band at fucking 12 o'clock at night. It sounded like it was coming from, and someone had a fucking high fucking PA system across the fucking road, and it was fucking amplified. I don't know what speakers they must have had in that fucking house across the road. It wasn't pissing me off. It was just like fascinated, like, what the fuck? That's going to be pissing neighbours off literally next door, because if I can hear it at the fucking level it was going at, they must be putting earplugs in their ears and bloody ear defenders, because it would just damage your hearing. Won't be cool. It'd just damage your hearing. It was fucking amplified. It was probably obviously PA amplified. Band music playing through some fucking loud fucking PA speaker rig. But who fucking tests that fucking shit at fucking 12 o'clock at night, for crying out loud? Come on. A little less level, really. Not that SBL level. Damn. Could I feel it? No, I could just hear the sound. It sounded like a live band. Oh dear. Yeah, that was a few years ago. Yeah, okay, back to these characters, yeah.
And it hits you in one go, and it passes through you, and it never comes back, right? There's no reflections. You're in a field. There's something for it to bounce off. When you're in a room and you've put subwoofers in different positions, some maybe ahead of you, some behind you, it might be at the sides, that wave may not arrive perfectly at the same time from all of them. It definitely doesn't. You can't do that at all seats. If you've gone like some front, some back, you cannot get that wave of pressure to hit every seat at the same time.
Nope.
It physically can't. That's one of the things that waveforming from Trinnov kind of does bring us, is actually moving more towards a wave that moves through the room. Then you've got all the reflections, right? So to get the real slam, we focus on reducing the difference in time that moves through a frequency, right? So we really focus on the crossover particularly, but as that subwoofer plays at different frequencies, how short is the delay of all of that pressure going from the initial impulse to maximum power, like peak pressure, and we can tune that. So we can tune. We have Andy Summers on, who doesn't like me, and THX Cinemas. We have Andy Summers on, who doesn't like me. We can tune. We have Andy Summers on, who doesn't.
I just don't like you. I don't hate you. All right, get that straight. I don't hate you. I just don't like you.
Like me, and THX Cinemas with JBL Pro have been doing this for a decade. They haven't, because it doesn't like.
Yes, they have.
And THX Cinemas with JBL Pro have been doing this for a decade. They haven't.
How old are you? Well, let me see. You look like you're in your 40s to me. I'm almost in my 60s. You look like you're in your 40s. All right.
because they don't.
Unless you have Brazilian plastic surgery every year and you're almost in your 60s. No, come on, bullshit.
Me and THX cinemas with JBL Pro have been doing this for a decade. They haven't, because they don't play that low. So they
yeah.
Haven't. We've been doing this for a decade. They haven't, because they don't play that low. So they haven't. Pro have been doing this for a decade. They haven't, because they don't play that low. And THX cinemas with JBL Pro have been.
Well, it does now. Fucking hell. Have you got a 3417 in your home?
Been doing this for a decade. They haven't, because they don't play that low. So they haven't. Just haven't. But it's really important to get the time alignment right to get slam. You can get slam at a huge broad range of frequencies, but it's complicated frequencies. But it's complicated, really complicated.
Oh, right, kind of like a marriage.
Complicated, really complicated.
Especially for multi-row, multi-seat.
Yeah.
It's easier to facilitate at single seat locations than it is at multi-seat, because your timing references change. Everything's different seat to seat. Everything's different. And
it's impossible to equalize a room. It's impossible. You know, that bass wave thing, big deal. So what? You move somewhere out of the range, it's going to not be the same anymore. It's impossible to equalize. But you put sub-bass speakers underneath each seat, you put a sine wave through, it doesn't change that much. It pretty stays much within a few dB. Put a bass speaker over there, one over there, put a sine wave. Bloody hell, it's up, down, it's a bloody mess. Put it right underneath the seat, it radiates up through. Probably a lot better than a bass shaker. Maybe. Depends on how it's designed, but yeah. That's why some people put a bass speaker behind the seating and it stays almost like the same, level of frequency. Depending on how low down it could go and whether you can actually feel it. Probably not that much. It's when you get up to the other frequencies and you start to feel those, and then you go down low again and it's like you can't notice it, because the whole actual thing has got to be coupled with the seating. So you feel that like that, and then you decouple it and you don't feel that. It's still doing that. Whatever. Maybe if it had the la-di-da. Yeah, it's possible. So you mount a sub-bass speaker on the inside, and then you put another one on the outside. That's so you've got to have a nut and screw going through. So then you bolt the other speaker and then put the magnet against the magnet goes against the seat's wooden frame, and then it would generate a vibration into that seat, kind of like a poor man's version of a bass shaker. Otherwise, all the rest of the frequencies stay almost stationary. They don't wander around unless you get out of the seat, walk around the room, play those sine waves again, then they just seem to go all over the bloody place. Yeah, and all that just to watch a movie. Oh my goodness, especially when they're woke movies today. Bloody hell. They always play these stupid. I bet if I went to this Ben's demo, they'd probably play that bloody Maverick rubbish over, and oh, for goodness, I've seen it. I get that pressure in the room. Big deal. So what? But a lot of the rest of the sound effects that go on it, a load of rubbish. It didn't deserve the Oscar. It didn't deserve it. It was definitely Steven Seagal rigged it. fucking hell, F-14, bloody Russian planes going around a bloody F-14, and the timbre match doesn't even change. Cut from exterior to the interior, the frequency sound doesn't change when those planes start to circle around overhead. And you wouldn't even hear the bloody things on the inside of a cockpit. It would be muffled. Yeah, way to go, sound mixers. Brilliant mixing. It's like, I heard another stupid bit of sound effect in the, what's it, Thunderball on AC3 Laserdisc. There's a scene where an airplane is circling. They're on the inside. They're inside, right inside, in a room. You hear this plane moving around. You wouldn't hear it moving around like that. It would sound like mono on indoors, unless you got multiple windows in a room that are open, and you would hear a slight sound shift go from, say, that side over there to over that side with windows open. But with windows closed, you would just hear a muffled sound. It would sound like mono. It wouldn't circle. You might get a very diffused sort of low frequency, sort of weird, you know, but no. I've heard it too many fucking times with airplanes. I'm not too fucking far from an airport. I know what it sound. I know what that shit sound. You can't bullshit me. That movie, fucking hell. God, I get so fucking pissed off when I hear fucking lousy sound mixers. And even if they mixed it in mono, still wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't have a top end on that. It would be muffled. You hear something, you know it's an airplane outside. You can hear a muffled frequency response, limited frequency response. You open the window and put your head out the window. It's a total different thing.
This is kind of a benefit that big theaters have. They're in bigger rooms. It becomes more of an issue in smaller. Your time goes out the window. Reflections become a problem. There's all kinds of issues that small rooms bring in. THX or Andy, I can tell you, if you're talking about lower frequency stuff, no commercial cinemas do low frequency stuff. You're not going to get anything really under 30 hertz in those rooms.
I actually used to live near there, and it's not a great
hertz in those rooms.
I actually used to live near there, and it's not a great cinema. So I actually used to live near there, and it's not a great cinema. So that's it's not anywhere comparable to.
I think a lot of people.
So I actually used to live near there, and it's not a great cinema.
Yeah, what year was that? What year was that then, Ben? Come on, elaborate, please. Please elaborate. He's just trying to put, just because I'm a JBL fan, he's just trying to put it down. Hey, George Lucas has got more clout than you have, Ben, so shut your trap. Bloody snobs. Can't stand them. From everyone else that was raving about that, I think it was voted the 8th best THX cinema on the face of the planet. I don't know how that came around, but that's what my friend told me. A friend told me years ago it was voted the 8th best because he must have read an article somewhere. You know, because that cinema was getting a heck of a lot of rave. And when I spoke to a projectionist on there on the phone decades ago, they were saying how the audience were raving about Last of the Mohicans in THX sound system. So, Ben, you're full of BS. Go and play with your noddy home theatre demo rooms, please. Go and play with your noddy home theatre.
So that's it's not anywhere comparable to.
I think a lot of people have a conception on what infrasonic is and what it feels like. Commercial.
Oh, please, infrasonic. Are we talking airborne or mechanical? How many bass shakers would it flipping take? How many would it take? What designs, what cocktail design do you come up with? Concoctions, and yeah. See him doing something that's, and then you think, oh, I might as well try something else that does something similar. It's not going to do all frequencies, but it'll be real world stuff, and it's going to do a vibration. Or like, how much can you do with, like, I'm on a bed and I do this? Oh, fucking hell, I can feel that in my ears. No, I don't like it. I think that's about as much as I can tolerate. But no, these idiots, they're not going to try that because they think, oh, that looks stupid, that looks foolish. If you don't try it, then how the fuck do you know? Just doing that. I feel the vibration on one side. Fucking hell. Oh, my face is fucking shaking. That's the best sub bass. Better than your stupid Ascendo 64-inch. At least it's natural.
Commercial cinemas, and really,
and think how much I'm moving my, that's more excursion peak to peak than that stupid Ascendo can do. And how much does that Ascendo cost? $80,000? What the fuck? Yeah, I can wave a door. I can show that. Oh yeah, you can do infrasonic frequency in a room by just moving a door back and forth, and it's changing air pressure in the room. And you see this infrasonic. You see my videos, haven't you? Where I've shown it. Fucking hell, it's down in the low digit range, between 3 and 6 hertz. And you look at the energy it's being picked up, it's almost in the red. Most signals going down into a mix might not even do that. And that's just moving a door back and forth, for crying out loud. I've known about that shit for fucking decades. I used to do that when I was a kid. And I'd create fucking hell. All that you hear a whole range, a little bit of the audible frequency range, and then the rest. Yeah, I do it now, of course, but I can't hear that range because it's infrasonic to our ears. Our hearing range rolls off. You have to amplify it stupidly. And then that might start doing some physical harm to our body. Not good. You don't want to end up in hospital. Now, what brings you into hospital? I was messing around with infrasonic frequencies. What's that? Well, I have to recommend you to a different specialist, Because most people, have got common sense, fuck's sakes. What's the fuck? Fucking infrasonic. Who fucking cares? You got to have different drivers to do different things. I'm quite happy enough that my JBLs can go down to about 7 hertz. Oh, that's not too bad. Oh, actually, they make 6 hertz. But once it gets down to a certain range, then yes, mechanically. But hey, that's not too bad for speakers that are fucking how many fucking years old? I'm quite happy with the SPL level. I don't want stupidity. I've heard all that shit fucking decades ago. You keep doing that shit and you're going to end up with fucking tinnitus. Tinnitus. You'll end up with that. Join the association. You want that hissing noise in your ears day and night until you crack up, you can't handle it anymore. You top yourself, don't you? You want a cure. There's no cure for it. There's remedy, but no cure. You get temporary remedy, and then it comes back and haunts you. When it chooses, it's like you got demons because, it's like a bloody possession, for Christ's sake. I need an exorcism to get rid of this tinnitus. Fucking hell.
Commercial spaces in general don't do it because it's not
oh god, typical they are. They want to brag. Typical Americans, they want to brag. This guy needs to get a CB radio and go on channel 6 on the AM and start bragging about his subwoofer. That's the bragging channel. That's been officially the bragging channel for decades. Yeah, get yourself a CB radio.
Possible to deliver power-wise.
Right.
It's physically not possible.
This is the challenge, right? And it is a challenge of why there is... Right.
It's physically not possible.
This is the challenge, right? And it is a challenge of why...
Challenge accepted.
There is discussion around creating more of his tactile base, because actually slam is hard. I had one of the best compliments I've ever had a couple of days ago.
Last week. I want to address this. In the real world, base does not press on our bodies. If you mean there's no chest slammer, have you ever stood next to something like an F-18?
Now he's like a typical American bragging about the superpower race and all that bullshit. Please spare me, Ryan. Spare me. I have felt a Vulcan bomber. Did I mention that? Oh, this video is 6 hours now. I mentioned the Vulcan bomber. Last appearance was about 2015 in the Bournemouth Air Show. Oh yeah, I know what that feels like. Feels like one of those rockets. It makes that static crackle sound when it's ascending up because it's pushing thrust to go up in a vertical. And no, you'd be wearing earplugs and ear defenders if you're on an aircraft. And no, Top Gun Maverick's not going to do that. It's bullshit. So you're not going to feel that thrust and all that. Well, maybe if you went to a High Wycombe back in its day, quite easily, you'd feel that pressing against your body. But it's exaggerated. Most of the time, so it depends on if you're so far back away from those things. But you're talking about air also being pushed out. It's not just sound wave, but it's air. It's also heat. Yeah, I don't think you want to be standing in front of those fucking things and getting your face blistered. Maybe stand aside, put a barbecue something, you know? Yeah, we've all seen the videos on YouTube where some nutcase sits in a seat with a fucking jet plane opening its thrust, and the guy just gets knocked over in the bloody seat. Big deal. So what? I'm talking about weekly basis. We don't feel that pressing against our bodies. You walk around, real world sound of traffic, far better than any Atmos movie. It doesn't press on your body. You hear the sound, but you don't feel it. But if you want to feel it, do you know how to feel it? I'm not going to say. I'm not going to tell you how you can feel it. No, you don't deserve that privilege. Two things. Should I say? Should I tell you how you can fucking feel it? Put a piece of cardboard, hold it against your chest. You feel the fucking sound then. Because it acts like a diaphragm. The other second way is put your hand on a shop window. You feel the frequency because it's going onto the window and acting like a diaphragm, and you feel it. Take your hand away from it, you just hear the sound of the traffic frequency. It depends on what type of exhaust pipe or engine, and you might occasionally feel something that's going at a very loud SPL, and you feel something, but it's few and far between. Get off your bloody sub-bass bloody ego, you. Oh.
An F-16, an F-35, an F-20, any...
Oh, stop bragging about fucking airplanes. Typical warmongering things. Please, you're pissing me off.
Jet, like fighter jet that is taking off.
Oh, fighter jets.
From the low frequency waves.
Yeah, and when they're in the air, and when they're up in the air, do you fucking feel those airplanes? No, you don't. You just hear the sound of the frequency. Like I say, if you want to feel the sound of those things, put your hand on the window and you can feel the slight vibration, and it's very mild. Unless that fucking thing crashed outside your fucking house, yeah, you might feel it for a couple of brief few seconds, and then it's over.
And it is overwhelming. And
yeah, right. Yeah. The Vulcan bomber, was that, did I find that overwhelming? I found it fascinating. Yeah, because it was a Vulcan bomber. I found it fascinating. Because I've heard all red arrows before, but you don't feel them unless you put your hand on the window. Open the window, put your head out the window, you just hear the acoustical sound going around. Sometimes you might get a direction on it and might see where the aircraft is. Sometimes you can't because it's might be behind you and it's just radiating and reflecting on the buildings all around. It can't reflect in the air. There's nothing there for it to reflect onto. Unless it's in a valley with mountains. But there are no fucking mountains around. It's just fucking residential fucking buildings. You stand in a certain position outside, you think you hear an airplane that's over in front of you, but it's not. It's behind you. It's reflecting. Please, guys, don't bullshit me with all this crap. No, I've not had a Chinook. The Chinook is always about a quarter of a mile away that way, and it always goes easterly over to west, and then westerly over to east again. So it's going from Herne Airport, and then it's traveling over to an army base somewhere up that way. I think the duration is like 20-25 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, until I hear it coming again. So it blows over, drops off its supply, and then it comes back. And it's always on the same flight course, about a quarter of a mile distant, but never overhead. It never comes over this course heading, over this far. And I've only felt a Chinook vibrate the concrete floor just a tiny little bit, and that was a few years ago. Probably because of its position and whatever, or maybe its speed. And then the sound reflections come this way, or they're going omnidirectional, the sound reflection, and they just impact on the, crikey. The roof, and the sound wave, and then it impacts with the roof, and then you got wooden beams in the roof, and then that roof is acting like a diaphragm, and then it just travels and then creates a wave, and I just feel it in the floor. Big deal. But it's tiny. I felt a thunderclap. A real big motherfucking thunderclap one time. It mildly vibrated the floor. But those things are very few far between. If I was outdoors and it, you know, would I feel it? The chances are I'd probably just hear it. It's not like in all these bullshit movies. You know, it's completely fucking fabricated and artificial. But if I held a piece of cardboard up against my chest, yeah, I'll feel the sound wave easily coming down, and yet I feel it. A piece of large sheet of styrofoam, you know, a large piece of styrofoam, different materials, and you hold them against your chest and you feel the sound waves. So these guys are boiling my blood.
And it's slamming into your chest. So to say that that doesn't happen.
Yeah, does it slam into your stomach? Because of the tissues and the way we're designed.
It absolutely
makes my skin crawl sometimes when thinking about it too much.
It happens.
There's real confusion and discussion around, like, so we know that there is a speed of sound. And when I talk to people about particle velocity, it's really easy to misunderstand that particle velocity is not directly related to the speed of sound. And when we increase particle velocity, then we can absolutely create this sense of slam. Now, we talked in an earlier episode about areas of high velocity and areas of high pressure in a room. This becomes really important, right? If you want that slam, you have to be creating high velocity. So the whole design revolves around creating high velocity differentials that absolutely do create slam, right? We've all experienced it at gigs, so you can't dispute it doesn't exist because we've all felt it, right? It's really simple. So you can't dispute it doesn't exist because we've all felt it, right? It's really simple.
Really simple. Yeah, really simple. Yeah. Okay, yeah. It's not like I've gone to nightclubs before and I've noticed it. Oh dear. But that's playing it at stupid levels, so just to entertain people that are loud and talking. Play it at a lower level, yeah. By all means, because you might want to play it at low level at home. You don't want to play it at stupid high level and risk damaging your hearing. Been there, done that. My JBLs quite confidently do that. But sometimes I want to set the amplifier levels differently. Sometimes I just don't give a shit about it. Young people want to. Oh yeah, because you're getting old, is it? No, maybe old and wiser. And then realise, is that necessary? It's just bullshit, for God's sakes. You know, I think there's a video somewhere where it does make sense when even sense around, you know, you go into one guy describes going into a cinema when sense around, and these guys there, they can't rabbit about or mention. They're not fucking old enough to experience sense around back in the 90s. When were they born? In the late 70s, early 80s? So he wouldn't know fuck all about sense around. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, watch things dancing around. Oh, that's a lot more entertaining than the bloody sense around. I mean, really, you go in there, see a bloody splitting bloody bass. What the fuck? What are they trying to do? Bust our ears out? Like I sometimes say, like when I play it in the room, you know, put this movie on, and think, what do they call this movie? An airbuster? Bloody hell. I don't need to go to one of your bullshit rooms up in London, Ben. Thank you very much. I haven't been near London or wherever it is since 2013, since they gutted the Empire Leicester Square. London's got fuck all. Fuck all now. Basically, the UK's got fuck all. Have you got an up and running actual fucking Lucasfilm THX sound system in the home? Oh, fuck it now. Shut up. Put a sock in it. Have you got one of those? You cheap bastard. Now you're really pissing me off. I don't hate the guy, I just don't like him. Just power on. Oh dear, you really boil my blood. You really do. You really do boil my blood. Fuck's sakes. I've got to put that on the bench. I've got to put that, give that a little service, that little service. Okay, now. Haven't tried it since. Maybe it cured. Maybe it cured. Maybe it cured. Never power down the Trinov when you got amplifiers turned on. Never turn it off at the mains, otherwise it will do a kind of kind of does a little bump. You know, you get a little bump. It won't damage the speakers. probably when it registers on the dB meters on it, it's probably very low level. But you never do that. You always power things on, power up in a certain order. So yeah, it's turned on now. So yeah, I can power everything up and then switch the processor on. It doesn't make a bumping noise, like maybe some things would. Oh no, it's not. I've got to turn on the back, haven't I? Everything's powered up. Yeah, have you got one of these? Have you got one of these, Ben? Have you got a unique Atmos system in your demo room? Yeah, I don't think you've got any of these, have you? Yeah, it's probably a little bit too high tech for you. That's my best Pioneer. It's got a little bit of a. I've not been using it for the last couple of weeks. Oh, that's the CD drawer. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, the Iceman. Yeah, the Iceman. Just, I don't have to, what's it? Just simply just pop a disc in. Hang on, that's player 1 in it. Hang on, player. No, that's player 1 I'm turning on. Player 2's down there. Yeah, okay, turn that off. Yeah, okay. It's this one down here. Crikey. I need to put a label on these to say which one's which player 1, player 2. Yeah, I can hear the mechanism doing the correct thing there. It's like when you put the disc in, it's like when you get that error reading where it says no disc, there's a little switch inside the player. So when that laser is traveling down near the end to turn around, it's got a little piece of plastic and it hits that switch to basically tell, I think, some sort of logic circuit on the player that it's going over to side B. But when over the years these players started occurring with little issues and people seeing no disc, basically the laser's in the downward normal position, but something in that switch is still stuck in a position where it's thinking it's still in, that laser is in B mode position, but it's not. And it took some other guy to point out where it was, because it was eluding me. Like, what the hell? What the bloody hell is going on with this? I know it's got some logic circuit switching inside, and it's got something to do with that. But the schematic diagram, crikey, I'll be looking at this, that. I'm thinking, which one is it? Now, so if I close it, it should only make a couple of sounds. That's normal. I just heard it. I didn't have to look at it. I only have to listen to it. But when it goes in, and if it starts making a, that's like, I know it says LD on there now, but is it going to play normal, or is it going to still have a little hiccup? Because I could only get the laser to track maybe about 15 minutes or so through the disc. And mind you, the 15 minutes, that's, starting from, so I'll take that out. 15, so the laser starts somewhere in the middle, and then go probably 15 minutes would probably be somewhere over here somewhere. And it's just not making it that far. So it's got the laser in there is brand new. It was fitted a few years ago. So that laser should at least last 20 years or so. Could be I can't see how it could be the rail track, because it's not on an actual rail track. It fits onto a rod, and then it glides across. It glides across that rod. The little servo motor. I think there is a crocodile track in there. Is a crocodile track? Yeah, and a little servo motor that's turning to move that laser. But yeah, I've just got to get it on the bench. But the disc loads, and it says there's a disc there. So yeah, and sometimes you got to open the player up, get the hammer out, bang, 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 or whatever. Sometimes that works, not the hammer really. Or I try some other technique sometimes by putting a disc in, and then before the transport tray closes, and I'll turn the power off. I try some sort of procedure, and then it might just, get it to register like, oh yeah, the laser's picking up. There's a disc in the tray, be whether it's CD or DVD or laser disc. Yeah. See, I don't turn on the whole system much now. Just turn on a little bit. So I'm not playing Dolby Atmos, and I this is the other amplifier for all the Atmos bullshit. I'll just turn the other one on down there. I've got a few more amplifiers here. Boy, gosh. And I've got a few more here. I haven't even unwrapped this yet. Amplifiers up here. I'm thinking about changing that out and just putting in one U frame up to, well, I can actually fit in something down there. So that could be, I think this is getting a little bit too carried away, really. The whole system's nearly up to about just over 70 amplifiers. All that just to watch a movie? My goodness. 70 bloody, over 70 amplifiers, and up to about 156 speakers. Have you got 156 speakers, Ben? Yeah, IMAX only brag they got 44 speakers. Their 12 channel version would be just a few speakers more, but 156 just bloody hell, look at that other last cinema and you just count how many speakers oh gosh, it's not a speaker as a whole, you count all the drivers. That's what IMAX do, they count all the drivers, 44 of them, and the sub bass is yeah, I can do fucking IMAX levels in a kind of small scale in this room. Ain't a problem. Oh, it's a little bit chilly out there tonight. How cold is that? It's a little bit chilly out there tonight. Still, it's April, isn't it? Still got to wait till get to May, up to about middle May. Yeah, to be going up a little bit more. It's a bit chilly there tonight. Come on now. First home cinema that I set up. Oh, 1982. That was basic. Not that I was really into it. Okay, now. Bloody hell. Oof. Try and open that, Melanie. Bloody hell, I'll be impressed if you can open that door. It's pretty. Yeah, it's kind of coolish in here. But that rack, give it about 40 minutes or an hour. It's going to feel kind of warmish. But it's kind of air cold. Windows being open. Kind of freshen the room up a little bit. Oh. Yeah. Fuck it. Fuck it. Oh, oh yeah. Oh. What's all this bollocks? don't even watch any of it. Yeah, it's the thing with smart TVs. Oh dear, I do miss the day of CRT. You don't get all this box. But with that said, you know, you got magnetic speakers, bloody hell, you put those things too close to a CRT, boom, there goes the colour. I welcome the flat thing, because, you know, bloody hell, seeing how close that is to all those speakers, if that were a CRT, it would get discoloured. So bollocks on that. Well, they got bloody avatar. Oh, I like the ice cream thing there. Bloody hell, yeah. Oh, damn. Got to be at least about another month or two until I hear the ice cream van going up and down the road. Yeah. Always got to go into the Trinov, got to do this, got to do that, just to watch a bloody movie. Goodness gracious. I should put the wake up mode on that theatre mode so it doesn't go into that theatre mode all the time. I don't want it on Dolby Atmos, God's sakes. I don't play the fucking crap anymore. Should have all the. I've still got the movie heat in that player. Go to processor. Go to. Oh no, I've got Alien. That's it. I was testing Alien. Just see if it's sounding the same. See if it's I need to do some other adjustment on the dynamic EQ to adjust address threshold and gain levels. Still got a little bit more to do there. It's a little bit in the high frequency on the stage left right. So it's adjusting trim very carefully, repeat it, play it back. Can't do it, can't set it up with pink noise, got to set it up with something practical. Yeah, try doing that, Ben. Yeah, I'm sure you'll crack up after a while playing the thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And just listen to the centers. Oh, what I'm listening to at the moment is turn the HF off on the stage right, stage left. There is a 5-screen behind that. Yeah, Ben, has your demo room got 5-screen speakers? Are you running 5-screen on the Trinov? Oh, is Ryan running the 5-screen on his Storm Audio? Yeah, Ryan, are you running 5-screen? I think you just got a typical common 3-screen. Really? A 3-screen? In a 1.4 million dot? Come on. Don't go cheap. You're using your Storm processor wrong. You probably never heard 5-screen in the cinema before, have you? Yeah. Bloody hell. God's sakes. Yeah, you hadn't experienced 5-screen with Gravity. Or 7-screen. Oh my goodness, 7-screen. Damn. That's got to be bullshit, 7-screen, isn't it? But it does work. I've heard it. Well, kind of. because if it's switched on and I can hear where the dialogue's moving on that directional dialogue on Gravity, where they're addressing the issue on the what do you call it, the Hubble telescope thing, and they're just moving around and all that, and I can hear where the dialogue is going along, and then it dips because I got other speaker things switched on, but I haven't actually got it because there's no room behind that screen, not unless I downscale those cinema speaker motion picture speakers down to small. No way is that happening. No way. That is not going to happen. If the room was a little wider, I'll look around for the same JBL and put another few in. And as for that front wide rubbish, it says front, doesn't it? So it should be literally behind that screen. But listening to some of those crappy Atmos mixes and thinking, I can see the action is taking place in the middle of the screen. But why is the sound way out here? That doesn't make any sense. And all you hear with that front wire is a little bit of... That's all you hear from it sometimes. Boring. And you got to make sure you got the levels properly adjusted, and not just, you could frequency sweep, and you could add Genesis Arc and all this bullshit and Dirac and Trinov's bullshit. You can add all that to make it flat bloody for response. It ain't going to make a bloody difference. It's differences in going on in that mix. You're at the mercy of the mix then. You got to add something to address it automatically. Otherwise, you get masking effect. You don't notice it. Unless you turn off all the other speakers, or you go into the processor and you solo left, right, front, right, the front, left, right, wide, and you solo it. And you'll just be monitoring those speakers. It's like sitting there waiting, watching actual paint drying in the room. It's like actual paint drying. Nod off. Yeah. What the fuck was that? What was the remote? Back it up. Is that it? For a 2-hour fucking movie? Are you kidding me? Front wide. Gets 2 thumbs down. When it's matrix, when it's doing it matrix, I know what the fuck it's doing. I know it's taking signal from the front channel and one of the surround channels. And it just creates if the 2 signals come to line or something, you get a new signal, boom, coming out of that speaker. Yeah, but it's more active. But native Atmos? No, it's a load of 2 thumbs down. Very disappointed with that. Very disappointed. All the hype bullshit. Bloody hell. Oh, yeah. So at the moment, I'm just monitoring bass, LF left, LF right, center, LF and HF. See, I can hear all the little sniffing. Actually, it sounds more realistic that way. I'll back it up a little bit. Where she says, Parker.
Parker?
You can hear an echo.
Parker?
But you only hear that in the center. You don't hear it going anywhere else in the mix. But it's balancing the level of the HF output, getting that auto balanced. Otherwise, it conflicts, just like CB radio. There's a station out there, it's outputting pretty high in dB level, and it's over the top, OTT. Yeah, Ben. Yeah. Are you listening, Claire, closely to your demo room? All I have to do is make a few little adjustments here and there, and I can nail it. So even if I put HF over on that side,
Parker?
I just hear a bit of Parker, but very faint echo, very faint. I mute the HF over on that side, play it again because the echo is going to, which is a sound effect in post-production, and it's added on in the post, you know, when they're doing the mixing. It's not there on the set. It's a dry sound. It wouldn't be an echo. It's all dry.
Parker?
And if I bring up the time on the and watch the time to see how many seconds
Parker?
it decays.
Parker?
Oh, it's a good 1 second until it decays. But I'm only here probably about half a second or fraction of that. And then you got to measure the frequency response of where it's going, where it's decaying, where it's, you know, actual. You can measure it in room, but it's a little bit inaccurate. You might as well measure the electronic frequency response. Can you do that, Ben? Where is he? He's down here somewhere, isn't he? Kind of expelled him. Melanie, attack these, attack. Meow. Wow. You'll settle down, little girl. She does this shit every night. Trying to get in. She wants to wreck this room, which I don't really give a fuck much. I would rather get my dick out and start urinating on that Trinov. Because all this shit is complete meaningless to me. It might mean something to all you lot out there, but as you get a little bit older or you go through different life changes, you don't give a fuck. But I can't stand the fucking bullshitters. And these two characters, sod off. There is no community with all this bullshit. There's no community. Fucking hell. I tell you what it looks like to me, and I wouldn't want to be part of it. It looks rather shady. I see all these males. I hardly see any females. That doesn't necessarily mean, you know, but it kind of looks a little bit shady to me. I'm not going to say the word. Just don't give a fuck to be part of it. Yeah, I could be really disgruntled, I can be. I could be a real arsehole. See? It's very easy for me to say that. Doesn't hurt my feelings. I don't care if I get called a fucking narsnicks or fucking dick or fucking prick or a fucking motherfucker. I don't give a shit. Throw it at me. As long as you're over there, I don't give a fuck. I'll just be honest. Am I missing comments here? Please excuse my rudeness. Arraying. I am arraying the surrounds. The surrounds are arrayed, just like they should be. Most people run a typical. They think 5.1 is 3 speakers in the front, 2 speakers on each side wall. No, it's not. That's not how surround is done. It's very easy to put it through a simple processor where you can daisy chain the speaker outputs and do the array. So it goes down the back wall, down the side wall. And when you play that movie, that classic Aliens, you should be like, where it just starts after the 20th Century Fox intro. Yeah, this James Horner music score cutting in. You should be looking over your shoulder. And then the music appears like it's moving forward, or it's then mixing. and coming forward from the screen channel. Doesn't really move around. It's just moving faders and sliders and panning, and then it comes out. You bring the levels up and create this effect. But that's how it should start Aliens. Or when Ripley goes in the elevator and she comes down and she's got the flamethrower and she's walking through it. Then you hear the elevator doors closing behind you. You should kind of like look over your shoulder sort of thing. You should have some distance between the speakers to give that illusion, because it's fake. It's fabricated. It's not the real thing. There are not enough channels for speakers to actually do proper real world positions. It's artificial, but you kind of get that over the shoulder effect. Most people that are bang up close to the back wall and the speakers are going to be pretty high up, you're going to be doing that. So you can easily put another array of speakers in slightly that might be near, and you just adjust the frequency level on that so they don't sound over loud, bare as such, and it's easy to do. It's not rocket science. I think I'm going to have to put that, in the rack. I think I'm going to have to put those arced clean boxes back in the bloody, because I think the dB output level is just, even though I still got a bit of dB scale range on the center. The dB level on the HFs are about -7. About -8, so I'm going to turn it up a little bit on the center, because it's only in a certain frequency range. Parker, it's not in the low frequency range, where that would be a little bit of a female voice, and it would be what? Is it 160 hertz? I think the female voice goes down to about 160 or so. Or was it 125? I think it might be 125, and the male is just down to about 100, even though Roger Moore, I've monitored Roger Moore and some of that dialogue there, but that could be also a bit of post-manipulating in the frequency response. I monitored it down to about 60 hertz, but he's got to be really talking slow to modulate the voice. And then it's amplified a little bit in the mix, and so it sounds like cinematic. That's why most people say, "Oh, I can't hear the dialogue," because you're not picking up the entire frequency range. You're not using proper motion picture loudspeaker system in the home. That's on eBay, bloody dirt cheap. You don't have to go and buy these stupid Ascendos, which they're not even the proper size boxes for motion picture speakers. You don't put in Altec speakers from the those things, you'd only probably get one speaker in the bloody room, depending on the width, because those things are bloody large. You wouldn't even get it through the front door. You got to flat pack it, undo all the screws on it, because it's all you can disassemble it and flat pack it all, and then bring it in and then reassemble it. That's how they did it. They wouldn't get those things through the exit door. They're too damn large. Cinema speakers today typically can go through an exit door, because they're different box design, shape and size. I think what they should do really is build a customized sort of system specifically designed for that room. You look at the size of an IMAX. You know, bloody hell, the speakers look like this bloody size compared to the bloody size of anything. How many more multiples you could put so then you can pan sound upward, side to side, and diagonally. That's about as all you can pretty much do with it. You can't do circle because the speakers are facing forward. You can't do any of that circle behind the screen. You can't do that. There's no one behind the screen to listen to it. But it would make a little bit more difference, you know, if you can pan sound diagonally and, you know, and put certain position, put atmospheric, have it moving, psychoacoustics, and then put in like if you're standing nearby a tree and there's a bird up there, you should be looking upwards slightly. If you're too far back and there's a bird tweeting, I mean many yards, it would not really be localizable. You hear there's a bird out there, but you can't really tell the direction until you get very near close to it, and then you start pinpointing the direction. And it depends on which way the bird's turning. And of course, you got outside things, which probably all these IMAX mixes and all these other bullshit mixers probably don't put into account. If you've got residential buildings and all that outside, you're going to get sound reflections. So you got to put all those psychoacoustics in.
Parker?
So I can turn that down here and do all sorts of things almost here. I could turn this volume here, this one here, but that would do the left and right channel. Here's a little trick. Oh yeah, audioholics will like this. Oh yeah, I know, of course they would. Trinov can't do this, not even a Storm processor, not any. You got to design it into the system. So like it doesn't make logic sense when there's a phantom sound sometimes on the left right channel. Apollo 13, you're all set, Jim. You know, when they're suiting them up, getting them into the capsule, and then they close the hatch, you get a dialogue sound that's on the left and right channel. It doesn't make sense, but when you listen to it in 424 matrix, it's in the center position. And all I have to do is press a little button there. And I can put that sound, boom, right in the middle on the center channel. I'm piggybacking the signal, piggyback. You understand? Piggybacking. So it's the cable wiring with the XLRs and so forth, and I piggyback the signal on top. I like to have it on its own speaker, but those speakers are large. They're bloody heavy. You wouldn't be able to pick them up. It'd take two people to struggle just to lift one of those speakers. They're too damn heavy. Unload them, take the horn off, unload the bass driver. Yeah, you can just about manage to lift the bass cab box on its own. Otherwise, there's no fucking way I would have got those things up on the stage years ago. No way. About a year or over a year or so ago, I got some guys to lower the stage down about 8 inches. You know, I had said, you know, you've got to take everything out of those boxes. Well, almost, but there were 2 of them, but they struggled. And so we didn't have to remove the bass cab, the bass driver. Otherwise, it's adding extra more weight. But there were 2 of them. You know, got one off on the floor. Oof, have a breather, and then get the next one. Put that stack on top of the other bass, the other speaker, and then they're all stacked around the room. And all the HFs, they didn't randomly just go back up there. They're all labeled, so all the HFs that are already tuned and all that, they all went back in the same position. Yeah, that took about 7 hours. And then lower the stage. Yeah, 7 hours. I knew it was all doable in a day. If I had to do that myself, I'd end up back in hospital. Because I just don't have the blood. My blood circulation's not what it used to be. My blood circulation now is like that. It's not what it once used to be, so I don't have the pressure. I can lift things, but short while, and that's it. I'm fucked. On that day when they were around, I even had a few almost blackouts. Oh. Yeah, heavy duty PA equipment. Bloody hell. All the, I'm not asked these integrators to come round my home and do all this for me. Thank goodness I'd done projection back in the day. And also a little bit of electronic assembly. So I'm not 100% a genius on electronics. I've had partial experience, so that helps. It would have helped if I fucking learnt fucking woodwork at school. I could have done art and painting and woodwork all at the same time. But I wanted to do drawing and painting. Helps if I want to draw out an idea. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to put something a little bit more there because and it's careful to do the balance because there's a nice bit of signal in heat at the opening when the Wayne groan is introduced, and he comes out of a restroom, a toilet, a restroom over on stage or on the screen right. But you hear the sound of the door. It's a half center signal, so there's a bit of center there and a bit of over there. So actuality, if I was using the 5 screen, the sound should be coming from the right center. If the sound was totally isolated and not in the center, it'd be hard over to the right. But it's got a half center signal in it, and it's getting the balance right, so I still hear it. It's like kind of over to the right slightly. Sometimes use a little trick in time delay on the center channel, not the left and the right and all this other bullshit. Otherwise, you make it a fucking mess. Put a delay in the center, and it tricks and fools the ear, and you think, "Oh, I hear the right, or I hear the left," because you're lagging, putting a lag time delay on that sound coming out. Even though it's still coming out, you're just putting you turn it up and up and up and up and up and up to a certain point. But I can swap the try doing this, Ben, on your demo system. Can you change the crossovers and put full range sound through the bass speakers? That's easy. All I have to do is press a few buttons. Dum bum bum. Full range sound would go through those bass speakers. Up to a certain range where it rolls off, probably 2 kilohertz. But you just listen to a sine wave and what you can hear. And I think, okay, I could put a high pass filter, boost it up a little bit. Oh, it's just managing 4 kilohertz, but it gets very weak, gets very faint because of the sensitivity. You don't understand that. That's because your system can't do it. Run it on loudspeaker management crossover system. They're very cheap. They're not stupid like DBX, drive rack units, which cost freaking hundreds more. And so you've got your crossovers all set. Well, it'll be that way on the bass cab. And if I just want to turn that boom off, it'll just go full spectrum through those bass cabs. If you had to do that with ordinary speakers, they're rolling off the frequency, probably maybe 12 dB, and then it cuts out, and then the filter cuts over onto the next driver, and I could run 12 dB on there if I wanted to. That only means that some of the sound would be going, well, I want to drive those HFs to about as max limit as they can go to, which is about 200 hertz. Average, they probably get ran at 500 hertz, so 500 hertz crossover frequency there. 200s down here, and I just dial the frequency down a little bit. Just get a little bit more extra frequency in the, and then just maybe do a little band pass filters here and there, because the way the frequency curve is going to be on those HFs. Some people say, I don't like HF horns. They sound shrilly, or one person described it, they sound like Donald Duck. Yeah, right, sure, they sound like Donald. Maybe I'll get a Donald Duck sound effect, play it through those HFs. But if I can tune it a little bit, and then I can get some pretty damn good fidelity sound for it. But it's also got to run all the way up to the high range. I think I'm going to have to put some extra, a little bit, what's it more on this. So even Alien, you think Alien is mixed in 1979. Yeah, it's a pretty complex sound mix. Alien. Yeah, no, not crazy. Just curious. I'm not crazy. I'm quite rational. You just experiment with the crossover. That's what I think they called a Tom Holman crossover, and then they changed it to experiment. Because it is a bit of experimentation, trial and error. There's no shame in that. As long as it doesn't cost stupid money. Luxury home theatres. Oh, please, really. Most people would absolutely die to have my speakers, but they're not many of them on eBay at the moment. There are a lot of them that they made, but there's just 2 of them on eBay USA at the moment. 2, that's not going to work. You got to need 3 at the minimum. And if you want to go 5 screen, then you got to look for 2 more. But the prices they're selling them at now, bloody hell. I got those things like almost cheaper than fish and chips. The bass cab, the boxes, my goodness, £25. I thought it was a bloody misprint in the bloody listing. £25, come on. The guy didn't even want to bring them through courier delivery, because he was fearing they'll get damaged and everything. And I said, well, how the heck are we going to do this? I'll tell you what, I'll give you an extra 100 if you bring them down. He said, okay, that's great. Extra 100, I'll go to the pub, bloody hell. He had to come down a few hundred miles. Very nice, very, very nice. When I saw the damn things, because I've stood next to those things before. There's a local cinema that's over that way, Regent Centre, I think it is. They're still using the JBL 4673s. I heard them first back in the late 1980s. I think when I think it was Batman. I saw it at the local. That was on different. That would have been on the old type 1950 or 60 speakers, until they changed those in about 92 or something, 1992, with Lethal Weapon Part 3. But the thing I noticed at the cinema, they had the speakers left to right, the wiring back to front. So when you got the Joker talking over this side on the screen and everybody's looking, they're reacting, the voice is over here. I told them so many times, you got the thing wired back to front. It's a simple thing, just to move the wires. You know, you either do it in projection or you do it on the stage. Because when you're on the stage, you're looking out that way to the back. Your right is over this side, your left is over this side. But when you go back and sit in the seat, it's the opposite. Yeah. Easy done to get it back to front. And they had it that way for at least a few years. It was so fucking annoying to go there and watch a movie and have the sound positions. Oh, bloody hell. They only do that nonsense on VHS tape back in the day, you know, where you got the left and right reversed. It should be like that, and they got it reversed. Oh my goodness. Oh, and all you do is change the left and right connectors around going into the Pro Logic decoder. You can hear all the breathing sounds she's doing, all the slow panting breathing. Not sure if it's getting picked up. Probably sounds kind of because it's streaming, and it always sucks. It does.
Parker?
Yeah. Full screen IMAX.
Parker?
So put the one HF on. Not going to hear much here. Load of shh, like pink noise, white noise on stage left.
Parker?
I heard a little bit.
Parker?
And if I go stage right, it's a little bit louder.
Parker?
It's a little bit louder.
Parker?
And just back it up so hear all the sniffing and such. I can still hear the because she's absolutely terrified. But I did momentarily, I did raise the HF on the center up a little bit. I still got the audio limiter there, so if I had the movie Heat playing and they got the shotgun near the end, and you got the pistol, and it goes behind the one of the canister thing, the thing, patch, and then you know, they sound a little bit loud, and I can see the SBL. I can see the SBL, and it's going over the safe limit. I consider it to be dBA 85 dB to be safe. Quite comfortable loud. You can go a little bit more on the bass because that's not going to, you know, do harm to your ears until you go up into the stupidity of 150 or 160 dB. What the fuck's the sound? What's that guy's room going to sound like? He's still going to have the same issues. Like, you know, if you don't have things to auto balance the levels, you know, you're listening to like, damn, I can't hear that, you know. But he doesn't care. He only cares about the bass. Bloody hell. That's easy. I could just mute all those channels, everything, and just listen to the LFE on its own. You know, it sounds like wet paint drying. It is bloody dull and boring. Because you're waiting for an LFE signal to come along. If you dump all the other bass into it, okay, you you really wouldn't be able to tell when that LFE starts and ends because you've got all this other bass level going on. The LFE might only go up to this level while you've got all this. So you got to lower the levels and such and adjust so that, and you got all the other complexity of like, is it going to reproduce properly? Because that's not how it's done in cinema. It's done separately, discreetly. If it's Dolby Stereo, and Dolby Stereo, mind you, comes in several flavors. You've got optical soundtrack, you've got 6-track mag, uncompressed audio, you've got Dolby Digital. You remember the Dolby Digital? You used to have a Dolby Stereo Digital, and then they changed the logo and they changed the, remember the choo-choo train? Bloody hell. That feels like a bloody earthquake in this room when that plays. Damn. And if I was standing near a real thing like that, I would only hear the frequency. I wouldn't feel it moving the ground surface. But God, not unless I put my hand behind it. So it's going that way. And I put my hand on the track. I might still feel some mechanical vibration. But really, bump, 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 really. Is that necessary? Oh. But yeah, it does that. I don't need a Sendo sub. A Sendo subs, thank you very much. That cost how much? Even if you compare the prices to JBL cinema speakers to the Ascendos are going to cost that much. The JBL is going to be brand new that much. What's the point of spending that much? And let me put this in your minds. Home theatre, home cinema at the end of the day doesn't make any investment. It doesn't make you don't make any money on it. You've got to service it yourself, maintain it yourself. It doesn't make any money. You've got to keep that in mind. So if you want guests coming around and all that, put a little in the kitty. This will go towards the next projection lamp. I don't need to change that projector. I'll just keep the lamp going. So it just goes towards the lamp or maybe a little bit of the equipment, But you can't do that shit. You can't really do that shit. I'm not going to say why you can't do that shit. You just can't. You need a public performance license to do that shit. And then you can start selling tickets. Otherwise, you do it hush hush. You don't mention it. And it just goes in the kitty and it just, goes towards the next projection lamp. Providing, of course, you get enough guests coming around. And how much are you going to be charging? I don't know. $6? Something. That number is a kind of equivalent to maybe the Empire Leicester Square back in its day. Oh, Stella, THX, JBL, High Performance, George Lucas, theatre alignment. Flipping it. It's spot on. I can't fault it. Why did they have to take that system out in the late 90s? God's sakes. And then they replace it with something else, and it sucked.
Parker?
Not sure how many dB level I can turn down the gain level, but it's also, like I say, the amplifier. It's balancing. It's like juggling. It's a balancing act. Can Ben? Yeah, can he monitor amplifier? Has he got a booth monitor so you can monitor what's going to those out on those amplifiers and monitor the frequency response, monitor processor amplifiers? Can he? Yeah, no, of course he can't. if he's watching, if you are now, you're probably going to go looking around for a booth monitor. But you'll probably think, what the fuck would I want one of those for? Yeah. Why the fuck did they put them in cinemas? For a reason.
Parker?
But was I hearing all the detail in the cinema? Probably not. It's probably still faced with the same issue until they invented that. I've got to get my hands on one of those things. I've got to get my hands on one of them. Dolby Volume. I've got to get my hands on one of them, but it's like they're on the endangered species list. Crying out loud. They make a few, but those things were made in 2010. Very few AV or AVP receivers had those sort of thing on them. And does it do what I think it does? That's why I want to get one cheap, and then you connect it to the player, the optical output or the coaxial output. Then you plug it into the AV receiver, so it's got an input and it's got an output. So the trickery or whatever is done inside the box, and then it sends the signal over, and it should, if it says what it does, it should be balanced. So if I put movie heat on, it should sound a little bit more balanced. And whether or not, I don't know if it has artifacts, anything sort of weird going on in the frequency that it, because it's an algorithm and it's trying to, calculate and lower everything down at a very fast speed. That's my guess on it. That's my guess. There's not much that I can read in the manual. Like, bloody hell, there's got to be another manual to this. It's just I'm only reading what the unit can do, blah blah blah. But there's got to be a little bit more to the other part of the operating manual. But everyone's tried using dynamic EQ. But it takes a bit of juggling to get it right. And I can only do presently. This is only left LCR down here, up here, left center, right center, sub bass, or oh yeah, Ben's demo room thing. This guy, yeah. Can you do Star Wars on channel 2 and 4 with the sub bass? Probably not, because you haven't got a 5 screen. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Star Wars community out there. Oh, they've heard about the baby boom. That used to be reproduced on channel 2 and 4 behind the screen. So you got channel 1, channel 2, 3, 4, and 5. You got 6 magnetic tracks. And they're doing the baby boom on those basically the same signal onto channel 2 and 4. Can any home cinema do that? I can, not a problem. And it does sound different, going from, sound or feel different. It's going from the subs that are down on the floor up to the stage speakers. And for the size of the room, it's okay. It's adequate. Does a nice response, but yeah. And then when they had close encounters, I read somewhere that they changed it and they used subs that are on the floor, which are like typical today. But they still had those speakers in position. They still, some cinemas will still have some of that 5 screen or whatever. Alien sounds pretty good in 5-screen. Need some water. You don't need lots of bloody power in the room. Good gosh, good gracious me. Otherwise, you got to do frequency adjustment on it. Otherwise, it's just going to be bearing and bloody too much for the room. Otherwise, yeah, it's very simple. Very simple. Just mute all the HFs. I'll mute the audio. You just hear part of the frequency response. I'll mute the HFs on all of them. Then mute them. And then mute it. For years, I always wanted a system that, but it wasn't much available. Oh gosh, going back 27 years or more, just wasn't available. It was in its infancy back then. Some sort of DSP crossover would cost a stupid amount of money, and they only did a few channels. I think Behringer needs to make an upgrade, but it doesn't really matter to make an upgrade model that's got more channels. You just keep adding, just like you buy Trinov's CI. You just keep adding extra channels by buying more channels. And you just keep adding and adding. I haven't got enough really to go in the rack to do all the speakers in the room, but then, damn. Then I'm talking about amplifying each speaker for the surround in a freeway crossover design. But it would give me simplicity of trying to match the frequency sound from the HF horn to match more or less similar to the surround speaker, because it's in a typical frequency range. I did one test a few years ago, put a load of microphones around the room on the speakers so I can look at the frequency response of what it's doing. I disconnect all the bass, so it's just pink noise outputting on the mid-range and the tweeter, and then one other microphone near the HF horn. So I'm monitoring that, looking at the frequency response on the RTA. So I've got an RTA over here, an RTA over here, left and right. So I'm looking at the signals and I could see how chaotic it was, and then adjusting it, and it was very difficult. And I got pretty near. And when playing that scene in that, the prequel, and they got these things crawling around the floor or such, and on the walls and ceiling, they're crawling around. The sound was just a little bit more engaging. So it takes a bit of effort to get things all balanced. Otherwise, the characteristic on a HF horn is completely different to the mid-range driver and a tweeter. You can do it with a microphone a little bit further back and such, but you'll probably get some error readings. So you've got to do it up close. Do it at a very low SPL level, and then when you're ready, and then you just turn the levels back up, and it sounds okay. But does it need a lot of bass on it? Because things crawling around. In reality, you're not going to feel those things. You're going to hear those things. Oh, that's yeah. Nah. It's not a bad mix, actually, as it goes. It's not too bad. It's not perfect. It's not 100% perfect. It's a little bit okay. I'm describing the height channel. I'm describing the height. I don't really give a height about it. That's already been done. It's been achieved decades ago. Speakers on the ceiling, 1969. Big deal. They didn't advertise. They didn't brag about it back then. Even when it was UCI Tower Park in the late 80s, they didn't brag about it. Higher the speakers are up. Yeah, but how many home cinemas can do experimental overhead surround? I tried programming that Trinov. It just didn't seem to work proper. Didn't work. It had some issue going on with the bass frequency response. So basically, I make what's called to duplicate. I add more speakers that are not even in place, and then I move those or assign those speakers. But it just didn't work. It's better to just flip the switch and use the experimental. Because I don't use Atmos much now. Atmos is kind of frizzled away. I've got to be in a good mood to even put Gravity on now. I've got to be in a real good frame of mind mood to put that bloody movie on again. I've heard it how many times? I know where all the dialogue pans are going throughout the whole movie, and all the other subtle sounds that are laid in the background and where they're moving. Genius, but not perfect. There's no below surround, you know? There's nothing down there to entertain. Unless I use a matrix, but the matrix thing would only do what is, there. It's not going to do it perfect, but it's better than nothing. See, I'm doing that sound. I hear it below me. I'm not like this Ben character and all that, I make that sound. Or maybe that's a little bit more of a crackly sound, so it's going out everywhere. Got a soft sound there. I don't know. I can hear it moving up and down because I'm moving it. See that in a movie? Fucking hell, does it have movement? It sounds like it's bloody behind the center channel and it's not going anywhere. Turn that fucking light off. I don't use it. Oh, Friday. What's there to do on Friday, you know? Not much. And then you got Saturday, and then you got Sunday, and then you got Friday again. Oh dear. Please excuse me while I blow my nose. Mucus is such a... Oh dear, it's like having mucus stuffed up in your sub-bass speaker. Oh dear. Oh wow. Oh, holy fuck, you know. Oh boy. Oh, I can breathe through that nose now. Oh, what? Oh my god, the other side's too. Oh gosh, that one's difficult. Okay, got to do the surgical. Oh, it's a messy thing, isn't it? Oh my goodness. Oh, I can breathe now. Oh, it's changed the pressure on my ear. Oh, it's all connected, isn't it? Also, little change on the respiration. Ah, there. Crikey, look at that. Look at the size of that. My goodness. God. I can breathe through my nose now. We all get this issue. About 1 million people or so get this issue. Yeah, even famous people like Paul Newman. I think he bitched and moaned about it. Talked about it one time in one of these video interviews. Mucus. Oh, I get the idea. I know what you're talking about because I've had the issue for fucking too many years, too many decades now. Oh. Oh. You know, because if everybody's into audio and sound, you know, your nose passage is all connected and that. You might be wide there, but as it goes up, so that's kind of like the nose. So it's wide there, and then it goes up and it kind of narrows, and then it goes into a cavity. And this little bit here, it kind of moves a little bit because I put a camera up my nose. I can see the action of what it's doing, you know, because I ask a doctor and all this, bloody hell, you don't get anywhere. It's like you got to do it yourself. But you know, it's like it would need to be like have a surgical procedure or something. I just deal with it. But it's like this narrow passage that's moving, and it's kind of liquidy, or you know, and it's like Ghostbusters, you know. But it's when the mucus builds up in this part here, and it just blocks you know, like I can feel air. moving out through the nose now. But that is all going to be stuffed up within. The cycle is already starting. So it'll be all jammed up with mucus and all that. That's all dried, and you're trying to blow it out. And I use a little tool, like a surgical, to go up there and just, I can feel it, and I can just loosen it, and then I can blow it out, or I can pull it out, you know. Been dealing with that nonsense now for, oh gosh, a little over 30 years. We're flawed. We're not perfect. It also affects the pressure on your ear. I got this dynamic range EQ. I got it like somewhere in the 90% range. If I turn it off, all the dynamic EQ, it's going to sound terrible. How well does it going to perform on a mix where it's got a decent balance? A few mixes, a few movies I got where I know it's a decent balance. It'll probably be okay on Gravity. It might be maybe not necessary to use it, or maybe because there are some passages on Gravity near the end when she gets onto the beach. Where is that scene? Because you probably don't know what I'm talking about. You wouldn't hear it in the actual 424. You only hear it in the discrete. Yeah, this is it. Advertisements. Skip that. See how much I can hear in this. Most of the music loudness and that is on stage on the other stage channels, except mostly the center channels carrying a different signal. Can't hear it. Can't hear shit. Because as she's walking away, you can still hear her going. She's chuckling, you know. She's chuckling. And she's made it back. You gotta have the levels balanced, otherwise you wouldn't hear it. There's another bit like in a crappy movie, Ridley Scott, Alien Covenant. I don't think it's Prometheus. I think it's Covenant. Oh, I forgot about the menu thing. Start the Alien up again. I prefer the DVD. It's a lot better than the crappy UHD disc. It's got nothing to do with preference. The aspect ratio, they're zooming in on it a little bit on the UHD. They did that. So the best version is get hold of the 20th anniversary region 1, or it could be the region 2, because they're pretty identical, except for the frame rate. And so you get a little bit more image that's a little bit more wider. I don't care a hoot about. It's still got all the bloody colour texture and all that there. Don't give a hoot about rubbish UHD. It's a marketing bullshit. But you need to buy the fucking movie again. You need to be in this. If you don't have it, you're an outcast. Oh, fuck off. No, please. Rubbish. It's garbage, the UHD. Yeah, there's that bit there. Yeah. You could try turning the levels down on the left and right, or if you want to dare try and turn that center up with those little tiny center speakers you can say "Hasta la vista, baby" to that center channel. Of course, you'd be using bass management and dumping all the bass into the blooming sub bass speaker. God, dear, oh dear. Yeah, the Trinov is not perfect, nor is the Storm Audio. They could have put a few more things on those processors to make it a little bit more better. Obviously, yeah, it's like all the AV receivers you buy today. A load of rubbish. Because they're throwing away 8-channel RCA input. So you got no way to connect any other processor thing up to that receiver. Even Trinov's newest CI, it's got no RCA inputs on it. Completely piece of useless garbage. You want to rely on that Dolby DSU? It makes the signal of music when you play the classic Star Wars on Laserdisc through that, because it's going to be a 424 matrix mix. Originals. It's going to sound on the center kind of. You're going to hear this kind of whooshy on the music. Because of the way the algorithm is working on that thing to also do some signal cancelling, so you minimize crosstalk from right to center or center to left. You minimize this, it's got this weird artifact. Switch to DTS Neural X, it kind of behaves similar to a Dolby Cat 150. Doesn't have that artifact noise. So yeah, you've got no RCA, you've got no way to connect another piece of equipment up to it. Completely useless. And they tried to seduce everyone. Oh yeah, add extra. Yeah, the more things change, the more they stay the same. But you might as well just go and get an Altitude 32. Or get a Storm Audio. Never buy something that doesn't have any RCA 8-channel inputs on the back. All the AV receivers now, they're done away with them. They think everyone's got HDMI, don't they? How wrong they are. You can get converters to connect and do some sort of, whether that works or not, I don't know. I'm sure there's something out there that might be a converter. So you've got an 8-channel RCA to a HDMI plug-in converter. And then you just feed the signal in. So you go an analog signal and then it does digital props and it goes in on the input. How many channels did they say the HDMI can accept? I don't know. I forgot. Don't really care much. You want to make sure your system can do it. But that's for people that are about my age. Otherwise, young kiddies, you're not going to know about all the other past sound formats. You're not going to do it like because that's the idea, trying to reproduce it what it was like in the cinema. But you're doing it in a small room, a small scale version. Some people would like to hear a 5 screen because, oh yeah, they heard it back in the day. They're probably going to be in their 70s, you know. And they think, gosh, I remember being sat in front row and hearing that. Wow. And gradually over decades, Dolby Laboratories took a bloody axe to left center, right center. They axed it, didn't they? Make up your mind, Dolby Labs. And then SDDS reintroduced it back in the early 90s. You had 2 flavors of SDDS, SDDS 6, SDDS 8. Ain't that cool? That's the D3000. Someone I think recommended it or something. I can't remember. It's years ago. Recommended getting the D3000. The D2000s, it's okay, but the D3000 could do just a little bit more. It's all got matrix channel switching on it and all that. You can swap channels around and do whatever. Plus the inputs, the auxiliary inputs, auxiliary 1, auxiliary 2, and then you got system out, you got remote control fader thing, monitor output, and of course you got the 2 inputs for the when it's used with a projector. But jealously, SDDS said in a magazine back in the 1990s that they would, I think it's the 1990s, it could be early 2000, but they jealously said they would never release that format for the home. Just think how many hotcakes they could have sold. But it's just an 8 channel, just like Dolby 7.1, 8 channels. It's easy to use the rear back for left center, right center. Then you reassign those speakers, put them behind the screen. You still have the regular surround, and you build that up by making a multi-array to go around, or you put an EX decoder on it. Yeah. Dog's piss simple, easy. But now, today, with Atmos, occasionally, yeah, but I take it with a pinch of salt because Air Force One sounds a little bit fishy with its left center, right center, and the way everything else is going around the room with the Jerry Goldsmith score. It sounds like a bloody holy mess. Sounds like listening to the compact disc album on the side speakers, or it's like, and other speakers. It's a holy bloody mess. So I don't know who the fuck did that bloody remix, but I'll take that left center, right center with a little bit of pinch of salt because something sounds a little bit fishy with it. And there's only a few decoders on the market that can play those left center, right centers. I think it's the JBL, one of the JBL synthesists. The Storm Audio can do it. The Trinov can do it. I think there might be one, maybe other processor out there that can do it. And of course, the Dolby CP850 that's right behind me. I've not even fully put that. I got that thing pretty cheap in a way. But need the rest of it that goes with it. Need the expander module to go with it, and then it's a little bit more than that. You need a pass key. If it's locked, need a pass key to unlock it. And Dolby Laboratories, they're like bloody vultures. It ain't going to be cheap. But is it going to be better than a Trinov? Actually, it's got a few other features on it that the Trinov doesn't have. But do I want to, wire it up? Because if I wire it up, it'll only do a basic 16-channel output. And to add the extender on it, which, mind you, it doesn't cost that much. It's cheaper than one of those Trinov extenders. Those extenders are going to be about that price, where you could get the other one probably about that price. And it's made from a specific manufacturer. I think they made it from, it's just, put into other products, and you just keep adding those extenders, go way up to, because you add another one, you go up to 32 channel, add another, you go up to 64 channel. Can you go any higher than that? Because my CB radio has got 300, just a little over 360 channels. And it's a small box, and I'm thinking, wow, and how analog that is. And it's just got over 360 channels and all this rubbish today with Atmos. Come on. Come on. Don't bullshit me. I find this DVD quite acceptable and quite watchable. Quite watchable. Quite watchable. What's the point in buying a UHD disc where they're crushing the bloody black levels down so fucking low? Everything's in bloody dark shadow. You can't even turn it up. Bloody hell. I wanted to not notch down. You just turn your brightness down. Does your blacks, doesn't it? Or they call it black level now on the OLED. Or they call it black level. On the other model, it was just brightness thing, they called it. Can't even see that because it's highlighted too bright on the screen. Can't see it. You got brightness, and you go down to, where is it? Go brightness, I think, and then you go down a little bit, and you got something that says black level. You can't see it unless I put the camera very close to it, very close, because it can't work out. The camera's stupid. Also, dynamic cast, contrast, peak, brightness, gamma, bloody hell. They didn't have all that bullshit on a CRT back in the day. Look, you got to click the bloody page. Look, I've changed the bloody aspect ratio. I've got to click that. That's 2 clicks. Then a third. Then 1, 2 more clicks. That's I lost count. Is that 4? I've lost count. Let me go back. I lost fucking count. I didn't have to do that shit in projection days. What a load of nonsense. It was just a couple of moves that were done, executed within just a few seconds. There, I got a bloody click, 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 click. Bloody hell. I don't have to click, click, click on there. Aspect ratio is okay. It's when you get laser discs or you get some discs that are 4x3 encoding, and you just use the 4-channel, the four-way to do the diagonal. But all you have to do is just do a little bit of change in the vertical and then just expand it until it looks like a 16:9. No one's going to know the difference. Do the same on a video projector. No one's going to know the bloody difference. Oh yeah, I like all these effects. All these effects they do in this movie. My goodness. You see, we'll talk about bass shake and bass vibration, yeah. Because if you listen to the audio commentary, which is fascinating. Probably can't see it there. That's camera movement and such. Where is it? No, not there. Go through. Where it kind of shows the scene. Oh yeah, I can see it there a little bit, but you see some cameras shaking, and also you can see the seat that they're shaking a little bit. And what the director described is they had paint shakers. You know, when you go to get paint colors mixed in, they do this. Yeah, they had paint shake. Wow, that's a good bass shaker. Yeah, let's get one of those fitted under the seat. Not practical because they're going to be bloody loud. Mechanically, they're going to be very loud. So not a bad idea to shake the bloody seat, but impractical. Plus, they'd be very large. They're not going to, yeah. But the idea, the principle, yeah. And also those things that you sit on or stand on, and they kind of do vibrations so that you feel. So if you have walking, this walking issue, thing, there's vibrations or such. Is what they use on astronauts when they allegedly come back from low Earth orbit, and they, because they've been up there way long, your leg muscles and all that. We're not designed for space. It's never going to happen. We're not going to travel the universe. It's impossible. Our lifespan is too short. But yeah, you think about it. They're a load of bollocks. They are. NASA. God almighty, I can't believe it. Can't believe that. It's a scam. Really. In any case, so if you're up there too much and you're exposed to that, your muscles are going to weaken. And if they land on a planet, who's going to, what gravity is it going to have, etc., etc. And they've got no team waiting outside that space vehicle that lands. If it lands, they've got no team there to help them out. Think about that. But in movies, they all got this gravity, artificial gravity and such. Yeah. How did he create it in Alien? I don't know. How did he create it on the Millennium Falcon? How did they create it? Get this, hey? Are we watching? Because I've watched that movie so many fucking times, and it's just like Star Wars. They jump into X-Wing fighters, and they're going into zero gravity. You don't see anything floating around in that cockpit now, do you? What a load of bollocks that movie is. Honestly, I don't give a fuck if Han Solo fucking shot fucking last or whatever. I don't give a fuck. I think Greedo should have blown him away. And then you can cut to the end credits and get through all this fucking bollocks. But there's not a lot that they even put in 2001, even though they create artificial gravity on the space station, or the how do they do the shuttlecraft where it's going to the the site where the monolith is? I think they should have things floating around in that, because I can't see how that vehicle could be generating an artificial gravity field. So maybe a little, blunder there, sort of thing, Yeah, otherwise I think they'll be floating around, huh? And yeah. Don't really care. If any one of you want to experience zero gravity, go to your local swimming pool. You'll be in a controlled environment. It's about the nearest next thing to feeling zero gravity. You just got to put your mind to it and think, wow, yeah. But it's not the same. So if you were to put your hand against the wall inside the swimming pool and push yourself, you move very slowly. If you did that in space, you're going to move a little bit faster because there's water resistance. It's liquid. But it's interesting. You can't do that in the ocean because it's not very controlled. You got current moving around and the waves moving over, and you got a current moving around. And you got two trade-offs here. You either like a little bit of chlorine, come back to the surface, fuck's sakes. Or you go under the what fucking salt water. It's only because it's sand. It's only because it's sand. That's why it's salty. Billions of years, and that's why it's bloody salty. You go to a river or something, it's different sort of grade of, Drink bloody seawater, you bloody dehydrate yourself. You just got to wait until it rains. Sucks, doesn't it? Gosh. What the fuck's that got to do with sub-bass? Because my mind is chaotically thinking of everything. Does this, no, they just focus because they're trying to sell bullshit. Unbelievable bullshit. I'll go back to them because it's entertaining. I'll probably go straight back to the beginning because it's 1 hour 55 minutes. Wow. How many hours now I've been doing this? Probably 8 hours or 9 hours. How long? Crying out loud, 8 hours. Oh, my record is about just over 24 hours. Just need some, to drink. Politicians, they can't even talk as long as I can. But they just turn our society upside down. I don't know why they just don't get rid of us, Why do they need us? I don't get it. Money? I don't get it. I don't understand it. Money won't save the planet. It's impossible. Money doesn't make the world go round. Eliminate. Everything's equal. If you want this, you can have it. I don't desire a 747. I don't desire a Lamborghini or a Ferrari or even a Porsche or a Rolls Royce. I don't desire it. Couldn't care less about it. I'd rather push it off a cliff. I desire that everything take this dividing thing away and everything is equal. So so-called expensive high-end speakers won't exist anymore. They'll be just like any other speaker. You know, if I wanted to tarp my JBLs up and make it look, put a little pig lipstick all over it, yeah, sure, I could do that, but I don't want to. I like looking at the JBL logo, like that black lamination with the JBL logo on the side. Not that I can see it because it's behind the screen. I can't even see the other logo because it's behind the screen. I can't even see the ones on the subs. Logos, and that what's behind the screen. I can't see it. Oh yeah, I think you can do things with projectors, can't you? Like, not sure if that projector can do it. I haven't looked into all the manual. Can it do a screensaver? Because hang on, shouldn't it have a screensaver on it? I know there is a little timer on it, so if that projector was probably not being in some sort of use with any motion image on it, it will probably it switches off after so many minutes. I need to change the time on that. I think it's 10 or 20, 15 minutes or something. Because OLEDs have that sort of thing on it, and it will just get a pop-up says TV will turn off in 5 minutes. Even though something's turned on and I'm still watching, and then all you do is just go to the remote and just press a simple button and you keep it going on. Otherwise, it's not a big deal. We shut down. We feel I've got to hit the hay now. Yeah, it feels cooler in here tonight, and I've had this equipment on now for actually the temperature in the room tonight feels a little bit cooler. The outside ambient temperature must be pretty low tonight. It's only about 6 Celsius. So 6 Celsius tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be more or less like that throughout the week. Temperatures during the day. Okay, weatherman. 7-day outlook. Daytime temperatures 13, 14, 16, 16, 16, 14, 15, 15. Those are good lottery numbers. I should put a lottery ticket in. Nighttime temperatures 6, 8, 7, 6, 7, 6, 6, 6. That's not good. Those last three sounds a bit almost like The Omen. Okay. As long as there's not an antichrist running around out there. Wind speed. Wind direction is coming in from the northeasterly direction, and wind speeds are 10, 12, 13, 17, 16, 19, 18, 19. Okay, so it's going to maybe it probably change because it's always fluctuating. Those are just predictions. It probably, You know, when it's windy, you can hear it. You can hear it in nature and how nature it sounds like. It doesn't sound like these stupid movies. Yeah, okay. And mind you, getting pretty close to May. Wow. I can only remember it seemed like just last week, but that's going back a couple of weeks, you know, since they did all this moon crap stuff. Did they launch it actually, really? Seriously? I didn't know. Did they actually seriously launch it on April 1st? Dear, oh dear. You gotta be kidding me, huh? Did they actually launch it on April 1st? Because I didn't even watch the launch. Didn't even see it live. Couldn't care less. Not interested in it anymore. I lost interest years ago. Last live space launches and all that were the space shuttles, and they've been retired over 10 years now. I used to tune in all the time. Watch NASA TV. Do they still do that, or is it a little bit different today? You know, I always tuned into NASA TV. That was great stuff. It like watching paint dry because that's slow stuff. It's not fast. It's not Star Wars shit. Waiting for the oh wow, the anticipation. Wow. So I just don't believe any of it now. Crikey. You look at how many videos are plastered all over YouTube. Fucking AI videos. God. It's turned into a bloody madhouse, YouTube has. It's turned into a madhouse. It's, and some videos that are so bloody easy to spotlight. I don't know, this bloody one dude on there, he's always, well, I always wear black, but but you can tell this guy's AI generated. Fucking hell, he's been wearing the same fucking clothing since the first video, and he's always doing, you know, but it's always the words a little bit different, but it's AI. Shame on the YouTuber. If I can imagine something, it's quite easy to do it. But I don't need AI. I don't want to download AI or use it. I just call it Abomination. I like this Alien movie. Oh, that is so cool. The way they do all the laser light with the smoke effect. It's a layer of mist. I like how they did all this other effect round there. That doesn't look like laser. It looks like, I don't know, something actually built into the set. Then you get that smoke effect. Oh yeah. Looks like clouds moving around. Yeah. It's a clever effect. Clever. So if I put enough smoke in the room and watch this scene, and put enough smoke at a certain time, it does the same effect with this kind of above me, a cloudy, misty sort of thing that's moving around. Simple. Or just get the lasers and turn the lasers on, and need a wide angle so the beam's not, it's going through a splitter so it can split the beam out wide, because that's what they're using on this movie. They're putting it through some sort of splitter so that the beam goes out in a wide angle. Otherwise the laser just goes in a straight line. If you listen very carefully to the nuances on that. It's a very subtle sound in the mix. I can't remember if it's over on the stage or if it's in the surround. I'm not going to play it at the moment. Well, I'm not going to unmute it, but it's a very subtle, tiny little freaking in the mix. So bloody low level. It sounds like it says, "Come here, come here." It's a very creepy sound. It's like you want to get near to that bloody thing so it can put the fucking thing on your face. Oh. Yeah, I think it might be that scene there or something, that bit there. It's goes and then there's some sound. Very, very subtle, very tiny little nuance. Wait a minute. There's life. That makes me feel like I want to go and fry some eggs now. Fried eggs. Yeah, why the fuck? I don't know. I must be not in season for eggs. Yikes. Yeah. So I'm buying loaves of bread. I'm not even used it to make a freaking simple sandwich. I'm throwing it out the window for the bloody seagulls because once it gets a little bit moldy, you look at it, you think, no, there's no way I'm touching that. I just end up giving it to the birds, but that doesn't really make much. It's not a big deal. People buy fresh bread. They go to the park or that. They feed the birds. Because they're compassionate human beings, and a lot of other arseholes couldn't give a fuck. They just go around rather shooting the bloody poor things that not even done a bit of harm to anyone. I don't understand that mentality. Even the other scene in Alien, it's on this chapter. Where they're in the airlock, and it opens up and it goes very loud on left and right. But there's little subtleties in the center channel, Foley sounds and such. And until you hear the ramp go, but they're little subtleties, otherwise that it's very loud. In reality, yes, it would give a masking effect. But if there's sound in the mix, and I'm thinking, why they bother putting it there? Knowing full well it's going to get audio masking. So you use the dynamic too. I wonder if it's let me just try and see how much other adjustment I've got to do on the dynamic EQ. So I'll mute the stage left and right. Turn that HF on. Here's some of the Foley when they're sitting down. Then it kind of fades and you just hear the Foley. And then the ramp's going to go groom. So how close am I here? How close am I? Also, you hear the breathing of the respirator things over on stage left. All the breathing. That's a little bit difficult. There's still a little bit more there that needs to be adjusted. I mean, the HF. So yeah, a little bit of a on the low bass on the stage left. Still be quite a wind in the bass mid frequency, but I can still hear the Foley sound in the center. So a little bit needs to be a little bit of adjustment still needs to be done to the other HF output. Actually, I think it sounds a bit more realistic that way. It just needs a certain level, you know. But feel that ramp. I can feel it, the reverberating. I don't feel it pressing on my body. I just kind of feel like it's, well, it is bullshit because you're still decoupled away from it, and it's just, you should only hear the sound. You shouldn't feel it pressing against your body. I can kind of sense it here. It's very mild. It's very mild.
You didn't see a goddamn thing.
Now this would be interesting to do blind listening test. You can't see the speakers. That's been going on for decades. You go to a cinema, you can't see the speakers behind the screen because like one person came up to me one day when I was at UCI and he said, "Your projection, where's the sound coming from?" I see, on the seat, where's the sound coming from? It's coming from behind the screen, the little holes, little tiny holes, perforation, let the sound through. The speakers are behind the screen. Probably because he wanted to set up a home cinema back then in the early, well, probably, yeah, 80, between 80, yeah, he probably wanted to set up one. Yeah. If I set the crossover a little bit lower down, so I wouldn't hear any, I would just hear, I wouldn't hear because of the way the crossover is set, 303 hertz, or maybe call it 300. 24 dB down. If I put it at 48, it's tricky setting things up at 48. It's not impossible, it's just a little bit tricky. A little bit more there to do. And is it really going to work on every mix? Like, say, go from Alien to say maybe like Fast and the Furious. What was the other one? Heat. I don't have any more of those Christopher Nolan ones where, oh dear, well, they don't matter. They don't really matter. It's terrible on the Hans Zimmer music. That's what it is. It sucks on the music. When it goes to, say, like end credits and you got the music level left and right up here. You got the center channel way down it. What's the bloody point of music mixing that? What is the bloody logic in that? Might as well just mute the bloody centre for crying out, leave it there and think, what the fuck's going, because it might be carrying a different mix level, but you're not going to bloody hear it. Unless you've got something to balance it out. Otherwise it's, you know, what's the point of doing that? Every bloody music or movie or such, but bloody Hans Zimmer music, and they just lowering the fucking hell. And I can't stand that Man of Steel. God, I want to throw up. It sounds like on the overhead speakers, it sounds like listening to Hawaiian hula music. The surf is up. It sounds like bloody Hawaiian music. What the fuck? Since when did this movie become a fucking surfing movie? God's sakes. Terrible. Yeah, this image looks okay. I can't see much issue there with that image. My eye is looking for color banding noise, but I can't see any. Bloody hell, you put that Superman Returns on, whether it's on bloody DVD or Blu-ray, fucking hell. The amount of bloody color banding noise all over that fucking is terrible. It doesn't need a UHD. It doesn't. It's a terrible movie. The color palette, or whatever you want to bloody call it, is bloody ghastly. It's like they muted all the bloody colors and the highlights, and it's just like, okay, now I've got to turn the contrast up, maybe a little bit of the brightness, not too much, but bloody hell, it's like watching a dying xenon lamp. God, movies got bloody woke over the years. They really have. The color, the bloody sound, the bloody stories. Oh my goodness. Alien, I think I don't know, is it still certificate 18? Like Die Hard used to be certificate 18, and then they changed the classification, change it to a 15 rating. That's for school kids, for crying out loud. Oh, it doesn't have the... Oh, I don't know if they do that in the US. Change it from an R rating to a PG-13. Or worse, maybe a PG. Oh dear, I don't know what they're smoking in the UK today, really. We used to have years ago, when I grew up with it, it was U certificate, A certificate, AA, X, and then you got educational, XX, I think it was. I don't think it was XXX. I think it was XX. Yeah, and there wasn't 4Xs unless you were Australian. You don't give a 4X for anything else. Yeah, and then it changed in the 1980s completely. It was still a U certificate, but the A certificate then changed to PG, kind of like America. Okay. And then the AA changed to a 15, and the X changed to 18. I suppose, I think if it's educational, it'd be 18 plus. And then years later, they change it again. Oh my goodness. They introduce, what was it? So you go in U, PG, 12A, I think it's called, 12A. Yeah, that's for school kids. And then 15 is still there. And then 15, then 18, and then 18 plus for educational. Steven Seagal approves. Yeah, well, he would, wouldn't he? Yeah. Yeah, and some of these movies today, my goodness, they get the most diabolical certification. And I think, fuck, you got to be kidding me. That was bloody gross. It deserves an 18 certificate. Ridley Scott alien movies today won't get an 18 certificate. They get like it's either a 12A or maybe a 15 certificate. What the fuck? Because they're like perverts. They're trying to sell to children, lure children in because they've heard about the franchise, lure them in. More box office, but it doesn't really make a lot of box office. They're just greedy motherfuckers today, thinking they're just, it doesn't really doesn't work sometimes. Otherwise, everyone was hearing about Alien back in the day. And I think I'm getting spoilers back in the day. Someone saw it at the cinema. It would have showed at the screen Gaumont screen number 2. It did. And this guy, friend of my dad, he's telling me about all the spoiler alert, Hey, you can't say that. Spoiler alert. I didn't give a toot. I was kind of interested. Now I'm buying these sci-fi magazines and such and looking at the effects and all I think, wow, this is an interesting science fiction. It's not really a horror movie. It's just a mad creature on a bloody hunger thing going round eating up the bloody crew. Fucking hell, why don't you just put some food down for it and problem solved? Otherwise it's like the typical movie, isn't it? The haunted cast, haunted house. We'll break up into groups. You go down that way, we'll go down, and then you hit oh damn. We were a party of 6. Now we're a party of 4. Oh, damn. It's just, I didn't mind. I like the spoiler alerts. It's a very unusual sound. It's a very subtle pan or shift this sound. It's very subtle because of the way it's probably radiating the sound from the, it's very, maybe do it a little bit closer. Very subtle shifting in the, very subtle. Yeah, interesting. See, Foley are not going to get that right, even though it's a very subtle shift. Foley sounds, they sound rubbish in movies. They sound like plastic synthetic. Like I say, this Atmos is a load of crap. We get to this point with all this digital age. There's just not enough channels behind the screen. There's just not enough channels to put behind that screen. 5 screen, 7 screen. It's still going across the horizontal here. Hasn't changed. Hasn't evolved since what? Probably putting speakers behind the screen when going kind of like multi with Fantasound back in 1940, 41. And loads of speakers for, the other effects and such. Hasn't changed much. Different magnetic soundtracks and so forth. Bigger speakers, but still hasn't evolved much. I'm only getting older, but at least I can still pleasure myself with. I like to have done sound effects. I like to have done sound effects if I wanted to pursue something like this and do sound effects. But not interested. No desire. But it's decent how they done this at the time. It's decent. So they kind of give sometimes you get dialogue pans go left, sometimes left, center, and have this kind of foggy sound to it as well. So it sounds kind of lively on some parts of the mix, on some parts of the some parts. I think I'm getting a little hiss or noise on the sub-bass speaker. That's not a big deal. It's because of the amplifier. The amplifier is generating that. So I need to check it on the what do you call it? Check it on the see, that's what Ben hasn't got. You know, this guy, oh no, he's not there anymore. He's kind of like where are they? So I can analyze this over and over and over and over. And they've been doing these videos now for bloody few months now. Gosh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, can you stay up 24 hours, Ben? Can you stay up 20? Not that I want to challenge, you know. Because it's not good for my heart. Are you really dedicated there? I don't really give a hoot how much bloody manpower this guy's got, and you know, whatever, and things are going to be high-end grade and all this bollocks. At the end of the day, if you suffer tinnitus, you got noise in your ears. It sucks. It really does. My tinnitus level, actually, at this present moment, is a bit like... No, it's difficult. It's not easy to do that. It does sound like it's on my left side tonight. My right side seems to be... I can't register anything. A couple of nights ago, it was on both sides. But it varies. It fluctuates. It's as if it's fluid going through, and there's some stimulation going on there, or what? It's puzzled me. It just puzzles me. Yeah, I can hear it. It seems like it's going up a little bit and then down a bit and up a bit and then down a bit. I don't know. Take your vitamin pills. Major Tom. Yeah, I just need to take the vitamin pills. Maybe that'll solve it as a remedy, but not a cure. Because one time I thought, oh gosh, thank goodness I haven't heard it for many days. Now I can just hear it. It's moving up and down. And you don't have to play loud sound. It could be anything. It could be anything that then triggers it. And it's always sounding at the same frequency. It hasn't changed in decades. I first noticed it late of 1979, and the only loudest sound system that I've ever been exposed to is that sensor round. Not any PA system, nothing in the home, no. The only loudest sound ever was that sensor round. Battlestar Galactica, I was sat in the lower stools. Otherwise, there's the circle, which is a little bit further back. And I was just probably in the wrong seat at the wrong time. And the SBL levels could have been a little bit higher in that seating area. Just bad luck, that's all. And it's not the first. It's not the first time. A little kid, a little child family in that. I think it's up in Scotland a few years ago. And they got so many seats, and the family's all sat there. Little 8-year-old child or such, maybe 9 years old. I'm not sure. I've got to look it up. But anyway, I got my exposure when I was a child. So, she's just probably sat in the wrong seat, wrong fucking movie. And they do Odeon today. They are really pushing the SBL level unnecessarily. They are not doing anything to keep it calm or keep a fucking 85 dB level, 85 dBA. This 90 and all that, it's bloody unnecessary, because the frequency response, when you listen to it, it's like it needs to be brought down. It needs either an audio limiter on it, which will lower it down. It won't let it go any bloody high when you set that threshold, and it would still be like loud and exciting, but not like you got to put your fingers in your ears every now and then, because then it's an unpleasant sound system. Yeah, and the family were puzzled why their daughter was crying her eyes out, because she's probably hearing this bing or whatever noise that's the level has gone over the threshold of the hearing, and then suddenly, bam, it just won't go away. I was kind of like thinking at night time, what is that? Oh, I'm getting really excited. Ooh, where's that coming from? I'm looking all around the room like this, Where's this coming from? It wasn't until about another 10, 12 years later, and I asked a doctor, I'm hearing this noise, it's driving me crazy. Sounds like tinnitus. What the heck is that? Yeah, it's when you're exposed to high SBL level, because our hearing only goes to a certain threshold. Once you exceed it, you're risking. It's just like being stupid with astronomy and not using a filter on your telescope to filter the sun. And if you want to look at it, you'll burn your retina out on your eye in just a few seconds. Be permanent. You'll be then a member of the Blind Association. Yeah, it's doing things careful, They always give warnings and heed. They always give warnings in magazines or manuals like the sound system, this practice safe level. But a lot of people don't heed it. They just got their ego, like, I'll do what the fuck I please. Yeah. I don't need a room within a room that costs $1.3 million in Texas. It fluctuates between 30 and 31. It's probably because the microphone is picking something up in the room. So if I power everything off, also close the window, but it's pretty still out there now. It's pretty still out there. It only gets crazy with all the young kiddies during the weekend racing their motorbikes and all that up and down the bloody road at legal speed limits. 30 mile an hour it is down this road and down that way as well. I don't see any road signs that say 60 or 80 mile an hour. If a child were to come walking suddenly out onto the bloody road and they'll slam their brakes on, they're going to go flying off that bloody motorbike and kill themselves, aren't they? Idiots. Yeah. I like to do a lot of tests. Just for fun, because it's very boring sometimes. And those cars, when you hear them going down, they always make that sort of sound. I mean, you got a load of it going on in the background, maybe about half a mile away. I think the dual carriageway is. I think it's maybe about half a mile, the nearest dual carriageway. You always hear this sound that's kind of in the background. That's road traffic. But you go out there now and listen, and all the rest of the traffic, you don't hear that because it's all settled down. I can't put this, out the window because the microphone's not going to be clever enough to pick that up. I'd have to do a recording and probably use my Sony Handycam. The sensitivity on that might be good enough. It's choosing which microphone or such that's going to have a good, Otherwise, I could patch it through the microphones, put a couple of microphones out the window, or I can throw some XLR cable out the window, set up a few microphones outside, and then just pump it through the audio mixer into the recording. Put on the and do a recording, and making sure I get this the noise, so there's not any stray noise weirdness going on with the mixer, so I get a good decent recording. Or I could use the other recorder, the digital recorder, a very small little portable, what they call it. I forgot what they call it. I've only used it a few times. They're very cheap. You look at them, you think, bloody hell, how much is that? And you look at the bloody hell, that's cheap. Pretty decent recorders. So you got 4-channel. You got XLR inputs. You got the microphones. You can change the orientation on the microphone. And of course, the batteries, they last. They run. They last. 3 volt? I think there's only 3 batteries that go in that thing. Yeah. Unlike a tape recorder, because it's got more moving parts on it, and batteries are not going to last long. The digital ones, the battery's going to last. That's why the batteries will last a little bit longer in a digital meter, but it's not accurate enough with the needle for the sort of thing, so that you got all the there's just two figures moving around. You can get other SPL meters, and they got decimal points, so you got 3-digit display, but when the numbers are dancing around like that, it's very difficult. I'd rather have an analog and watch the needle very carefully, and then move it around slightly whilst looking at the needle to check, because that's what an SPL meter's for, isn't it? It's only checking sound pressure, and then you can connect the output on it to an RTA analyzer so you can see the frequency. Yeah, that's what they use. That's the most preferred SPL meter. They've been using them for years. And you've got all these other SPL meters. Why are they so overrated and overpriced? My goodness. Who in their mind is going to pay for an SPL meter that costs over 1,000? Huh? And they say they've been using these bloody things on dubbing stages. Still bloody hear it. Crying out loud. I think this side's starting to... Are there enough electrolytes in this bloody water? They say you got electrolytes, stimulate your electrolytes. I've never tested that on the TDS reader. I won't be able to get the what's it now. I have to pour it into a cup and take a TDS reading. But tastes okay. I think there's a blind person on YouTube and he was doing a test with all different brands of water. Some that he thought, there. Some that, this has got a different, and some, oh yeah, this tastes like spring water, and some taste like this and that. Yeah, being, the sensors on a blind person to, this tastes okay. Yeah. But I still take it with a pinch of salt. Spring water? I don't know. What purifying does it go for any additional, pH level check, pH testing and such? Animals drink it, don't they? So they got a different immune system to us. Actually, I don't know. I think they're okay. I don't think they've mutated. Because I just think about all the past of what mankind's done, all the nuclear bomb testing and shit, and all that radiation shit going up into the atmosphere, and everything else that's but I'm drinking it. So I'm watching the water vibrate. It's just moving a little bit. I'm going to try and stay still until I watch that water stabilize, but I can see it moving, wobbling still. It's settling a little bit. It's settling. Okay, if I start talking, it's starting to move. It's starting to move a little bit because I'm causing vibration through my body, through my speech, and certain resonant frequency in the voice. That's coupled because I'm coupled to the seat. And of course, if I move around like that, of course, it just wobbles just a little bit. Not Jurassic Park bullshit, but yeah. But that's just water. That's fluid. Yeah. If the seats were isolated, it wouldn't move. The seats are all joined together. Interesting. It does feel chilly in here tonight. It feels like it's comfortable, and I'm only wearing a t-shirt. Crying out loud. Let me think. I want to turn this movie off and put something else on. I'll come back to it later to do a little bit more adjusting on the dynamic EQ. Does the Behringer NX amplifiers have dynamic EQ on it? I think they do. Yeah, you got the EQ crossover. Yeah, they do. They have a So if I wanted to put some sort of additional, and it's tricky. Yeah, it'd be tricky because I need the I have to use the remote software on the computer. I can't keep going back and forth. Can't do that, otherwise you lose track of everything. I lose track of it. I should be able to daisy chain those NX amplifiers, the DSP ones. So when I use the remote software, I type in the number for the other amplifier and then switch to that because I need to go through all three of them. The left, right, left, right, left, center, right, center, center, bass cab. But that little hiss I hear on there, that's just now I can hear it. But it's not a big deal. I've heard it in cinemas. It's not a big deal. When a film plays, you don't even notice it. Oh, these this Ben guy, yeah, it'll be very fussy and snobby about that, but it's not like it's a bit more low level. Measure it in frequency. How can I do that? I'll just turn the alien off. Hold on a sec. I thought I was noticing something weird. Okay, so I need to go over to computer. Wake you up. Yeah, there we go. I need to go to the monitor and turn the monitor on. Whoa, what the fuck's going on here with the... Yeah, what the fuck? How did that happen? Oh, let me turn that off. So it's got a little bit messed up there. What shall I use? The REW or the True RTA? I might use that. Got a 50 hertz signal there, but that's generated by something else. There's obviously a ground thing going on there. Could be on the computer end, but I ignore it. I just ignore it. There's something just simply needs to be grounded, and then that 50 whatever ground thing will just drop down. It's only when the leads are sort of like connected and there's just some sort of little funny going on, but I completely ignore it. See what I can see. Oh God, I feel dizzy. My blood circulation is feeling a little dizzy walking around. If I'd been laying on the bed for a few hours and then just got up, I wouldn't feel dizzy. It's because I'm in this position, and I'm not given enough pause for my when standing up. I'm not given enough pause. I'm walking around too sudden. I've got to keep reminding. Oh fuck! Now I can feel it dizzy in my ears because it feels like, I don't know. It feels like being intoxicated. Just I feel a little bit dizzy there. Okay, then what's it's turned on? Just mute all this here. Of course, the sub bass is muted on this end. It's muted, but the signal's still going to the amplifier on the output on the what's it? And there's some sort of stray thing there going on. I'm going to put the line thing here. Maybe put this here. There's always going to be some idle noise on that REW if it's got connected to a line. Now I'm going to go and turn the amplifier off and see if I notice any drop in the signal. But it's low level, but it's not that is not the actual noise. There's something else there. Okay, let's switch it off and see if I notice it dropping. Oh boy. I turned it off. It still looks like it still could be that the level is very, very low, and this noise here, which is on the computer or something, it's outputting through the but I ignore it most time because I could put pink noise out on that, but I don't hear it. But that's easily something fixed. It's not a big deal. A little pop sound there when the amplifier turned on. I saw a little pop because I heard it when I was walking back into the room. That's okay. That's normal. I either put a passive filter on that, but I don't want to, because sometimes I can turn those sub bass speakers, guess what, into full spectrum sound. But they'll only get a mono signal going to it, not stereo, because they're not wired up to do stereo sort of thing. But I can, put a signal. I could play a movie soundtrack through those sub bass speakers. Try doing that on an SBS sub or any other sub that you got in the system. You got to have a proper B chain that can do most things. But as for the noise, it's probably, it's very low. I could either put a filter on the amplifier and put a crossover filter on it, and then I won't hear it. But I don't want to. I don't want to do that. Otherwise, if I want to do something, then I can't go back and forth to the bloody kitchen all the time. Otherwise, a filter, it's a mid-range kind of sound. It's not a big deal. I've actually heard hiss coming from the damn things. That was on a JVL 4645B at UCI Tower Park, late 90s, or it could have been early 2000. I think that was the first time they fitted sub-bass speakers in that bloody cinema. When it was opened, it was just Electro Voice, screen speaker, and overhead surrounds. No sub-bass was introduced. That's applicable for Dolby SR soundtracks. So the hiss that you hear is only the signal and the noise ratio on the amplifier. Or it could be a little bit from the actual. Well, they would have had at the time Dolby CP 500s. They had some CP 500 installs. They still had the what do you call it? The Dolby CP 55 with all the trimmings with the SR dot module. They might have still been at, but back then, still running the basic amplifiers. They what do you call them? They're also a hi-fi manufacturer as well, called Quad. You can find some of those amplifiers on eBay, but they're very hard to find. They're not a big deal, and all the controls and all that are behind the amplifier, which is typical on most things that you buy now. Some of all the controls are there because to make it tamper-proof. Otherwise, you put it on the front and then you put a security panel over the front, so it can't be tweaked or tampered with. There have been rumours going around years ago that someone had been going in, set up all the levels, the EQ and all that, and then there was all this bullshit going around that someone's been going in there and tampering with the levels. Yeah. So yeah, quad amplifier. I think they're 150. I think they're about 150. I think they're about 150, or maybe 250. And they did moderate, this, It seemed kind of lively, I suppose, back then when it was just simple Dolby stereo, A-type SR. Yeah, but no, that's not a big deal. It's also because I've got the levels on that amplifier turned up to maximum. If I turn them down a little bit, yeah. Otherwise, that noise that I'm seeing there, that is on me. Let me just double check to make sure I'm not. Let me check the. Yeah, I'm on microphone now. My USB's not showing there because the cable behind me has come undone. What's it? Yeah, it's back on now. Go to that one. Hang on, go to that. Hang on, whoops. Back. Down. Oh yeah. See the that preset there. Hang on, if I turn that all the way down off, don't see the noise. Uh-oh, Melanie. Turn it back to that one because I've adjusted the microphone. Hang on, let's have a look. I'll turn it on. Oh, yeah, that noise has come back on there again. Whatever that is, it should be very low down. I'll go to the Wesset. Where is it? Where it is. Someone Wesset scale there. Oh, fuck it. I prefer the true RTA. Yeah, still see the noise. Go to the volume control on the computer, turn it all the way down, and it disappears. It's only when the line is connected to the computer. So it's a little bit difficult to get. Maybe if I use the laptop, I wonder if I still see this. That laptop, the battery's not powered up after. What's it? Yeah, the battery's flat. So I'm trying to think what the signal to noise ratio would be. As for rudder testing, I don't give a hoot. Put some pink noise over that, it would just go over the top of it. But is it fudging the signal because of the way everything's looking? As long as that signal goes over the top, I don't give a hoot. Sub. Turn that one off. Go back to the RAW. Whoa. I forgot to put this on. You'll get all the attention later, Melanie. I don't understand why she wants to come to me. Because she loves me. Loves me or not. Yeah. I don't know why she doesn't want to play with my other cat. It's no wonder he's looking sick and depressed. Poor thing wants to go out. I want to go out. I'm sick and tired of being indoors. At the moment I step out and I probably won't even make it down to the beach. I won't even make it that far. Because the moment I'm going to start feeling, and I'm thinking, fuck it, I've got to turn back. I pursue it. I try and prove myself. I'm going to end up down the fucking hospital. What brings you into hospital today? Oh, yes, you got this issue, don't you? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, we've done blood pressure and all this. All I need to do is just come straight back home. I don't need to be in. I just need to come straight back home and then stabilize myself. Average, it used to take me about 35 minutes to get from here down to the beach. Last I checked, it took me almost an hour. So I knew that, it's not going to work. It's not going to happen. I can still go out, maybe take my cat out. Yeah, sure. Travel on the bus. Yeah, get one of those all-day tickets and get on one of the open deck ones and go around on one of those. Yeah, I can still do that. I prefer to use the mobility of my legs. I don't want an electric bike. I don't want an e-bike. I see a nice advantage in going up hills, yes, but also the damn thing is going to be a lot more heavier. So no. That's like having my normal bike as it is and putting extra weight on the bloody thing. It's just going to be resistance. Even when I put the cat carrier on the front and that, it puts a bit of weight. So there's going to be a bit of weight on the front. But I can still coast along. Before I had this issue, I can still get up to speeds of almost near 30 miles an hour. But now it's more like 15. So, yeah. The Lord has been very nice. I can't take my cat Melanie out. I'd have to put her on a triple harness because she'll be itching. She'll be itching to try and do a Harry Houdini to get out of that bloody harness. I can't risk that. There, he's okay. He's calm and relaxed with it. I've got plenty of video. Me and him down on the beach, and he sits on a bench. He's a cool customer. He is very cool. And he's got all that smell and sense, and it's probably very overwhelming. It would be overwhelming, but yeah, he likes it, don't you? Fuck. I want to get this signal noise, whatever the bloody it is. Get that signal noise. Boom. I shouldn't be seeing that signal noise there. If I switch to, where's the USB? Where's the USB microphone? Where the heck is it? Oh, it's over there in the bundle of microphones. Right. There it is. Okay. Oh, bloody hell. Oh. That's how easy does it. Okay. I'll just set that up anywhere. I'm not going to use it tonight. Just set the USB up. Okay, so that level's going up to about there. That noise. I should see a change in the signal. Switch the USB. Turn this off, turn it back on. Hey presto. You got to turn the REW off because it's still be in the other, thinking it's still in the other mode. And that's my voice modulation. Ooh, ah. Shh. Ooh, la. You see how the noise has dropped? It's still there. There's something still there. So if I scale it, bring it down here. It's still there. It's still something there, but it's got this very unusual. And then stop it. It's got this unusual frequency curve going on. That's not generated by the microphone. That's partly the computer end or something that's doing that. Why am I on this? What's it? Oh yeah, there it is. It's up there, isn't it? Oh, well, I should be able to click on it. Oh, no. Over here. Right. Somewhere down here. Because you've got dB scale, and then you've got SBL and so that's minus 0 dB, plus 10, plus and minus 10, and so on. Oh gosh, I can't remember where the heck it is. And that's camera, take a picture. Take a snapshot. Step, sign, set, reset, average, slow distortion. TF2 averages. Stop window over and generate. Distortion, average, appearance. I can't see it. But it still goes up in dB range. 180 dB is the maximum. You know, I bet that guy in Chicago, he'll probably want to go up to 180. He's crackers. He's going to wreck his hearing, or he's going to wreck, or selfishly, he's going to wreck someone else's hearing. We just don't hear that sort of nonsense in real life. Crazy Americans, that's what they are. Bonkers. You get some normal ones, and then you get some crazy ones. So go down. What 0 is 0, isn't it? Right down at but then you got minus 300. No, minus 240 dB. Bloody hell! It's pretty noisy there with all that noise, crying out loud. Maybe I'll see if I can TM all that. What's it? I don't know what the heck's going on there. Whether it, what does his computer when he's running this thing? Does it do that, or is it the sound card? I got a lead somewhere, and I've not even done a frequency sweep. I'd do a loop, run the output from the back of the computer. I think it's got to be somewhere out on the output. And then run a lead into the input at the front, or it could be on the back as well, as long as I connect the output, analog output audio. Because at the moment, this computer would be on HDMI. The signal is all coming in through video, or audio is coming through the HDMI. Whereas in the past, I would use the audio output connecting to a receiver or such. The left-right signal, left and right. That noise. It's like tinnitus. Of course, if I turn the microphone level down, of course it goes down, yeah. And just fade it, boom, all the way off. But there is still this response. Hang on, still picking up my sound. How's that possible? I turned the microphone level all the way off. Oh no, So beg my pardon, that was the volume. Oh, hang on. There's no sound output and there's no signal. Oh. Go down to microphone, where is it? No, hang on, that is microphone. Yeah. All right, turn it all the way down. Shh. How come it's still picking up? Let me tap the mic. No, it's this one here, isn't it? Yeah. How come that mic is still picking up? I turned the mic level down to off, basically. Shh. It's still picking up. Should it do that? Let me switch it over to the other mic input signal, which is not connected to the audio mixer. And so switch it over to there, turn it off, and then turn it back on. No, it's isolated, but got that signal noise. And of course, go to the, like, figure out something here with this, what's going on. Turn the mic, turn the level down, and it gives that frequency response, or that response there, and that's going, oh gosh, that's well below 0, and minus 10, seeing something there, minus 10 right at the high, and then dropping all the way down. And some weird low frequency or infrasonic noise there or such. It's probably garbage. Trying to figure it. With that sound card. And I could think, okay, I'll ask around. Pain in the ass to take that computer down. It's not like it's got something like a panel where I can just undo a panel on the side, keep the computer in the same position, and then just power everything down, take the card out, put a new card in, go through it, and then start up, and then let it do its and then do all the setting up of the card. But no, it should. I'm not sure if they do or care on Audio Science. See which computers have got sound cards have got the quietest. Because I'm sure there's signal noise ratios or some funny going on. So I'm trying to think, is there a plug-in I can plug in and then filter it? But then that's going to filter it. It's not going to really solve the problem, is it? I don't really care to go for stupid SBL levels. I don't care for it. I want to hear sound the next day, not have my hearing wrecked because of some stupid bloody movie soundtrack. So I go back to the, what's it, and move it over there. Turn that up a little few dB, a few points. Bam, just a tiny little bit. Just turn it up to number. Oh, whoopsie. Just a slight little bit. It's on number 2. Can I put it on number 1? Number 1. Put it on number 1. It doesn't really make much difference, and the level goes up that high. Shh. I don't think it's no. Oh yeah, I'm on the other. What's it? I'm not on the USB, am I? So I'll switch back to USB. Turn it off. Turn it back on. Check the WASIC because it'd be on a different scale. Oh no, it's on 0. It's on 0 right there, but still picking up. Why is it picking up? Ooh la! But it will only go up to a certain range. Won't go any higher. Won't go any higher than that. So you've got to adjust the what's it? Should be having that noise there. About 50%. Of course, got to scale that down to that. Bring it down so I don't see that. Turn it up a bit. All the way. So it starts popping up all this noise again. Is that the most I can do? What's the pink? I'm up to about that level. What's the pink noise level go out at? I'll generate it on the SDU. So, mute the bass cab, so I'm only looking at high frequency. So, oh, my audio limiter. The audio limiter was cutting in there. Oh yeah, plus I've got the dynamic EQ turned on. So I'll just go into what's it? Just turn that dynamic EQ off for the moment. I'm pretty sure I turned that audio limiter off. I'm not near with the pink noise with the what's it? Just checking the DCX. Oh, that audio limiter is turned off now. Okay, try it again. It's going to go loud. I don't like that shit. I'm going to put my earplugs in. What SBL is that realistically going up to? So it's a dBA. Hang on. This is not fitted sound. Yeah, that's settled. Okay. XDB. It's 4.2. A little bit there. Not the too busy. Very loud, I can still hear that quick noise, but it's settling some of the top end on the bucket there. Got to there. Let me put the down on QQ and see what I see. Let's see what's going on there. He's going up to a certain point. Not ideal. Let me just see what I can see. I haven't changed it much. There. Interesting. Probably because of the threshold level. Yeah. Switch that off. I could either generate pink noise out on there, generate it on the processor, generate it, go to multi-stereo, generate it on the REW on the sound generator. I've got options. I'll turn that audio limiter back on. Just puzzled why that noise is there. Let me go deeper into the sound card. What's it? I don't know what I've got to search to see what sound card is in that computer. Where's the pop-up? Where's the what's it? I'm not seeing the what's it? Crikey, it's not popping up. Close the window. Go back over here and open it again. There we go. It could be anywhere. Be under system, wouldn't it? Sound, outputs, inputs. Click on. It just brings me back to that page. So, have I got a what's it boost on this? Not using a what's it boost, am I? Hang on, let's just try this again. What's going on? Move the carefully. Turn that down. Down a little bit. Go back over here, scroll. Goes down in low. It's like it's shelving it off. But that high range up there, it's not budged. Hasn't budged a bit until I turn it up a little bit. And I see a slow rise there. 45%, 50. Generate pink noise on the what's it processor. Input center signal. Let's let go up to a certain level. Just scroll that down a little bit. Seeing a change with the dynamic EQ on there. Hang on, have I got the ABC dynamic turn on? Forgot about that. Yeah, I got that turned on. Turn that off. Okay, I'll turn the ABC one on. Yeah, let's change the frequency of that down a little bit. Totally forgot about that because I've got a dynamic EQ on the ABC input, and then you've got individual dynamic EQs on the output. I totally forgot about I had that one switched on. Because it was still attenuating the frequency, but I only got a high pass filter on it, so it would just attenuate the high frequencies, and then the ones on the individuals are for low pass and high pass. Whew. All that to watch a movie. Crazy, isn't it? Still baffled. Where's that noise coming from? Where's it coming from? Is it coming on this end or is it on the computer end? Disconnect the line going into it. Goes down. Goes off completely. So, that said, if I were to disconnect the USB microphone, even though that's still picking up slightly, it'll probably say there's no microphone. Disconnect it. And it says, yeah, blah, blah, blah. If I turn that off, on again, there's still some signal noise going on there. So the lead's disconnected from the microphone, Okay, it's disconnected. I'm still seeing this noise that's unacceptable. If I turn the microphone completely off, it goes like that on the microphone level level thing. It goes like that. Never mind. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. Plug it back in. Plug back in. Turn it off. Turn it back on. Shh. Shh. That's weird. I'm not sure I'm on the right. You know, there's nothing else being picked up. It's definitely on that microphone. There's nothing else bouncing the signal to the computer. Bizarre. I can't figure it. There's something there. It's eluding me. So I've still got the Wasset plugged in. Yeah. We'll switch over to the Wasset. Go back over. Switch over to there. Turn it off. Turn it on. Bring it down so I don't see much of it. Go to pink noise for the sub. So I've been monitoring on SW at the moment on amplifier return. Yeah, amplifier return, like Return of the Jedi. I generate pink noise this end, don't I? So it goes through there. Go up to the, should be turned on or off. It's turned on, so it should put a signal through, I think. I only see it on the LCR. Go back over to turn those off, generate it on the sub LFE. Yeah, I see the signal. Okay. Trinov is not perfect. They only got sine wave, pink noise, and pulse. Oh, yeah. A lot of use that is for me. Thank you very much. But the Storm, it's got a proper sound generator on it. So is Trinov going to update this thing? Now they're going to put a decent sound generator on this processor. Because, you know, if I'm validating everything, I need to check the... I won't have to put my oscilloscope on this processor, would I? And check to see if... because there was something weird going on... Was it the Denon? I think it was the Denon. Yeah, there was something very weird going on the high frequency that I noticed. And then the oscilloscope, I could see it on the oscilloscope and think, why is the signal suddenly going like this? It should be a nice sine wave. I turned the level up a little bit and it just started going like this. What the bloody hell is going on? Yeah, did that show up on Amir's testing when he was testing the processor? years ago? I don't know. I don't really care. Probably not going to notice it. Only notice it when you're like in through sine wave zones and all that, and you think, what's going on here? But are you going to notice it when something's playing? Most likely, no. You're not going to notice it. Where the fuck am I going? Oh yeah, up here. Fuck's sake, going around and around and around in circles. So we go to. Oh yeah. Turn that level down, go to unmute the sub, rumble, and there it is. Quite happy, quite happy. If you're happy when you sub, clap your hands. If you're happy when you sub, clap your hands. Should be connected onto that. Let me just check. Am I connected onto there? Oh, hang on, probably because I've got to turn the level up a little bit. Still can't see anything. It was working okay the other day. It was working okay. Amplifier. Nothing to do with the what's it? I should be seeing signal. Nothing to do with those. Let me see. I think it's the hang on. Audio sense. Oh, bingo. Look at that low frequency. My goodness me. My goodness. I'm quite humbly satisfied with my setup. I don't need some bullshit on YouTube that's trying to push a load of audio snobbery around. Thank you very much. You know, what else? That's generated on there. So if I go into the there, turn that pink noise off. The crossover is set. I think it's on the DCX. Yeah, it's set on the DCX. So I'll run that again. See the magic. Ooh la. Ooh la la la. Can you see that? Oh, that's not too bad. Oh, now the screen's gone a little bit crappy. It's because of the light up there and the hang on, let's get in this set. Easy does it. It's picking up there. Okay. Let me just change the crossover so. Makes a little click, click, click. That's typical. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, look at that. Wow. I can go higher. If I want to, I can go all the way up to 2 kilohertz. Not today. way that rumbles there. Oh yeah. Go up a little bit higher. Then you notice all the other frequencies, and then it's like, if that reproduces, it's going to be, those frequencies need to be equalized a little bit. Turn it down low, 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 low. Click on the 48 dB. And it drops down a little bit. And that's direct frequency. Ooh, it should be. This microphone shouldn't be activated. Hold on a sec. I think it is picking up on the microphone. Did I switch? Did I actually switch? If it's picking up in the room, that's not too bad. It should be on the direct. It says microphone there. Let me just mute the pink noise there and tap the microphone. I'm tapping it. I'm really tapping it. It's not showing up on the response. I'll just go back to that again. You always get gremlins. Tap it again. I think that's random noise that's going on there, moving on the pink noise signal. It's not connected. If it was, I'd see very large bump sounds on the frequency. Boom, boom, boom. On the no, that's just on the what's it? That's pretty low, but there's still a little bit of audible there. Oh yeah, plus I've got the other JBL one. I had the other one over there turned on over in the corner, and that had a crossover range setting. So the one on the left, because it's connected to the amplifier, because that's all I need to see. All I can hear is a very low, subtle. Yeah. Of course, change the crossover 48 to 24. I can hear it a little bit audible, but very faint. So that's down at 20 hertz. 20 hertz Link Riley, and it's rolling off like that, so it's way down at 20. But it's an experiment I wanted to do the other night. Set that and that over there, set them at a low level, do some check on the SPL. It's very low level, nothing stupid. Put the other one on, change that crossover. SPL level goes up a little bit. I'm probably not seeing much heart. I'm probably not getting any. I'm probably not getting much in the order of harmonic frequencies, but they're going to be extremely difficult. You've got to generate sine wave tone because you wouldn't notice them. Not with pink noise randomly moving. You have to generate sine wave tones and generate it realistically. So you don't see any harmonics popping up. And yeah, did that guy with the what's his, is it Ryan guy? This guy, is he done a check on all his system? He probably hasn't got the equipment to do it. But it's not, I'm not saying he's stupid. Just probably hasn't checked it. And is he going to be honest, not bragging like, because I can see harmonics popping up, and they're usually generated by the speaker, or it's going to be generated by the amplifier. It depends on which way you monitor the system. I was going to show you, but I'll get back to that later. So if I want to stop, I've got to generate sine wave. I've got to go through my computer. Or do I want to use the spectrum or the... Turn off that pink noise for starters. Why am I using the fucking computer? It's up here on the laptop, for fuck's sakes. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Turn that off. Even that rumble at a very mild 70 dB, I find it kind of annoying. And there are people out there who want to go, my goodness me. I could use the, well, probably quick easy with the REW. REW there. Okay, I've got to switch things around here. Got to switch things around. Oh yeah. Because it'll be on USB. I'll use the what's it for the moment. Keep it on there. I should be able to use the sound drip because the signal will go in. I don't have to use the multi-stereo because I'm only monitoring a certain thing. Turn the spectrum off. Sound generator, that's it. There, turn on the... That's it. Bring that down a little bit so I don't see that distraction. Go to tone. Come down a little bit. Okay, mute the other sub because I'm not going to be monitoring on that. Should get a signal going out. There we go, signal. Bring it up a little bit there. So look at that. Let's just check. I'm on the what's it? Let's have a look at that. I haven't got any other filters turned on there, have I? And I'm at 20 on the crossover. My goodness. Let me see what is desirable and undesirable. It's only a pack of it's only a material. It's only a pack of electronics. Let me go a bit narrower on that. It's third octave. Go 1/48. Change the crossover. Ooh, me. Ooh, wee. Whoa, what's this? What was that? What was that? Hey, what was that? Mm-hmm. Am I sure I haven't got anything else turned on that NX amplifier? Pretty sure I've turned all the filters off on it. Turned all those off. Let's put that down there. Put that back up. Oops. Let's adjust that. Yeah, it goes down. Let's go from there to there. Play that down. Off on. Where's the generator again? Where's that? So I was seeing some harmonic popping up on the because I was overloading the the microphone input signal. Possibly. Because I was thinking, whoa, where's all those why are all those harmonics popping up? Also, because I'm on amplifier, I can switch over to processor. Double check. The signal will still output, but I'll be on monitoring processor signal. That's rattling the door. I can't hear it at the front, but the sound wave is traveling towards the back, and it's exciting. Sorted. Gonna go back to the what's it signal? There it is. Bring that up. Put that up. See something there. mute it. No, it's okay. Take the level up a little bit on the what's it? So I see those popping up. Oh yeah, I can see them. It's probably, if I check the input signal on the microphone, yeah, it's way up at the top. It's banging. Mute the sound. Yeah. It's right at the top, so it's going to clip, so I've got to back it down a bit. Got to back the signal down a bit, otherwise it's going to, I see all these bloody harmonics popping up. Go back to the, what's it? Whoa, come on. Whoa, easy does it. I'm going to bring it back up. Yeah, those harmonics pop up again. That's because the level on the input signal going to the computer is a little bit too damn high. Mm-hmm. There, come on, go there. Do a sweep up to 130. Look at too high, minus 13. Put this thing too bloody low, I can't grab it. Oh, there it is. Push it up there. Back it down a bit. Minus 15. That's okay. Got a nice smooth frequency there. Whoosh. Deja vu. Didn't I do this the other day? Mm-hmm. So that's there. Let me just check that level on the when the pink noise was going through. Hang on, where is it? So I don't have to do an offset adjustment. Where did it go up to? 22? 22.9. Okay. I'll switch over to amplifier return. Yeah. 22.9, huh? Okay. So registering a little high there, so yeah, I've got to either trim the because I've got to probably redo that, trim the levels. Probably got to trim the levels on the monitor, because the amplifier signal, processor signal might be a little bit lower. The it's got to balance the what's it. But I'm just going to, it doesn't really matter. So I'll just adjust the NX level. Just adjust that. Okay, turn it down a little bit. $24. Won't go any lower unless I, hang on, maybe adjust the DCX. So I had a 29 point. Look, 31, go up a bit. Up a little bit. Up a little. 29.9. Okay. And the sweep. Ooh la. So I've got to balance the levels on that because the monitor input level, the output, I've got to monitor those, got to readjust those levels. Oh gosh. There's a little bit of an offset there. Okay, it's not a worry, nothing to worry. Okay, so we didn't quite get spot on. That's no problem. Just the offset until some part of the frequency, yep, it matches about there. It's the same that I did the other day. Little noise in the signal, but I can ignore that because that's not real. So look, that's a little bit too high. Down a bit, down a bit. Oh. About roughly, it's hard to say. Good to now, let's put a bit of smoothing on it. Norman Bates psychoacoustic. Okay, it makes a little bit so it filters out that noise. It's about roughly down. It's about roughly there. About roughly there. And you can see what the response is doing. Because there's an additional, there's a filter going on the other part of the signal. There's a filter going on. There's like a 12 dB roll off. Plus there's a filter on the amplifier, and that's rolling off down a little bit lower. So yeah, you get this very unusual. Yeah, there's something going on there, Watson. The game's afoot. There's no point trying to really compensate, because people, what are they doing on this forum, this bass extension or this bass boosting on movie soundtracks, and they think the mixes filter. Well, every damn thing you buy is bloody near field mixes, for goodness gracious. They've been tampering with it, but they put this artificial bass boost in it for different, because they want this flat response. Two ways to do that. You can put a filter so it takes down the rest of the frequency. Then you still get this kind of flat response or this whatever. You can do it two ways, and then of course you just turn the level up a little bit. You got to be cautious that you're not going to distort the input signal or cause a clipping. I monitored that Dune 2. That went down very low on the Spectrum Lab. Rubbish movie. Terrible. Nothing on this planet will get me to put that bloody disc in that player again to play that bloody... I don't have to play Atmos because it's irrelevant. The signal's on the LFE. Doesn't matter whether it's Dolby, that signal will still be there. But I was seeing it going down low. I think, God, I must be imagining that. I don't really care. It's a terrible bloody movie. Earthworms and all that. You'd feel those bloody things under the ground seismically vibrating, You wouldn't hear it airborne. Such a stupid movie that is. So I can see what's going on there. Might be that Trinov. I thought it was a high end. But it could be anywhere in a B chain. Because I would have to connect that Trinov. So it's going... can I do that? Can I easily do that? Get behind the rack? Fucking hell, I don't even know what fucking cable it's on. Fuck's sakes. Is it on DB20? Is it on the, because they're called DB25 connectors and they go to an XLR? Is it on DB number 1, DB20 number 2, DB number 3, DB number 4? I can't remember what bloody output it's connected to. And all I have to do is just go behind the rack. I don't have to go to the DCX. So all I have to do is just unconnect that lead, which would then connect to the DCX and or the I think the MDX, and then over to the and then XLRs are piggybacking going up to the other DCX and such. All I have to do is undo that lead, connect to another XLR lead. I've got plenty of those. Connect one of those and do a Frankenstein job in the in the kitchen behind the rack. Connect some crocodile, undo the sleeve on the XLR, pull it down, bare wires, and then put some crocodile clips, and then connect it to the and then run the frequency suite. Crocodile clips. It'd be amazing what quality of audio you can get through crocodile clips these days. Yeah. It really does take the piss out of audiophiles, really. Crocodile clips. I could do it that way. And then I can satisfy my to see what the frequency response. See if it rolls off or if it goes flat. I say that's a high-end processor, don't I? There's no need to add these additional filters in a processor that you can't deactivate. They shouldn't be there. The only way you put a filter on is when you go into the processor and you purposely put a filter there to do that roll off. Otherwise, there shouldn't be an additional filter going on. It's total bullshit. But I just don't know. I have to look at the Trinovs. Flipping that. What have I got to go to? Main screen. think it's that one there. That's it. That's the theatre mode I'm on. And scroll down and see what number channel it's on. The sub is on channel 32. Right, so that would be DB25. Well, it's always a 25. DB1, DB2, DB3. That'd be on DB4. That'd be on DB4 lead. I'm not going to do this tonight. It's too much hassle to pull that rack out, and I'm too damn exhausted. I'll probably do that tomorrow. Well, today or tomorrow, or maybe on the weekend. I'll do it when I'm goddamn good and ready. You hear me? You got that? I will do it when I'm goddamn good and ready. And then see if it's got that. See what the frequency response looks like. Yeah. I'll have to do it very, very smartly. So I'm kind of curious. And I would have to use to test all the other equipment. I can't use the Trinnov processor. I would have to use a line signal going. It'd have to be analog signal out. Yeah, an analog signal going out. But I still need to check and validate the. I don't know where I put that flipping lead. I buy all these cables. I'm going to do this, do that, crying out, and then I get distracted with something else, and then the leads end up. It's probably in a drawer somewhere out there. If I don't know where it is, then I'll just buy another one because they're cheap. You know, I only need a meter long, for crying out. Two 3.5mm jacks. Plug that in, run a loop. Get a frequency sweep if I can, because I tried one time and there was just some awkward thing going on. It was so easier on the other Windows computer. Didn't have an issue with that. Get a Bill Gates bloody Windows, what's it? Fucking hell. It's no wonder he got pie in the face for all the bloody dodgy window updates. Maybe I should get a Linux computer. Yeah, I'll figure it out and get it. I'll figure it out. But how many people are going to show a frequency response like what I've just shown? How many are going to show that? You know? That's the one on the processor monitoring. And that's the one on the amplifier return signal. Why is it rolling off additional? You know, I could turn it up, but it's still, the curve is not going to match. It's not going to quite match. Get it kind of like, you know, between about 20 hertz, for argument's sake, about 20 hertz, and then it goes all the way back and it's almost level. It's just getting the matching on the signal because I got to adjust the what's it, so you know it matches, and then you do that alignment by checking with a sine wave tone. So even if I take it up a little higher, it still doesn't match. It still doesn't follow that curve. It's completely Till I get to about there. Just about there, and it lines up. It's like I can see a bend. This one looks very smooth, and the other one looks like it's got a bit more of a bend, like a bit of a knee sort of. I haven't got filters that go down that low. Trinov would only go down to 10 hertz. So much for a high-end bloody processor now, huh? And then Storm Audio, when they first had their Mark III model out, it only went down to about, I think, about 16 hertz. So it goes lower, but you can only use filters that would only go down to about 16. Even if you put a wide, Q bandwidth, center it on 16 and white and expand the range. Theoretically, usually it should go down into but it doesn't address anything. And then they updated it about a year later or so, and they put another filters to go down a little bit lower. I think it was, I can't remember if it's 10 hertz or such, It needs to go all the way down so you can address whatever. But the other unusual thing is when you put the mouse down right at the very bottom of the page on the Storm and then scroll it, you go into things like, I don't recognize that. I've never seen that before. What the heck is that? Could be something to do when they program the processor and when they're using a connection lead connected to the processor on the inside. It's got all these other values that look like they're associated with oscilloscope and so forth. And you can also scroll the page. And like I say, when you scroll it down, it's like you're going into like something like the, never seen it before, like the twilight zone of the sub-bass. I mean the infrasonic. It's going into a different twilight zone sort of thing. Because I'm seeing values that are like, very unusual. And then, of course, you scroll the other way, going up to the high frequency, and then you go past it. Then you start seeing other different values and such. Very, very strange. Never seen those values before. I catch on if I knew what they could be used for. I can catch on. But there's also symbols that I've never seen before. But I don't think it means anything. It's not applicable unless it's going to entertain my cats. Well, firstly, the speakers have got to be able to have that range, And what's the point of people buying speakers that have got up to 30 or 40,000 kilohertz? You can't hear it. The music fundamentals and all that don't even go that high. The only thing you can entertain yourself with is does Room EQ Wizard go that high? Can't remember how high it goes, but you got to set the card up. You got to set the computer up so it can go. You can do a frequency sweep that high, but you're not going to hear it. Good gracious, you're not going to hear that. It's outside our hearing range. Go up above 20. It's probably going to be like that, like a knee, like a sharp drop. You're not going to notice it. You'd have to be. You'd have to have some very fluky hearing range that will baffle audiologists, and they think, bloody hell, how's it this person can hear that bloody high? Crying out loud. They'll be scratching their heads. There might be something like that out there. You never know. Good luck to them, but they don't mix that high, I don't think Jean Michel is going to be mixing his symphonic keyboards that high up in the range. Look, not like I say, not unless you're going to be entertaining dogs, cats, and bats. Where does the generator go on this again? Where's it go? 20,000 on the 30. Yeah, I can use the manual, or hang on, instead of doing that, I'll just type in a frequency. Try 22,000. Oh, it got up to 22,000. Hold my finger down on the keyboard. Yeah, it goes a little bit faster. 22,000. Try 25. Yeah, it got up to 25. That'll only entertain my cat and my speakers. They don't go that high in the range. They're going to roll off, aren't they? So what's the point? What's the highest this thing will go to? Let's try 30,000. Oh, it got up to 30,000. Is that real, or is that like when I programmed the Trinov, and I think the volume will go up to about 1,000 dB. It only goes up to 100. It won't go any higher than that. And you try even 100, you'll fuck the processor up, because you'll just be clipping the audio on the output signal. The input signal is okay, but the output, you'd be just taking it up stupidly too high. 35,000. Oh yeah, it's still going. It's still going up. It's not like it's stopping. 40,000. Wow. All right, try 70,000. No, not 400. Bloody hell, that's way too. That's like bloody up in the microwave frequencies or something, isn't it? 60,000. Key it in. It's not going any further. Okay, back it down to 50. It's not doing anything there. 45. So it goes up to a limit and it won't go any high. Either there's a software thing that's turned on or something, and it won't allow it to go any higher. 46,000. Okay, 47. 48. No, it won't go any higher than that, and I can't back it down. So 47. 400, 500, 600, 700 coming up, 800. Yeah, 48,000. 48,000 kilohertz. That the highest that thing will go. That's the first time I checked that out. Doesn't interest me because I can't hear that. It's impossible. You can see it on test equipment, but you can't hear it. Only a cat can. Well, got to have special speakers for starters. Speakers that can go up to about 50,000 kilohertz. Is that to improve the dynamic range? Really? Film mixes don't go that high. They roll off on film. The film mixes are rolling off, so they're not going to go that high. There's nothing there to listen to. And if it is, it's going to be tinier than, you can imagine the size of the wavelength for the frequency would be fucking tiny. You ain't going to notice it. So I'll just come back down to reality. 20,000. Yeah. 'Cause 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 Yeah, it's pretty cool in there because the window's open and it's letting a bit of cool air in. It's just a little mild. Just a little mild. I wouldn't be surprised if I look out, and I probably wouldn't be surprised to see vapor forming outside. The humidity. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I need to run a signal directly straight into the run it straight into the C. I like to go through the B chain one by one, but I've got to generate the signal out from the computer, put it through the but that's a pain in the ass to unplug things at the back of it, because it's like I'll just upset the system. But it would satisfy my curiosity. And then I could think, then I can ask around, where are the filters? Where are these filters located? They need to be deactivated. Have a or either deactivate it or put a toggle switch. So you've got to go in, do some soldering, and then put a toggle switch on so you can turn it on and off. I think, where would that toggle switch go? Yeah. Can't exactly fit it on the back of the rack, so it's not going to be easy to reach. And I have to go somewhere where, I'll try and go back to my days of assembly. I would have to drill a hole in the, drill a hole into the DCXs or whatever else, and then fit do all the solder wiring on the inside, and then I basically connect a little 3.5 millimeter jack into it, and I can have a switch. I could make a little something to fit on this rack here in between, and have a little switch so I can turn the filter, the extra low filter that's there, and then turn the switch and turn it off. Theoretically, it should go flat. Theoretically. So I have a little switch just to, that's connected with a short wire, and it plugs in, and I just have a switch to turn on and off. That's that's a bit of a dog's dinner, just to pull everything out. Bloody hell. I've got to get one of those, I can't just use an electric drill. I'll fuck it up. I'll fuck that up with an electric drill. Can't do that. I'd have to get one of those, but how many times am I going to use it? What I mean is, you fit the thing into a position, and you get one of those, that you leave it, bring it down. I used those back in the day of assembly, and you bring it down and you do a drill, precision, hole, and then you fit the part on, do the soldering, plug it all in, do this finish. You should be able to turn the bloody filter off. Otherwise, you can compensate. I'll do that in a sec. I've got to go back and turn it on to processor mode again. Okay. So I'll switch it over to, okay, so processor. Okay, turn it off. Turn the what's it levels back up on the what's it? About 29.9, did I? $29.5. That's okay. Oopsie. Run that sweep again. Ooh la. Whoa, what's going on there? I've got to pop up. What's going on there? Where did that go low? Too low. Bring it up to there. Okay, that's about level with the other one, so not much change there. Okay. Oh yeah, use the smoothie. It's like going to McDonald's. Got a smoothie. Okay. I'm going to put a filter on the DCX. Go down to 20. Turn it on. I'll turn it up 6 dB. Plus 6 dB on that frequency sweep again. The overlay. Put a smoothie on that. Hang on. Put a smoothie on there. I'm going to take away the amplifier return signal because it's a little bit in the way of confusing. Okay. It's the orange one. It's Mr. Orange. Why am I Mr. Orange? Turn it up until some part of the frequency levels up with the other part of the frequency. There you can see. I put a filter on it and it's gone up. It's gone up a little bit, but it's not entirely flat. To get it flat, because I need to put another filter in there, a few other filters. Either it's doing it on the low end and putting a filter on the very low part of the end of the, but there's only a few things that go down that low. That's, you can get off the shelf mini DSP, but it's like say it's getting rid of that filters on the what's it? But yeah, that's not too bad, but you don't want to put I don't want to put issues on the amp and such. Yeah, I could get one of those crown amplifiers. I read about a crown amplifier years ago. Oh, this is over 30 years, just over 30 years ago. There weren't many things going around at the time. And then someone mentioned this crown amplifier that's got a flat response that goes right down to DC. Wow. Wow. It's one of their amplifier ranges, probably made from late 1980s or early 90s, or very, very early 90s. I can't remember what model, what this person was mentioning, what model it was. Yeah, I can see that frequency there. You know, as it looks, it's very, you know, and then it drops, it rolls off because I've got a filter at 60 hertz on here, or was it 50? 60 hertz. I've got to take it up to about 100. 100, well, maybe 200 hertz. Run a sweep. Am I noticing something? Yeah, I can hear that. It's not coming off on the trim off. Just muted the sound. It's not coming off on the trim off. I just want to sweep, so it got a little bit loudish. Breathe. Ooh. That was quick. What does that look like? Where's the curve on that? Is it this one here? Oh yeah, it's that one there. Bring it up. Bring it up to the orange one. Ooh, there's a little wasset deviation going on there. I can see it. That's interesting. I'm not going to sweat over that, but yeah. Eliminate the other graphs. Yeah, so it looks like that. Oh yeah. But it's still pretty high. That's kind of like almost flat up on this end. And then just as it gets near to 20, it's going up a few dB. Yeah. And when it gets down to about, probably starting about there. Oh God, 3 hertz. I mean, good gosh, you can't hear 3 hertz for crying out loud. Yeah, it starts rolling a little bit. I need filters there to adjust that. Mini DSP, but mini DSPs, even the small one, small little mini DSPs, pretty kind of, well, for 400, I think. Then you got the bigger one that goes in the rack, the 1U frame one. I think they're about 1,000, 900 or 1,000. Oh, just so you get filters just to go down that low. No, I think I'll take a pass. Just got to badger Trinov and say, hey, come on, what's it with this? Come on, get it down to 0. Not that you're going to notice anything, because there'll be nothing there at 0. Nothing. Put us 1 hertz. You probably notice the cone will sort of moving very, very, very slow. Be like putting putting a little regulator on a little voltage regulator on a 1.5 volt battery. Turn it down a bit until you turn it on until you see the cone go boom forward slightly, and then regulate this dial, this like a resistor sort of thing, variable, and you'll just see the cone do this sort of thing. That's all. It's not a big deal. What are you meowing at? But to go low, 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 low. You know, my CB radio, my Superstar 2000 goes down double low, yeah. Goes down into 25 meg. That's like going low than the sub. That radio could be easily modified because it's a Cyberdyne circuit board. And they can easily be modified so they could go down to maybe 24 megahertz or up to about maybe 30 megahertz. But you go up to 30 megahertz, you get told to fuck off. You start talking up there, you know. What's your call sign? You can't make that shit up, you know. And it's the language they usually speak, and you got to have that sort of vocabulary. Otherwise, they think, oh, you come up from the 11-meter band or something. They're very rude. They are sometimes. They are very rude. But yeah, you can't do anything much more with this. That's it. That's the range that we hear, or we feel and hear, and then we struggle to hear it as it goes up really, really high. We struggle to hear it. You know, play the cat scene, the CAT scan scene from Alien 3, that neural scanner thing that goes up to about 18,000 kilohertz. That's pretty damn high. And you should, oh gosh, when it starts and then goes up higher, and then you should go, oh my goodness, oh, I can feel that pinching, something pinching my eardrum. It's like taking a little hair, pluck it, and pop it down your ear canal. Not to keep it there. You say pluck a long hair, a very long hair, okay? You don't want a very short one and get it lost down your ear canal, because if it sits on the skin on the inside and then it's touching your eardrum, it's going to be bloody irritating. So you just want to, a hair's not going to perforate your eardrum. You would just feel pressure, and it'd be like, oh, ow, back it off. That's what it'll feel like. That's what high frequencies will feel like. It's like, bloody hell, oh, ouch. You play a generator, an 8 kilohertz sine wave, and you immediately back it off. It's a bit audible. If your hearing's not damaged, it's pretty audible. Wow. There's a few filters on the Trinov where I can adjust that, which will go down to 10 hertz, and that'll just modify it slightly, but not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. I think the filters are already turned on. I think they're in the bypass. But it depends what theatre mode I'm on, because when you go theatre mode 1, theatre mode 2, 3, 4, you've got to put all this other EQ curves and all that in, and then, or I think you can import it. So you save it from one theatre mode, and then move it to all the theatre modes, because you're not going to change anything in the room now. You want to use duplicate it. It's very easy on the Storm processor. It's very easy. On the Trinnov, it's like, why the bloody hell? Where do I save this and then move it to say, like, I want to send this to all the other theatre modes and duplicate that in just a few seconds. Wow. I'm going to have to get a new can of compressed air. Damn, that's almost empty. I should do it like what they do in the day of UCI. I need, what the bloody hell am I going to do with a large bottle, for crying out loud? I'm not cleaning down a projector, for crying out loud. Bloody 11 hours. How do I do it? So it goes to, what's it? Where the heck is it? Go to there. Go to the, no, it's not saved on that theatre mode. What theatre mode would it be on? What theatre mode? Go to preset. Could be on that one or that one. Let's see, check this theatre mode out. Processor. Inputs. Inputs. Scroll it along. EQ. Input EQ. No, that's try this. No, can't see it there. It's not on that theatre mode. I could have possibly reset the values back to 0. I don't think it'd be on these atmosphere modes. Very unlikely. Processor, input levels. No, it's most likely okay, go back to that theatre mode, so I'm going to have to start this again. Just look at the values on here and do a guesstimation on how much dB I need to cut. So I'll go up to there. Okay, call that about 80 for crying out loud, and go down to there. About 6 dB. Go to processor, input, turn on the EQ there. Go down to 10. Turn it down. I'll leave it about there. Go to the next band, 12 Hz. Turn it down. Go up to 16. Um, 20. Not too much. Leave it about there. Go to it should be in the memory, it should be in program there now. So if I go to, hang on, if I go OK, come out, I can see it's there. Still go to preset and go to save it. If I go back to there, yeah, it's there. Okay, so if I run the frequency sweep again, I should see a difference in the frequency response margin. Very margin. But this Trinov's got no low, high pass or shelving filters, whereas all that's available on the Storm Audio. Oh. Come on, Trinov, get it together. Oh wow. What was that? That sweep was going on. I felt something going up there in my stomach and then moving up a little bit. Unnatural. Unnatural. Where's the overlay? Go to the. What's it? Just the offset. Okay, there's no change. Okay, what did I hang on, wait a second. Could be that the EQ is not having function on that because there's no LFE signal actually going into the processor. Wait a second, let me go back. Something not right there. So if I go to where is it? Go to main. Go back over to here. Go to individual. Just check the values here that everything is. Yeah. All the other filters are turned off. There's no, I'm not doing anything there. They're all turned off to none. Go back over here. Wait a second, it could be on the output because the LFE is on the input. Yes. Now I remember. So go back, turn that to, hang on, where is it? Turn that back all to 0. Yep. Come out of that page, go back over the preset. I remember now where it is. I've got to go to the output. It's the output. Where is it? It's not FIR. I think it's user or preset EQ. I think it's user. Okay. Turn that down quickly there. Use the scroll. Let's just turn that down about 6. Turn that down about there. That one down. That one down. Yeah, leave it about there. Okay, come out of that. Go over to preset. Save it. Run that frequency sweep again. So the other frequency sweep that I did, I'll delete it because it's not needed, applicable. Run the sweep again. I should see a result now. I better see a result. It better be the bloody, what's it, the preset. No, not the preset. What was it? Because you got, hang on, let's just see if, hang on. I've just gone back to that just to see, because when I saw the frequency sweep, I didn't see any change going on. I have to look at the preview. No, there's no change. It's still the same curve. It's the wrong setting. Oh, gosh. So it's not the user one. Come out. Is it the preset? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I see it. I got a what's it here that's already set and it's turned on to bypass. But the filters are 60, 50. Yeah, I need to change those. Okay. It's the preset one. So I'll put all those back to 0. Turn the bypass off. I'll set that down there on the 10. I've got to see the result now. See, you don't have all this other setting on the Storm Audio. Set that to there. Go to OK. Come out to preset and save it. Go back to the processor. Yeah, here it is. If I click on, there's the frequency curve, filters. Run the sweep again. I should see something different now. Oh, what a lot of bother. Yep, I can see it. Ta-da! Yeah, there it is. But the trouble is, it's a bit wavy. That's because of the filters. They're like narrow band filters. You can't adjust any EQ bandwidth there. Oh, crying out loud! Yeah, but I'm trying to adjust the offset. Turn it up. So that part of the frequency range there, yeah, that levels up on the process, yeah. But it's got this very dip sort of thing going on, but it's not quite of a dip. It's kind of wavy. It's almost looking like looking on an oscilloscope. I liked it a little bit better there. Yeah. You're not going to notice that. Seriously, you wouldn't notice that. It's deviating by a few dB. You wouldn't notice it. They can't just do it. Can't go any lower. And adjusting those filters, you end up with that weird. Yeah. Come on, Trinov, get it together, huh? Get on to customer service this week. Are they going to, are they going to, if they have, then it would be on the CI, Trinov. They would have extended the frequency response lower. I suppose that was showing the manual. Yes, the manual. It's got to be available. The process has been out for months and months and months now. Not sure if that could be in the manual or it's just downloads. Manuals. Oh, crikey, what the heck? Bloody hell, what's all this? Can't find a straightforward PDF file manual. Come out of that. Come out of that. automatic optimizer, loudspeaker remapping. That remapping and all that only activates when you use the microphone, the turn off microphone. You do all the what's it, and then that's when the what's it is activated and whatever. But I don't recognise any of this. This has got to be for the new one, but I don't see a manual that starts at the front of the beginning of the page where it shows the processor. I'm not sure what I'm looking at here, but is this applicable to this, or is it? Unless it might be an extension. Oh no, that's the layout of the. No, this is the what's it? Because I'm now seeing the 4:3 ratio images of the. Just scroll through, and it's also. Hang on, wait a second. I don't think there's a unit here that's I'm not familiar with. It's a different unit. But I think they use the same principle of software. Yeah, okay. What the heck's the CI manual then, huh? The thing that I don't really like. Because it's got no inputs on the, it's got it lacking inputs on the back of it. Bloody hell. That's a manuals on the automation, product manuals. See the altitude 16s, the 32s. Hang on. No, that's not the CI. That's the amplifier. Fuck off, fucking Bill Gates. That CI's been out for months now. How come it's not on the flipping manuals here? Should be up here near the altitudes. They call it an altitude CI. What's this one here? Oh yeah, CI. I just don't see an image on it. Click on it. Yeah, you just don't. Is their web page working? Oh yeah. Bollocks. I don't see anything here. System settings, system setup. Have a look on that. No, it doesn't interest me. Waveforming. Yeah, crikey, I've got to plug that. What's it? If I want to use that micro, I've got to get in the back of that rack and plug that flipping what's it thing into the back of the what's it? I'm not doing that tonight. Let's start. But I can't understand why you got to plug that thing in. I don't want to save anything much or. Bloody hell, I'll come back to this bloody manual thing later. Bloody hell, it's like a needle in a haystack. Where the heck is the lead? It's down here. It's plugged into the back, isn't it? The lead should be down here somewhere. I wouldn't have unplugged it. It's still plugged in the back of the, what's it, the lead. I see a cable there. Where's that going? It's coming round here somewhere. What the fuck? Bloody hell. I think this is the lead that came with it. Isn't it? Is this the lead that came with the pro? Oh, bloody hell. How long is this cable? Is this 10 meters long or something? Bloody hell. Where's it going? What the fuck's it caught up there? Fuck. Oh yeah, there we go. I got it. Bloody hell. Oh my goodness me. What is this? Fucking hell. What have they got here? A fucking 10-meter cable? I suppose they think that where the processor is going to be located, which is typically going to be in another room. And yeah. Well, yeah, at least they don't go cheap on the cable. Oh, bloody hell. It's like a snake. It's attacking me. Fucking hell. And you got this like very small DIN plug. This DIN plug here. Ooh. I don't know why they got this pathetic bloody, these tripods. You can buy these on eBay and Amazon, bloody cheap. I got one somewhere. I used, I can't remember what I used it for. I think it was for a camera. Yeah, I think I've got it for putting a camera on a table, doing some very close up, maybe photography. Oh my goodness! Oh no! Oh no! It's the Trinov microphone. Oh no! Back, back! Spawn of Satan. What tripod am I going to fit this thing on? What have I got there? What thread? Yes. I'll take that one out. I don't think I'll be able to use it because I've got to go in the back of the rack and plug a little thing in. Otherwise, I don't think, this is completely useless. You've got to plug that thing in the back. Load of bullshit, I think. You don't need that bullshit on a Storm Audio or anything else. I mean, really. Oh. All right. You've got the little spirit level. The way you do that is you set this microphone up, then you put that thing on top, and you just orientate its position until you got the bubble in the center. Yeah, just like a spirit level. Yeah. Well, we've all used spirit levels, haven't we? This thing's not going to work because it'll say plug in this, but can't you override it and just manually? The microphone. Oh yeah, what number is it? Is it on the side there? I think it's on the box as well. The number. It's not on the underside. Okay. Let's see how this it's sagging. This tripod there is sagging. I'm going to go over to another. This one's sagging. This thing's pretty heavy. It's pretty heavy compared to that, which is a little bit light. Try to put it back on there. What a load of bear that in mind. Just check the so the arm, when tighten it up, it's going to stay in a position. Turn that SPO off. Where this tripod is, this is okay. Can I tighten that up? Yeah, this one stays a little bit steady. Okay. Move this out of the way. I gotta tidy this up in here. It's a mess. Do I need to put it back? I'm gonna put it back here. Fuck here now. What the fuck? Got this fucking thing in the way on the floor. What a mess. There we go. There we go. I'll just move this back a little bit. Take the USB out. Put you over here. There you go. Should be a little bit tighter. Yeah, I had the right threading on that. I'll be pissed. There we go. Yeah, it's got the right threading. I see fine without these, fucking hell. It's just close range. Okay. Is it threading? Okay. Just check it. Yeah. Is it sagging? No. And then you've got this little adjustment here, just that. Let's bring that down a little lower. Up. That over there. Over. Doesn't seem to be sagging. Just tighten that a little bit more. Okay. goggles. That's the lead. There's the end. Let me get through it over there. It's, oh, there it is. It's in position. And there's a little, oh, hang on. Oh yeah, the red thing is that way. Yeah, the red light, the red LED. Yeah, right. Okay. It's not like, yeah, Trinov. Yes. Instead of having a red light, Roxanne, put on the red light. I think what they should have done here is have a laser. So it's going to that, because it's just a red, it's falling back here. It's the bloody weight of it. I need some weight on the front of the, the counterbalance. There you go, I'll just move it up here because I'm not going to be critical. I couldn't care fucking less. That's it, that's counterbalancing. But yeah, you turn the, underneath here. There it is, the little switch. Not sure if you can see it. Turn it on. It's just a simple red LED. Nothing special. Can you see it? No, can you see it? No, probably got to turn the camera around this way. There you go, little red LED. But it's not like, it should be like, I think what they should have done is put a laser on it so the beam goes. They're talking about high-end precision. Yeah. I pretty much know it's that way, so I know where the center is. Could be just a few margin there. Well, it's almost parallel with the overhead, the dog channels. Yeah, it's about there for argument's sake. That's why you need a laser on it. Hey, obviously, that's going forward. It's got to go down a bit. I think it's about there. It's okay. I'll just put the spirit level on it. Whoa! See, I've got climbing over shit here. It's unbelievable. Just a tiny degree off. Do I have to rotate? Let's just try rotating. Bloody hell, this thing doesn't stay steady on me. It slides. Now, oh, just a margin. Oh dear. No, I'm out of position there. Oh, I think I'm about, spot on. Now, oh my goodness, you've got to take this off very carefully. Got to kind of do it. Easy does it. Easy does it. God, it's like one of those movies. Oh dear. But this is not going to work because I haven't plugged the little thing in. It's like a little USB thing that you plug in the back on the goes down on this side behind it, where it looks like it's a computer. You got to plug it into one of the USB things. And then it, when you go into the thing, it will recognize, but it's not going to recognize anything. So, do I still have to have that red light turned on? Because you have to unscrew the thing, give it a little jolt, something, and then it will undo. Oh yeah, that's one thing I've not checked is the battery, the 9-volt. I've got plenty of 9-volt batteries. All this other bullshit, like you don't need the CI altitude, the CI with the microphone with the battery, because it's phantom power going from the processor to the microphone. It's phantom power. Okay. Where is it? So if I go into one of the settings, it doesn't matter if I can go into it or not, because yeah, I've not turned on all the rest of the speakers, and they got to be in the usual. What's it? I'll just try to see if it recognises. If it doesn't, I'm packing it up. So I'm not going behind that rack tonight. What I could have done, which I will do, is plug. Where is it? I need a short. I've got any other lead? Where is it? Yeah, there's the what's it? There's the what's it? USB. So that would go into a USB on the input. So what I was thinking was get a short USB lead, plug it in the back, and then the lead will come out. Yeah. All I have to do is just boom, connect that, so I don't have to climbing in the back of the bloody rack. Yeah. Trinov high end. Yeah, if you believe any of that nonsense. Yeah, really. So, yeah. I knew all this when I was putting this thing together, but I didn't have a lead at the time. Otherwise, I would have put a short connection on the back, and then yeah. So it's not going to recognise. It'll say, "Please plug in." Like, is it necessary? So go to back to the main page. There's the microphone. Can I assign what output, what signals I want to use? So I don't want to turn on the overheads. Can I assign this just to do the front and then the sides or such, or depending on what theatre mode I'm in? Start a new configuration. I had a relay switch on that. Then I get Dolby Atmos, Dolby Stereo. I get option mode. So I'm going to go to the Dolby Stereo mode. After the wizard, So hang on, do I go override an existing preset, save in a new preset, save in a new preset, or override? It doesn't matter much because I'll be able to bypass, turn the optimizer on or off. Let's see if I can press next. So far, it's going to tell me something in the moment, and to say, shut the fuck up. Because you've got to generate, it's everything. So I'm only using the, if I would be, and I'll, for argument's sake, Got to turn off the dynamic EQs. Got to turn off. Let's turn that off. Otherwise, it might, if it does allow, it might skew up the signal. But there's something here that's not going to be usable, I don't think. Are they all turned off? 1, 2. That one's turned on. Go through it again. Just make sure everything's off. Okay, and then it's of course manually adjusting the pink noise because I've got to get it within a sort of ratio. Otherwise, the Trinnov, if it does do us, it's going to do too much excessive EQ or adjustment. It's going to do far too much. Because I noticed, I learned that issue with when using Odyssey. I think it was Odyssey. Yeah. I can't remember what processor was that on. The Denon. No, that's a Dirac, isn't it? Yeah. Gosh, this is going back a few years. But what I noticed was it added so much boost around 500 hertz because it doesn't know the processor and all that. It doesn't know you got passive crossovers or active or DSP. It doesn't know any of that information. So you got to get things kind of like, otherwise it's going to add some terrible EQ thing and boosting and such. And I was noticing this, like, why the bloody hell's the HF horn sound like like that? And I checked the bloody EQ values on the Odyssey, and I could see where it was boosting the frequency excessively. It's better to do it manually, because you can go back and check all that in real time. Because this thing would do it automatically, I think. I just got to check all the output levels. I'm not going to do them precisely. Keep it about there. Turn that one down there. Just run a manual pink noise on the. It sounds okay. That sounds normal-ish. Okay, let me see if I can continue. Or it says, oh, sorry, you got to plug this in. Oh, I'm not going to be tempted. Fucking hell, it's too much hassle going behind looking for that input. Hang on, I've got options here at the top. Let me put a WASIT up so you can see what I'm looking at. All this bullshit. All this just to watch a movie? I've got basement, I've got room, I've got basement, mics, level, crossover. There's no crossovers being used. Waiting, calibration. Crying out loud. Everything is okay here. Let me close this thing here. Let me just make sure pink noise is sounding on the. Yeah. Pink noise is sounding there. Check the surround. Woo. A little bit soft. Bloody hell, what the fuck? Where's the scroll thing? Can I use my finger on this? No, I can't scroll it because they haven't updated the software completely. You know, on this old one, you should be able to put your finger on it and scroll. But where do I scroll the page? Because I'm using it. It's going out to multi-array. I'll just do it this way if it does it. Can I go next? Turn that boost off. Don't need that on. I go next. No. No. I've already applied. Base room. Hang on, room. No. Management mic. I think it's showing up there. Wait, I think it's clicking. Base management is off. It's like it's telling me something. I can turn it on. I'm not seeing that flashing. It doesn't matter if let me try so next. What does it? Now I'm seeing something like. No. Hang on. Meter, master, level, set, da-di-da. Do I have to start? What's it? Pink, turn, start. Bugger. So I need to generate a pink noise. Got manual auto. Just going to press start, see where it goes. I haven't a clue. It's not going to be loud, is it? Oh yeah, what the volume? Oh yeah, it's minus 40 dB on the fader. Right, gotcha. All right, now you can see my voice modulating with the signal as well, so it's picking up the sound. Okay, so I've got to turn the fader up until it's about. Oh gosh, it's got to be a certain level in it. All right, so go over there, turn the fader up. Hang on, go back. I don't think I'm going over. Hang on. Need to go back. Do I press quit? No, previous. I think I missed the procedure here. That's left. Oh, that's right. Showing a little low. I can compensate there. that's too low. Either I've got to take the amplifier level up on the surround. Got this level I can trim up a little bit. It's not entirely accurate. But that side's a little bit on the soft side. I had a feeling of that. See, that's why I like check. See, I'm modulating the voice and it's fudging the trim the level up on the output. I'll leave that where it is. Is there anything else? Does it show the sub? Or is that done separately? I didn't see that there. I was just seeing the. Okay. So if I press there. I don't give a hoot about because I'm not using puny bloody little speakers.